Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of the Fan Show, where Craig and I will be talking to a number of fans from all around the world about the breaking news that Ange Postecoglou has been sacked as Tottenham Hotspur boss 2 years to the day since being appointed. Now, of course, Ange Postecoglou guided Spurs in his first season to 5th place in the Premier League, with Harry Kane being sold. And of course, the season just gone, 17th in the Premier League, fall from bottom, 22 league defeats, but guiding us to our first trophy, winning the Europa League, our first trophy in 17 years, and our first European trophy in 41 years. Craig, how are you feeling about this news?
Gutted, absolutely gutted. I've got no other words for it. I've seen majority of people probably feel the same, safe to say. I just don't get this club sometimes and the decisions it makes. I really don't. If a manager who's... What's his number one remit in the club? What's his number one remit? Champions League football. And he's achieved it. And he gets a sack. That's the way to look at it for me. The number one remit of any manager is Champions League football. And they've sacked him. Forget where he finished in the league. Did he achieve his goal? Yes, and they sack him. Dreadful.
Yeah. Let me just say, we're live on YouTube and on X and on Facebook, so please do get involved. Let us know how you are feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. But I echo Craig's thoughts. I'm pretty gutted, actually. Am I surprised? No. We have seen this many, many times. The board hit that reset button. But this was meant to be a major rebuild, hence why Ange Postecoglou was given a 4-year contract. Now, I've said on a couple of media interviews since the news broke that if you would have asked any Spurs fan or told any Spurs fan in Ange Postecoglou's first season he will finish 5th, in his second we will win a trophy, not just any trophy, the Europa League trophy, and we will get Champions League football, I think every Spurs fan would have taken that. I get that there are a lot of doubters about Ange Postecoglou at Spurs, given that we lost 22 league games. But I've always felt with the right backing and the right players coming in and having a fully fit squad, because, stats-wise, the stats really do add up, that when we've got our back five, the stats were superb in terms of league results and form. And I felt like this upcoming transfer window was all going to be about experienced players coming in for the Australian boss, but it's not to be. Tottenham Hotspur have made their mind up. Craig, before we bring on our first guest, do you just want to read out the announcement? Let's start with the official club announcement about Ange Postecoglou going.
Yeah, this was released on the club website at just 5:05 this evening. Following a review of performances after a significant reflection, the club can announce that Ange Postecoglou has been relieved of his duties. Ange joined us from Celtic in the summer of 2023 and oversaw a period of change on the pitch, returning us to the attacking brand of football that has traditionally been associated with the club, while writing a new chapter in our history by leading us to the UEFA Europa League glory in Bilbao last month, an achievement that will live with us all forever. We're extremely grateful for Ange and his commitment and contribution during his 2 years at the club. Ange will always be remembered as only the third manager in our history to deliver a European trophy alongside legendary figures Bill Nicholson and Keith Birkinshaw. However, the board have unanimously concluded that this is in the best interests of the club for a change to take place. Following a positive start in the 23-24 Premier League season, we recorded 78 points from the last 66 Premier League games. This culminated in our worst ever Premier League finish last season. At times, there were extenuating circumstances, injuries, and then the decision to prioritise our European campaign. Whilst winning the Europa League this season ranks as one of the club's greatest moments, we cannot base our decision on emotions aligned to this triumph. It is crucial that we are able to compete on multiple fronts and believe a change of approach will give us the strongest chance for the coming season and beyond. This has been one of the toughest decisions we have had to make, and it is not a decision we have taken lightly, nor one we have rushed to conclude. We have made what we believe is the right decision to give us the best chance of success going forward, not the easy decision. We have a talented young squad, and Ange has given us a great platform to build upon. We should like to express our gratitude to him. We will wish him well for the future. He will always be welcome back at our home. News on the appointment of a new head coach will be announced in due course.
Craig, also, you've got the statement from Ange himself.
I have, and Ange Postecoglou has said, this is through CAA base. When I reflect on my time as manager of Tottenham Hotspur, my overriding emotion is one of pride. The opportunity to lead one of England's historic football clubs and bring back the glory it deserves will live with me for a lifetime. Sharing that experience with all those who truly love this club and seeing the impact it had on them is something I will never forget. That night in Bilbao was a culmination of 2 years of hard work, dedication, and unwavering belief in a dream. There were many challenges to overcome and plenty of noise that comes with trying to accomplish what many said was not possible. We have also laid foundations that means this club should not have to wait 17 more years for their next success. I have enormous faith in this group of players and know there is much more potential and growth in them. I sincerely want to thank those who are the lifeblood of this club, the supporters. I know there were some difficult times, but I always felt that they wanted me to succeed and that they gave me all the motivation I needed to push on. It's important to acknowledge the hard-working people at Spurs who gave me encouragement on a daily basis. And finally, I want to thank those who were with me every day for the last 2 years, a fantastic group of young men who are now legends of this football club, and the brilliant coaches who never once doubted we could do something special. We are forever connected. Ouder Esfacia, Ange.
Craig, it's an interesting word there when you said about proud, because he can be very proud in leaving Spurs, because like he said there about the noise, there has been a lot of noise. There has been a lot of doubters. People doubted him from day one. Even today on X, I was, going backwards and forwards with certain people because they were saying that they believe that Ange Postecoglou should go. I was saying that I think that he should stay, having given us a trophy. Talking about the emotional side of it, do you feel like me or you have been brought into that emotional side of it, or by winning a trophy? Because of course we were standing there when that bus was coming down. We saw the parade, this picture behind me. It was incredible scenes. Do you think that some people have been taken over with emotion rather than actually thinking, this is the best decision to make?
No, I don't actually, because Ange won us a trophy at the end of the day, and it wasn't. We'd have taken any trophy, let's be honest, but it wasn't a Carabao Cup. It was a major European title, and they don't come around very often. Obviously, 3 times we've won it in our history, and Ange has done it. He's done what Conte couldn't do, what Jose couldn't do, Pochettino couldn't do, Redknapp couldn't do. I could list managers. No, I don't think it's purely based on that. Yes, we all know. People keep throwing the league season out. Yeah, we all know that wasn't good, but there were extenuating circumstances. Yes, some of the football was bad, but I still come back to it. We won a trophy. Ange won us a trophy, and he deserved the right, in my opinion, to see us into season 3. He did. And whatever manager comes in now, there's going to be enormous pressure on that manager. Enormous pressure, more than there ever should have been. So it's, I thought we was going to be sitting here all summer, obviously doing these shows, but in a good mood all the time, just looking forward to next season, what we're going to do in the transfer window. And now we've got to go through this again. It's like we're not allowed to have nice things. We're not. It's just terrible decision by the club.
I've got to admit, I thought that we'd have longer to celebrate winning the Europa League and having smiles on our faces without going through all of this news so soon, just 2 weeks later. We're going to go to our first guest. We're going to go all the way to Malta, first of all, to talk to Melvin. Melvin, good evening to you. What do you make of this news?
Hello, guys. Speechless. Obviously, I haven't spoken to you guys in a while. I'm just in shock. First of all, I want to say Ange Postecoglou is in our history. Bill Nick, Keith Birkinshaw, Ange Postecoglou. You know, three massive names, and there's the rest are beneath him. He is part of this football club, his history. He showed us the size of the football club. And Chris, we spoke many times this year, and I said, I want to see the bus parading down the high road. I want to see people down the streets. I want to see these things. And Ange Postecoglou made it a reality. You know, for a long time, we've not known the proper size of our football club. In Bilbao, we outnumbered Manchester United for fans. In Tottenham, we had, you know, the stadium was full. We're a massive football club. And Ange Postecoglou made us, you know, he showed us the true size of this club. We are huge. And to do that to a manager, I think is absolutely disgusting. I think it's not fair. I think, would you sack Bill Nick? Would you sack Keith Berkinshaw? You know, he brought a European trophy to our football club, something we've been waiting for so long. It's sad. It's so sad. I mean, we had the summer to feel good, to celebrate, you know, to keep looking at the photos. I keep looking at the photos of us lifting the trophies down the high road. I cannot get over it. You know, I still have pictures in my mind of Ange Postecoglou clapping us, Heung-min Son clapping us. Why would he not be given the opportunity to go season 3? I know it's been bad, but he got it over the line, and this football club struggles to get it over the line. My instant feeling was that Ange Postecoglou is not a yes man. He's hard-headed, and he has his way or the highway. And historically, he's always left after a couple of seasons. He did it with Australia. He did it with Celtic. He did it in Japan. It's a couple of years. He gets his way. He wins, and he leaves. To be fair on him, he leaves on a high. He leaves with his head high. And nothing would annoy me more if he went to another club and did really well with them, because he deserved the third season. He was set up to fail, Ange Postecoglou. We sold Harry Kane. We sold the experienced players. We bought him young talent on low wages. He was set up to fail, and he deserved the third chance. I know the season's been poor, but we won the fucking trophy. He deserved the chance. I'm absolutely disgusted. I've been supporting Ange all season. When we were in bad time, I was defending him. Yes, he cupped the ear to the fans, but I want that from my manager. I want a manager to be passionate, to have a bit of bite. I loved his press conferences because he always made me feel that the club was in good hands, that I felt that he really wanted the best for the football club, and he understood what the club needed more than Levy and the board. He understood that this club needed to win a trophy, and that's what he delivered. So Ange Postecoglou, thank you. Listen, thank you. All the best. I love you. I absolutely love that manager, and I will frame a photo of him in my house. Honestly, I love Ange Postecoglou. I never wanted him to leave. He's honestly, like, the club should be really disappointed what they did. Really disappointed. Then we will have pictures of him in color at the football club. And Levy and the board can honestly fuck off, because they are really, really terrible human beings for what they did. Terrible human beings. Terrible. Because he doesn't deserve that. And we should have more humanity in the football club. Yes, we did it for footballing decisions. Give him a chance. Sack him 10 games in. But honestly, he was set up to fail from day one. He came in this football club with Harry Kane wanting to leave, and he left. And honestly, he took, and he said many times, this football club was in free fall. Yes, we finished 17th, but he won the fucking trophy. Man, come on. Something that we've been crying for so long. I honestly don't know what to say, man. It's crazy what this club does. Because to go from Ange Postecoglou to another manager, I mean, none of the managers we've been linked with are game changers. Honestly, the players were behind him. Cuti Romero loves him. The players he didn't lose the dressing room. So I don't understand yes, we had our worst Premier League finish. How many times did we say we would take that for a trophy? Honestly.
Yeah. Melvin, I can see you're very emotional about this, and it's tough. I must say, I don't feel quite as low as when Pochettino got sacked, but it's coming close, because I just can't believe what the club have done. That's my opinion, and nobody's going to change me on that. You think about it, Spurs have had just over, if you're including caretaker managers, we've had just over 50 managers in our history, and only 10 of those managers have won something, and one of those is Ange Postecoglou. I totally agree. Look, Melvin, we got loads of people trying to get on, so we're gonna have to. If you've got anything else to say, then please say. I'm kind of stuck with what to talk about because I'm so frustrated. I think you've got so much out.
Tell me,
Melvin, let me ask you a question. So you've said there about the players clearly being with Ange Postecoglou. I think that is very evident, that the things that some of the players have come out with already, leading up to today, and they haven't even really been prompted to talk about the manager, but they have done so. They are very much with Ange, and they have a great relationship. And one player in particular who does have a great relationship, and that is Christian Romero, who you mentioned. What do you think their future holds for him now that Postecoglou has gone out the door?
I would be the first one to say, Romero, you can leave now, because we sacked Postecoglou. We're going in a different direction. Romero, you can leave. You have my blessing, because this club, they made me angry now, the club. Yeah, I want to keep Romero, but Romero would have probably stayed if we kept Ange. Maybe he would not have signed another contract, not an extension, but that's another story, what Romero wants to do. It's all about Ange. This football club, I personally think we are the good guys. We are not the villains. We are not Chelsea. Chelsea does this kind of things. We want to be the underdogs. People like the underdogs. It's a nice story to give Ange Postecoglou the chance after what he's done to us. So why would he sack him? This is something that, like the villains would do, the bad clubs would do, Arsenal, Chelsea, United, whatever. You give them a chance. I wanted to see this story. How many times did we say, oh, what if Mourinho had the cup final? Now we're gonna be stuck here saying for the next 3 years, what if Ange was given another chance? The third season. What if this? What if that? It should have been let out to play out. I'm really disappointed. I'm really sad, really frustrated. And after such a magical day in Bilbao, where I witnessed my football club lift a trophy in the flesh, and Ange Postecoglou clapped all the fans, and he was so happy to go to this, in 2 weeks and a couple of days. What's today? Friday. So a week and 2 days later, the club all of a sudden is in turmoil again. The meme with the fire. Since how many days since we last had a shit show? It's now 2 weeks. It's now all over again. Why would he do this to the fan base? We were gonna have the best summer, but now for me, it's.
Well, you talk about players, Melvin. Pedro Porro has come out on Instagram and actually said this.
Chris, remember Pochettino? None of the players said any goodbye messages to him. How many players will say goodbye to Ange? We'll count them. That's one. All of them will. You will see.
Yeah. Melvin, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
See you, boys. Bye.
See you, Melvin.
You can see there, Melvin is very emotional about the situation, and I feel like a lot of people are going to feel like this as well. But you mentioned Pochettino there. You've mentioned Pochettino already, Craig. It just seems like we've just gone round in circles, going through all these different managers. Now we've got to appoint another one, and then are all these players going to want to play for this manager? Is the manager going to want, all of these players that Ange have just brought in, and the system's then going to change? So much change again. We're going to go now.
Chris, I'm just going to read out, just for the benefit of viewers listening on audio. Pedro Porro came out on Instagram and said, "Thank you for everything, boss, for mentoring me early on, helping me settle into the club and trusting me out on the pitch. I'll always be grateful for the way you led us, defended us, and kept us going through all the highs and lows. Above everything, you gave us one of the greatest moments in the club's history, and for that, you will always be celebrated. Wishing you all the very best, boss."
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised by Pedro Porro with that. We're now going to go to Stu Miller, who has always been a big Ange Postecoglou fan and very positive about Tottenham, even through the bad times. Stu, how are you?
Oh, desolate, gutted, embarrassed, but not surprised because it's Levy. You know, this is what he does. He doesn't, you know, I put my little caption, he doesn't give a rat's ass about the fans or about our emotions. You know, you ask Craig a good question about, you know, is emotion coming into it? Yeah, of course it is. But isn't that what we're fans for? Are we fans just to follow statistics and, you know, look at league positions, or are we fans because we want to get emotional and we want to feel something? And, you know, as Spurs fans, unfortunately, that feeling is overridingly desperate most of the time. I honestly think with Daniel Levy at the helm, I think Ange is too good for us. I feel sad to say that. I think we're behaving, and this hurts me to say, like a Poundland Chelsea. You know, Chelsea swap their managers as often as, you know, you change your tea, but they win because they just plow money at the club, and they actually often do spend their money pretty well. We can't or won't do that, but we're acting as if we're that kind of club. And, you know, to compare ourselves to Chelsea hurts me bitterly, but that's how I feel at the moment.
Yeah.
Stu, how are you boys feeling?
Oh, devastated, mate. Devastated. Stu, how do you think this is going to go down in the dressing room with the players? That clearly most of them, as Chris said, come out and backed him and supported him. How do you think that's going to be?
I think Melvin made a really good point. I think we'll see a lot of players come out. And, you know, Porro's words there, thank you for reading those out. It's not often you hear players talk like that about an outgoing manager. You know, those were quite strong, heartfelt words, I thought. And I think we'll see quite a lot more of that. You know, another thing to consider is that Ange, whatever you think about him, you know, as a person or as a manager, there's no doubt that that guy can pull in players as well. You know, the famous Ange phone calls that have happened, you know, tempting players away from Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and so on. Are we really the managers that we're being linked with at the moment? Are they the guys to make that kind of phone call and bring in a player that wouldn't otherwise come here? I'm not convinced. I mean, I will always back every manager that we hire as to the hilt. It's going to take me a whole summer probably to muster the enthusiasm to do that now. I feel utterly deflated, but come the first day of the season or the first game of the new manager, I'll be backing him all the way. But I'm super disappointed.
So if Thomas Frank was appointed tomorrow, Stu, how would you feel?
Right now, disappointed. When he gets appointed, I'll support him as long as he's at the club, you know, as much as I can. But I can't help but think that that's just the wrong way to go. My only hope in this, and, you know, I never wanted Ange to go because I think for all the reasons that we've already said, the only thing that I think could possibly start to justify it is that if they've got some kind of surprise out of the bag, you know, manager that hasn't been linked, that is a winner, you know, is someone that's going to come in and we know he's going to raise the club to a different level, then that will perhaps go some way to, you know, satiate the fans. But right now, going from Ange to Thomas Frank just feels like a step down. Having said that, of course, I will back him, but yeah, right now, I hope it's not him. If he's hired tomorrow, I'll support him, of course.
Craig, let me ask you this. During that after the Europa League final, when the players were collecting their medals, Ange Postecoglou went up and shook hands with Daniel Levy, and there was a very awkward hug between the two of them. Daniel Levy in the stands and when the players were getting their medals had this huge grin on his face, extremely happy with, of course, Spurs are back in the big time in the Champions League. When do you think that decision was made that Ange Postecoglou was going to go out the door? Do you think it was then? Do you think it was before that? Do you think it was during the season? Do you think it was during that Brighton game, at the last game of the season? Do you think that it was yesterday? Do you think it was this morning? When do you think it was?
I genuinely think it would have been an easy decision had we not won the Europa League, and you'd probably have seen an announcement straight after the Brighton game or the next day. I think the fact that what amazes me actually, because I think obviously they're pleased, you would hope, that we won the Europa. If they've been having board meetings about what to do, I would have thought they would be looking at how the fans were feeling and the overall support for the manager. But clearly that hasn't come into it. They've got a possible another PR disaster on their hands here, Tottenham. They really have.
The reason I ask about the timing, and we'll bring you in again in a minute, Stu, because we're 6 days into the first part of this transfer window, and although I'm not panicking because there's about 85 days left in the transfer window, but when we're seeing the likes of Liverpool, Chelsea, now Arsenal making big moves, not just moves, but big moves for big players, big money exchanging hands here for big players, it gets all of us thinking, well, come on, we need to be organised in the transfer window. So with Postecoglou out of the equation now, they've got to move fast in appointing a new manager in order for them to have meetings, or are the club just making their choice of who they're signing anyway without that manager's choice?
That's it. I mean, what is the point of having a director of football in that case if the club's do you know what I mean? Nobody really the whole idea actually of the director of football is bringing players in that for the club, and that way a new manager come in and it's seamless. I've never thought that's actually a good thing to have. I just don't think it's ever worked that well, especially at Tottenham. It might work at other clubs, but it's never really worked that well at Tottenham. And the manager's surely got to have the say in the players they want. He's the one working with them every day and has got to get them to perform on the pitch. So
yeah,
I think my concern is as well, like what does this tell an incoming manager to Tottenham? What message are we sending? Okay, you can say the league position wasn't acceptable. Yes, we all know that. But the fact is he finished 5th in his first season with all those things going against him, not least of all our greatest goal scorer leaving the club, and all the other factors that were against him, and a fairly poor squad, Sonny in decline, lots of other things. He did pretty well in his first season. He won a European trophy in his second season. What are you telling the next manager? Finish top 7, get into Europe, but if you don't win anything, fine. Like it's not sending good messages out. We've gone from Spursy being reclaimed to Spursy going back to Spursy again in 16 days. It's time to wear those Spurs shirts with a little bit of shame again. What's that to say?
Yeah, it does put a little bit of bitter taste, doesn't it? The fact that he's 16 days ago, that glory night in Bilbao, only 14 days ago, there's me standing in a plant pot with Ricky Norwood, trying to get the best view of them coming down the high road, lifting that trophy. But yeah, 2 weeks later.
How are we going to pick ourselves up from here, boys?
Well, I feel like an appointment needs to be made, pretty sharpish. And I feel like the club need to show us, the ambition now. And I also say, Stu, because I said this in a couple of media interviews before coming live on here, that I actually feel like it's going to put more pressure on the board now to deliver in these transfer windows, particularly with a new manager coming in, because, the club have come out and said that we want to be fighting on all fronts. Well, give whoever is in charge then the tools to be making us a top 4 club, because I tell you what, we're quite away from being a top 4 club. And I said this at the start also, that I felt like it was a very good idea in the end from Ange Postecoglou, because we were never, ever going to make that European spot. He's always come out and said he wins trophies in his second season. I feel like a lot of people, including a lot of members of the media, are very disappointed that they were actually proved wrong, and they couldn't wait for it to fail for Ange. There are doubters from the very off. So I don't think he's had a very fair time of it. And I don't think a lot of people like the fact that he's been more successful than the likes of, Conte, Mourinho, and Maurizio Pochettino, and that's fans included. And
they also. I'm sorry. Can I just jump in very quick? Sorry, Chris. They also don't like the fact that he talks back to the media. He's not, as Chris said, he's not Craig said, not yes man. He's a guy that ruffles feathers. He's a guy that speaks from his heart. He has actually got integrity, and he doesn't care who hears what he's got to say. He'll say what he thinks.
Yeah.
And you can see the respect that all the players had. You can see the attention when he made that speech in the dressing room, and when he was with the players after we won. You can see that, the people around him every day, what they think of him. We as fans, we're standing back, we're from afar, but those people that are around him every day, you can see what he means to them. And I think we're going to regret this, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong.
I agree with you, Stu, to a certain extent, because I feel like in a year's time, in 2 years' time, whatever, I feel like we'll all be sitting here and saying, do you remember when Ange was sacked? What about him having that third season? Because we'll never know. Because in his 2 seasons at the club, not only has he delivered a trophy, he did have a lot of injuries. I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, stop keep banging on about the injuries," but it's true. And the facts don't lie in the fact that we were a much better team when we had our back four and Vicario in goal. And the injuries that we've had, and I felt like last summer was all about bringing in young talent, and this summer was about bringing in the experience. So part of me, I feel like, is always going to be disappointed the fact that we're never going to see Ange Postecoglou have that third season in terms of having a much better and experienced squad. Because, like Craig said at the very start, I think it was Melvin actually, we got rid of the most experienced players when Ange came in. We needed that huge clear out. That is exactly what we needed. But that's why he was given a 4-year contract, to be given the time and patience and the tools. So he was given young players. He was given, young talent. And, that young talent is decent talent, I might add, the likes of Bergvall. But we needed the experienced players. And I just feel a little bit sad that he is not going to get the opportunity to have that season.
It's another rebuild. It's another new manager, another new system to be bedded in. And then, as you said, I'm also concerned for this transfer window. I mean, even if Ange stayed, I was concerned if Levy would back him, because we know what he does and what he doesn't do. But now a new manager has to come in. That's going to take time. We're not just going to start making transfers out of thin air, big time transfers. That's going to take time. And so I'm really concerned. I don't know where this is going to leave us come the first day of the season.
Yeah. There are a couple of people who say they disagree with what I'm saying. Show me the lights says disagree with you, Chris. That's absolutely fine. You can disagree all you wish. That's fine. But I just think that it's now going to be another reset at the football club, and it's then going to be, which people hate to hear it, but you're going to be told it a number of times now. Well, you're going to need to be patient. You're going to need to be patient because a new manager needs to take over. A new manager needs to implement their style, and a new manager needs to bring their players in. A new manager needs to offload the players he doesn't want. So, you can disagree all you want. It's up to you whether you want to, sit there and be patient yet again. The way that I've felt in the last 16 days, I want to feel like this all the time, of seeing trophy parades and seeing magical nights from the likes of Bilbao. That's what I want. And
Chris,
I feel like,
Chris, if anything, I'm so sorry. If anything, this makes us less patient, because we want that feeling again as soon as possible.
There you
and
go.
We want a manager who can deliver that.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Stu,
sorry.
We've got so many people to talk to, and I know a lot of people are trying to get in the green room. Please do keep trying. We do have the maximum of 10 people in there at the moment, but we keep having people to keep trying to get in. So, Stu, thanks so much. We promise to get you back on a longer show shortly.
No problem at all. Cheers, boys. Come on, you Spurs.
Cheers. See you, Stu.
Right, we're now going to go to Gary. I think Gary was the first one in the green room, actually. Gary, good evening. How are you?
Yeah, fine, Chris.
Gary, how are you feeling right now?
Sorry, Chris, go on.
How are you feeling right now?
Well, a bit sad, it's on the human level, it's not good when things like that happen, especially after sort of winning. It's a bit hard on Ange. There was the league been spoken about loads of times. No, I think it's sad, really. I'm not as sad as when Pochettino went, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the decision was made way before the Europa League. I think the silence has been deadening. I think they were just looking for another manager. I don't think they had any intentions of keeping him, to be quite honest. I think, they were just Levy's been on holiday, he's come back. I think even when there was a holiday, I think the agents were talking, and I think they know exactly who's going to take over. I don't, you don't. Thomas Frank's been mentioned, but might be someone else. But I think their mind was made up, regardless of the win. And I think, I think it was that league position that really worried them a little bit. I think with the injuries, if we've finished mid-table, I think it wouldn't have been so much pressure. They would have said, "Well, we're not really up to winning much on getting higher in the league." But I think it was because it was so low. I think it worried them, and also think that if Ange did stay, how long would they have given him if it did go a little bit pear-shaped at the beginning of the season? Because they haven't got Ryan Mason now to take over. So I think they probably thought, make the clean sweep now. That's what I think the board are thinking. I don't necessarily agree with it, because I think they should have given him a bit more time. We've had the big-name managers. That didn't work. We've had managers that have gone on to do bad at Tottenham but good, like Nuno. We couldn't wait to get rid of him, but he done well at Nottingham Forest. So I think it's the players as much as the manager, if not more. And I think the writing was on the wall, because we didn't hear anything. What do you think if he didn't win? Do you think the fans would have been glad to get rid of him?
Yeah.
So
Probably.
I think that.
But we did win, Gary.
Would you?
We did win.
No, but I'm just asking as devil's advocate. What would you have thought if we hadn't won? Would you have liked to kept him still? And that's a really difficult question, but
it is a difficult question. But then when you're rubbing shoulders with the likes of Bill Nicholson and Keith Birkinshaw, you won the game. I don't really like that question, actually, about what if he didn't win, because we did. And the last 16 days have been absolutely magical. It's been wonderful. And, I know I get a lot of people saying, "Oh, Ange Postecoglou, 22 defeats, blah, 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 blah." I just feel like if he was given the chance to have a much better squad, much better depth in that squad, because let's face it, he prioritised the Europa League over the Premier League because he knew that we weren't going to compete on all fronts. The club want us to compete on all fronts. Now, if you're going to be a club competing on all fronts, there's not many teams in the Premier League who can do that. And the only ones that can are the ones spending big money, or having, really, really good transfer windows in terms of top recruitment. So I don't know. I just feel like he done the maximum that he could.
I'm not saying they should have sacked him. I'm not saying that. I'm just, the question was just more putting out there, because I remember you had a poll with the fans, and I think it was quite a lot of percentage of them wanted Ange to stay.
Yeah.
But before, they were sort of a bit. I think I said before. I think I don't even know who's making decisions at the club. Is it Levy? I mean, he's only 17% owner of the club. Is it Lewis? The Lewis family. Do they have a big input on the running the club? I know he doesn't go to the matches, but is it Scott Munn? Is it Pratici coming in? I don't know who makes these decisions. They say it's a unanimous board decision, but have you got any take on that? Do you think it's all Levy, or do you think it's everyone who make these sort of controversial decisions?
You would think, Craig, that it would definitely be everyone sitting around the the table in the boardroom having a vote.
I mean, whether Daniel Levy said this has got to be unanimous, a bit like a courtroom when the judge says it needs to be a unanimous decision. Did they say, right, unless we're all in on this, then Ange stays? Who knows? Who knows what decisions they make? They make some bloody weird decisions in that boardroom, and I don't know how this one's going to go. We've seen them make horrendous decisions in the past, and as I say, it's just a walking PR disaster. This club, it really is. Sometimes
the main reason I think if we kept Ange and it didn't go well, say 10, 15 games in, they would have pulled the trigger very quickly. If he kept this in his position on a knife edge, I think they'd have been a bit twitchy. And I think maybe he think, would they be able to get a replacement 10 games in? Maybe that I'm not saying it again, it's me. I'm just saying maybe their train of thought is they didn't think he was good enough. And I said, it's not me. It's obviously they didn't think he was good enough. And maybe they don't think that. They must have thought, well, we might as well give a new manager at the beginning of the season rather than let's see how it goes. That's the only thing I can think of that they've done something quite drastic, because they've put pressure on themselves. The new manager comes in, you know, the board ain't exactly that popular at the moment. You know, they're still booing Daniel Levy when we won the cup. You know, so that's only going to get a little bit trickier if it doesn't go well. You know, they're going to say you should have kept Ange, and it's going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit. Listen, I live in Bournemouth, and I was shocked when Gary O'Neill got the sack after getting Bournemouth promotion, and I couldn't believe how they could have done that.
Yeah,
but they got Areola in first 9 games. It was terrible. Now no one thinks about Gary O'Neill. You know, it's a horrible football and not a nice business. It's not a nice business, is it?
I get Gary completely that the board had a very, very tough decision to make. But I would have thought that the way that Daniel Levy has seen how everyone reacted to Postecoglou lifting and winning that trophy for Spurs, I would have thought that would have swayed him and the other board members to keep a manager on, because
and not losing the dressing room, and that could have been very easy to do with that league business. I'm not going to go with that because it's boring, but with that league business, the pressure must have been not very nice, and tempers must have been fraying. Players arguing amongst themselves. They tended. Well, I know he didn't lose the dressing room, which was quite surprising, really.
Yeah,
because of the pressure. And I think it was only because of that Europa League was still hovering around that kept the club going. And I would have thought it was a counterweight for the league position, but obviously it wasn't. You know, I thought that was. But as I said, Mourinho, Conte, we've had the big names. That hasn't worked. You know, I think, are we going to spend big on players? We could, because of the financial, you know, we are earning decent money, so we could spend. And one comment, just off the track, what you mentioned, how much ENIC has spent over the 10-year period. I think you mentioned it was about 140 million, which isn't that a great amount of money in the time they don't actually like putting their own money in. They borrow the money from the banks, but they don't like putting their hands in there. And I don't blame Levy. He owns 70% of the club. Joe Lewis is the one with the big money, or the Joe Lewis Family Trust. He's the billionaire. You know, Daniel Levy's not short of a few quid, but most of his wealth, I should imagine, is paper money and shares. I think people sort of leave Lewis alone a little bit, don't they? I think he's the one to bring if ENIC are going to still, you know, be in control, I think he needs, or his family need to pump in some major money. And
it'd be interesting, Gary. It'd be interesting.
And I think, I said, Levy does get the pelters because he's there every game. But I think Lewis does get an easy ride, and he's getting a lot more of the benefits than Levy is. But let's hope. Listen, we've got to move forward. You know, I know this show's going to be a bit emotional, and you know, it's fans to get it off their chest and make them feel better. You know, I can see the delight in your face previous to this from the Europa League. You know, you've been so enthusiastic about it. Like,
what have I been saying, Gary? What have I been saying? No one's going to wipe my smile off my face this summer.
Chris, I was in shock when we won. Not that we couldn't be Man United, just the whole situation that we were in the Champions League and we won it. That was the shock. It wasn't because Man United, I think it was a 50-50 game. We both didn't have a great season, and it wasn't Man United of old. But I was in shock, and I honestly couldn't actually believe it. But listen, we've got hope whoever they pick, we've got to be behind them and hope it works out, and wish Ange all the best. And I'm sure, obviously he'll get a couple of years pay, and I'm sure he'll find another club, maybe Saudi, maybe Scotland again. I'm sure he won't be out of work for very long, and it's probably going to hurt him. But at least he's, as you said, at least he's gone out on a high. A lot of managers go out and get the sack on a low, and their confidence is shot to pieces. At least his confidence won't be shot to pieces about getting the sack. He'll just probably think. I'll tell you one quick story. When I was in Bournemouth watching a match, I saw Harry Redknapp a couple of years ago. And I said, Harry, you were almost England manager. You've done overachieved for us. You got in the Champions League. Why did you get the sack? He goes, that's Daniel Levy for you. And that was what he said to me. And I couldn't believe it, how they sacked him. And that's going back a while.
Yeah.
We've got a bit of history of sacking managers, right? But let's hope that, Ange's not feeling too bad. Hopefully he sees shows like this. He can see the fans are behind him. He'll move on. We'll move on. And, but I was getting a little bit tired of this Ange business. It was dragging on, and I think it was all done and dusted way before that final. I think the only reason they've waited is because they know who's coming in. Whoever it is agreed to come. Would you agree on that one?
Say that again, Gary.
I think whoever is going to be the new manager has already agreed to taking it.
Yeah, there have been a number of reports stating by very reliable journalists, I might add, that Spurs have been talking to Thomas Frank in the last 7 days whilst Ange Postecoglou has been on holiday. So it looks highly likely that he's going to be Thomas Frank as our next boss.
I think that's why it went quiet. I think if he was going to be kept, he would have come out straight away and quelled all the nonsense. He would have said, no, we're keeping him, blah, blah, blah. Enjoy your holiday, Ange, blah. He must have had a horrible holiday.
Yeah. Can I just say, if Ange Postecoglou is actually watching at the moment, please do send me an email, Ange, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. We'd love to have you on. So
I'm sure he's seen your messages and on Sky and all that business anyway. Because you're everywhere.
If you don't get Gary. If you don't ask, you don't get.
Football, Sky, anywhere else. Every time I see you popping up. But I would like to say, you and Craig, thanks for doing a great show. The season, you were all positive all the way through, even when the matches didn't go our way. There was no nastiness on the guests, which is nice. No poison. I know you get the messages, the poisonous messages and all that, but that's part of the game, isn't it? What you're in. You kept it all nice. And let's just hope we have a nice holiday. I know every 5 minutes Tottenham are going to be associated with each one and that one, and I'm sure you get fed up with it as much as I do. Because the trouble is, people believe that we are interested, and we might have not even been interested in. I think these hacks the only hacks that I actually listen to is David Ornstein and Fabio Romano. I think they're the major ones that get the stuff right. I think a lot of them just make it up. But there we go.
Gary, thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye-bye. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right, we're now going to go to Paul. Paul, good evening. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. How are you doing? All right.
Yes. How are you feeling right now, Paul?
Mixed emotions, really. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. It's nothing surprises us with this club anymore, does it? Yeah, I'm kind of very much on the fence of it, to be honest. I kind of took the attitude of the last the last week or so, or the last few weeks, really, where it's been very much: is he going to stay? Is he going to go? What are we going to do as a club? My attitude really is whatever you wanted as a fan of the morning of the final is what you should have wanted after it, regardless of the result. You know what I mean? And that night has given us probably one of the biggest, it's certainly in my Tottenham supporting lifetime, the best night of my Tottenham life. It was absolutely amazing, and we want more of that, But I was very much the last few weeks leading up to the final. In my opinion, he was kind of hanging on by that cup final, that cup run. If we'd got knocked out in the quarterfinals or the semi-finals, he would have gone. I'm sure of it. Do you know what I mean? I think he wouldn't have even seen the season out. So that's kind of where I am with it, really. I'm disappointed for him. Do you know what I mean? He's one of our most successful managers. I mean, I'm 44, supported Tottenham since 1988. He's one of the most successful managers in that time, and I feel sorry for him. He's one of the few managers that whenever he's done a press conference, I've kind of related to him a bit, and he's kind of stuck up for us as a club, as a fan base. He's kind of fought our corner. Which is nice. He doesn't talk in riddles. He says it how it is, which was that his downfall, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. I started to get a little bit worried for him at the end of the season when he said that we need experience in the side. And as we all know, we've been around Tottenham long enough, and that experience costs money. And unfortunately, that's not what we've got, not what we're going to do in abundance. We're not going to go out and spend big money on big players. We've done it previously with Ndombele, Richarlison, people like that, and we've been burnt. We don't spend money well. I think people we've got a very good under 21s, under 18s. There's a really good, from what I hear. Do you know what I mean? I'm just for people in the know who watch these young lads all the time. The pathway doesn't really seem to be there, albeit he was forced to play a lot of youngsters in Europe. And I think Levy is one of the chairmen that will be looking at. Historically, if you kind of look at Madueke, who's at Chelsea now, someone that we pretty much slipped through our fingers, let him go to Germany. How much of a fight we put up to keep him, I don't know, but what's he worth now? 50, 60 million quid. He's an international footballer. Something like that, I think, is going to really hurt Levy, where he's thinking that money should be in our account rather than someone else's. And a lot of these youngsters, is he going to see Postecoglou as being the manager that's going to bring these boys through? I think that's where he's going with it. I think when the manager starts coming out and saying, look, this is going to be the start of it, we need to start investing. Do you mean Pochettino came out and said it needs a major rebuild? He didn't last long after that, did he? It's and ultimately with Levy, it's whenever the pressure's on him, he pulls the trigger, doesn't he? And it's I know a lot of the fans and you guys especially, I know have said already this evening that we don't want to keep going on about our league form. But I think when you lose 22 out of 38, the writing's on the wall, really, because that's your bread and butter. The fans that put the money into the football club are your season ticket holders, and we've got 40,000 plus, and the league is the bread and butter. They're the ones that most of those guys and girls are going to watch the games every single week. They're watching league football, and it's disappointing, isn't it? I don't know what you think. I don't know. It's I think the timing's good. I wouldn't have wanted this to happen in 4 weeks' time. I think a couple of weeks after the season's finished, they go on holiday, then get the ducks in order, can't we, and sort it all out now. But I think ultimately he's going to go for Thomas Frank, and probably a manager and that has got a history with coaching youngsters, has got a favour for younger players, and maybe that's where Levy sees it.
Paul, do you think the club was spooked by just how close we were? It was, that last game, the final, excuse me, was really all or nothing, quite literally. Do you think? Obviously, the club are happy we got over the line, got Champions League football, but do you think that might have been the straw that broke the camel's back, that was just so close to disaster? But then again, look at Manchester United. They finished a place above us or whatever it was, and they're signing big-name players already. So
yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I go back to my point earlier. I think that however you felt on that Wednesday morning or the Tuesday night about Postecoglou, whether he stays or goes, should have been how you felt after the game, regardless of the result. That was a very poor game. It was like kind of two heavyweight boxers having a pillow fight, wasn't it? There was no, that could have gone anywhere. Do you know what I mean? If Van der Ven slices his clearance, it's a completely different game. Second half.
Does it matter though, Paul? We won the final. We're playing Champions League.
Yeah, we did. No. I can see the grin in your face, Chris. And that's been like all of us for the last couple of weeks, isn't it? It's been absolutely amazing. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, I'm not diminishing any achievement from winning a major European trophy, because that's absolutely, it's fantastic. It really is. But ultimately, you've got to look at the bigger picture. And I get the injuries. I don't want to keep going on about it. I know that you guys have defended it. We've had the injuries, but even with the sides we've put out, we've very, very much underperformed. In Europe, away from home, he's changed tact a little bit. He's kept his fullbacks tucked in. He's not pushed them so gung ho going forward. And he has changed it up a little bit when it's been backs against the wall. Albeit we had a good performance away to Frankfurt and things like that. So on a one-off game, we have dug out these results, but your bread and butter is the league football, and that ultimately is where managers are judged. And that's where he's come up short. Overall, do you know what I mean? It's not just been this season though. It was the back end of last season. We kind of limped into 5th place. 4th was very much there for our taking last year, and we missed out. You know, we should have got top 4 last year, and to have that such a big drop off from just missing out on 4th last year to finishing 17th. Yeah. As a manager, you're going to find it hard to defend a trophy. You know what I mean? I'm not taking anything away from the trophy because, like, you know, I cannot speak highly enough of winning a European trophy. It's been amazing, but it's that bread and butter. It's the league football. It's the overall. For me, anyway, that's my opinion. I think he's. I don't know. It's very football's very emotional, isn't it? It's very difficult.
Yeah.
To not let your heart rule your head. And that's why I keep saying you go back to how you felt before the final is how you should have really felt after it.
I always say, Paul, I think that people ought to look at the bigger picture, and that is probably why I've defended Ange Postecoglou, because I often look at the bigger picture, not just, you know, what a lot of people do is say 22 league defeats, he's got to go. When you look at the bigger picture, I think people are a little bit more sympathetic. Like you've just said, at the end of Ange's first season, there was a drop off. And then going into that transfer window, you would have thought that we'd have brought in a lot of experienced players. And I go back to it again. I've said this on the channel a couple of times. I remember when a few people were calling me out saying, Chris, you've been too negative about our transfer window. And I said, look, we need experience. I felt like, how on earth can anyone, especially working in football, how can you not see that we needed more experience in that squad? Even Ange in recent weeks has turned around and said that, you know, we went down the route of, you know, getting the youngsters in to develop them. And then this window was all about the experience. So did Ange fully get backed, in your opinion, Paul, you know, for this coming season? And given what squad he had to deliver European success and playing now Champions League football next season, you know, if you look at the bigger picture, he's done a decent job.
Yeah, the thing is, Chris, it's a difficult one, isn't it? The thing is, we always go by what we read in the media. Now, a lot of it, some of it is right, a lot of it is rubbish. All right, a lot of the reports, we're not privy to the information of who is on our hit list and which players we're after. We don't know. You mean it might come out over time when maybe Ange would come out and say, "I wanted X, Y, and Z," and got delivered. Do you mean the younger? We don't know what our transfer targets were last summer and whether we missed out on players or whether people like Lucas Bergvall and Archie Gray and people like this who've turned out to have, you know, be good signings ultimately. But were they? How high up our list were they? You mean did Ange want experience last season and Levy turned around and said, "Look, this is the budget. This is what you've got to work with." It's very much. It seems to be very much an ongoing issue, doesn't it, with Tottenham, where, do you mean we go back to Pochettino where he said we needed a complete rebuild and it was going to be painful. Well, it's almost like that rebuild was still waiting to happen, where we went a few transfer windows without signing players. Conte quite clearly wanted established players. It didn't happen. Mourinho's a winner. Everywhere he's gone, he's won stuff, but he doesn't have a track record of bringing through younger players. Unfortunately, experienced players cost a lot of money, not just transfer fees, but wages as well. We don't pay 200, 300, 400 grand a week. It's not going to happen. So the next thing we need to do is bring in your Archie Grays and people like that, where there is a sale return. You mean if we spend 40 million quid on Archie Gray, albeit maybe there was part of the deal with Joe Rodon as part, you know, to offset a bit of that, in 3 or 4 years' time, he may well be worth 70 or 80 million quid. Daniel Levy can take a punt on that. It's a calculated risk. We don't go out and buy 28, 29-year-old players for 60, 70 million quid because in 3 years' time, there's no return. And that is our transfer strategy. I don't agree with it. I think we need to spend, if you want to compete and you want that success now, you've got to spend money. And we don't do that as a football. Our outgoings aren't too bad if you look at it, but it sounds like I'm kind of being hypocritical, or contradicting myself. But the money we spend, we don't spend it wisely. You look at our top 5 or 6 transfers in the Premier League era. It's a graveyard for awful footballers, really.
Yeah.
A lot of our better players have been around the kind of £10 million. I mean, like you look at like your Bales and Luka Modric's and people like that. They're the ones that have had big impacts for our football club. But we just don't spend money well. And certainly like the bigger players, the better players, it's not just the transfer fees, it's more the wages, isn't it? Yeah. Which is another thing. But
and for that reason, Paul, I'm not a fan who always keeps saying, you know, you've got to go out and spend big money because it doesn't work. it doesn't work like that. It is all about the recruitment because look at players like Mickey van der Ven, a great buy. Only a handful of games for Wolfsburg. Lucas Bergvall, etc. Players for the future, but really decent players to come into the squad as well. But having the experienced players, I just thought was an absolute must. It still is a must. And whoever comes in now, I feel like have got a huge job on their hands to, bring in a number of decent players to, really compete for Champions League and pull us up that Premier League table as well. Paul, lastly, who would you like to see come in? And also, is Thomas Frank an upgrade if it was to be him?
It's one of them, isn't it? I think time will tell. I do like Thomas Frank. You mean in his interviews, I think he speaks very well. You see some of the footage in the changing rooms. He seems to have the respect of the players, and he's another one that they seem to love. He's got a history with younger players, which is always good. It's one of them, isn't it? I think he would be a good appointment. Absolutely. I think from Levy's side, if he brought someone back like Pochettino, maybe that would get the fans on side again. But like I said earlier, I said once fans start booing Daniel Levy and start putting pressure on him, he always deflects it and pulls the trigger, doesn't he? And makes a change and almost panics. But I think he knew about this. I think he knew he was going to get rid of Postecoglou. Do you know what I mean? Maybe as early back as February, March. Once that league form, you could see we weren't going to finish above 13th or 14th. It was the cup run that was keeping him going, and ultimately we won it. But I wouldn't say, it's hard to say. I wouldn't say Thomas Frank is a direct upgrade, but maybe the end of next season will say otherwise. But I think the jury's out on that one at the minute.
BBC Sport have just stated that Mauricio Pochettino is among the candidates to be considered to replace Ange Postecoglou, alongside Thomas Frank, Andoni Iraola, Marco Silva, all the same names that we've been hearing over the last couple of weeks, and Crystal Palace boss Oliver Glasner. I've said this before, I'm a big fan of Oliver Glasner. I thought he'd done a great job at Frankfurt, and of course what he's done at Crystal Palace.
Very good.
First trophy. Paul, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
That's right, great show. Keep up the work. Good work, guys.
Thanks so much. Cheers, Paul.
Cheers.
Right, we're now going to go to Steve. Steve, evening, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm not in mourning. I've got to be honest, guys. And I know that might make me a bit bad-spirited or a bit nasty, but I kind of felt that this season's been the season where I've been shouting and screaming at the telly, watching our performances and watching us make consistently the same errors in games and letting in goals in the same way throughout games. Sorry, my son's just joining. And it's been driving me, I know, kind of insane a bit. And I kind of felt that there's two unknowns, I guess. The first unknown is what is happening that we don't see behind the scenes. So I think the first thing is has he shown enough behind the scenes to make Daniel Levy think actually he's going to build something incredible at this club? Now, you look at Ange's record as a manager, I don't think he's ever stayed anywhere for more than 3 seasons. So for me, he was always going to be a relatively short-term appointment. The second thing, I guess, is this mysterious conversation that may or may not have taken place, which was along the lines of, I'll win you the Europa League and we'll sacrifice the league. I don't think for 1 minute that conversation took place with Daniel Levy. I think Daniel Levy wouldn't accept that. And I think that what Daniel Levy is terrified of, and I remember when one day Ramos got sacked, Daniel Levy is terrified of relegation more than anything else. And I think Daniel Levy would have looked at next season and gone, for 2 years now, Ange hasn't been able to juggle a successful cup with a successful league. In the first season, I think we played 41 games. And at the end of that season, we were running on empty. They had a load of injuries still. And we didn't have any cup runs, any domestic cup runs at all. Last season, obviously, we played loads of games. But by January, we were kind of spent. It was obvious that we couldn't compete. We couldn't play 2 games in a week. And we can argue as fans, we can go, well, it was worth finishing 17th. But if you're a season ticket holder, if you're Daniel Levy, if you're connected in some way, invest on a week-by-week basis, I don't think you can be happy with 17th. And at the start of the season, if you'd have said to me, what's more likely? We'll win the Europa League or we'll finish 17th. I'd have said it's more likely that we might win the Europa League. Never in a million years did I think we would finish 17th. And I think ultimately that's what's cost him. And also he kind of throughout the season, he said things which I think he's quite an honest person, but maybe he shouldn't have said those things. I think at the start of the season, he said that the squad was much better equipped to play in multiple competitions, that he was much happier with this current squad than he was with from the previous season. When he let a lot of experienced players go. He then said around October, when we were struggling a little bit in the league, about 8th or 9th or 10th, he said, see where I am in January. If we're still in this position, there's a question to be asked about me as a manager. When all the injuries started to pile up, he then said, actually, this is all about injuries. Once we have a fully fit squad, we'll be able to juggle the squad much better and our league position will massively improve. Then it became, actually, we're not going to improve the league performance. It is what it is, and we're still going to win Europe. Okay. And I think your previous caller, for me, got it pretty spot on. Okay. My opinion, to be honest, it didn't change the fact that we won that competition, I'm afraid. And I feel very mean about saying that because I celebrated with my son here, who's never seen us win anything before. And it was lovely, it was great, and it was emotional. And I think he left a lovely speech about today about leaving the club. Mm-hmm. But my feeling is that Daniel Levy will look at next season and he'll be going, what makes me think, what is the best position that Spurs will finish in the league under Ange Postecoglou? And it's probably going to be, and to compete in one cup competition. And the other thing as well, Chris and Craig, it's not to diminish winning the Europa League because it was a great achievement. But the previous two managers who won domestic cup competitions with George Graham and Juande Ramos, sometimes I feel you can win a cup competition. Okay. It doesn't suggest to me that that actually you can guarantee long-term success. And I would disagree with you what you said, Chris, that to me, he's nowhere near as successful as Maurizio Pochettino as a manager.
How many trophies did he win?
Yeah, but Chris, right? Maurizio finished 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 4th.
How many trophies did he win? What do you remember? I tell you what, I remember more about 16 days ago than I do finishing 4th.
Well, I remember Ajax.
So do I. And we lost the final.
Yeah, we lost.
We didn't get over the line. We lost.
Okay, I know that, but I think we disagree. For me that I feel
how can you disagree that Maurizio Pochettino wasn't as successful as Postecoglou because
it's much more consistent, Chris.
Because it's trophies.
You have to judge managers. When Keith Birkinshaw, when won the UEFA Cup with Keith Birkinshaw against Anderlecht, we had chronic injuries that year. I think in the final, Hoddle didn't play, Perma didn't play, was suspended, Clements didn't play, he was injured. Ideas was only a sub. That is it. We had a lot of injuries that year. We still finished 8th.
Yeah.
Right. There's no excuse to finish 17th.
What's that got to do with Pochettino?
What I'm saying, what's it to do with Pochettino is that when Poch was manager, the team had a level of consistency which was unbelievable.
Correct. And he had a much better squad.
But he also, when he first took over, let's not too much about Poch, but Poch took over. The club wasn't great. He had Tim Sherwood as manager. It was a rebuild that went on. Kane wasn't playing on a regular basis.
But how can you sit there and say Pochettino is more successful at Tottenham than Postecoglou when he delivered 0 trophies and Postecoglou's delivered 1?
I'm saying it purely because of the league position, Chris.
Okay.
Purely. And because, we didn't get over the line. We came very, very close, but we performed. To finish 5th, 4th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 4th over a 5-year period was astonishing. And I was genuinely grieving when he got the sack.
Same.
I do get what you're saying, Steve, but managers, I mean, anybody in anybody's career is judged on winning. So one day Ramos was a more successful manager than Maurizio Pochettino. George Graham was a more successful manager. Terry Venables was more successful manager than Pochettino. I love Poch. I do. I love Poch as much as the next man, and the next man's next to me that way. But you have to say Pochettino, Postecoglou, was more successful than Pochettino.
Well, I would disagree.
Steve, I get league positions, and league positions are very important to the football club, i.e. Champions League. But we fast-tracked our way to the Champions League this time because Ange knew, and I think all of us knew, that this squad this season wasn't good enough to finish fourth. So he has fast-tracked us to win the Europa League to get to the Champions League. And I think it was a great thing to do. Who remembers top four finishes? Who has bus parades for top four finishes? How many bus parades did we have under Mauricio Pochettino?
Yeah, I'd agree to a degree what you're saying, but I still feel that the league position is a much greater barometer of where you are as a football club and where you can kick on to. And it shows to me there's a level of consistency, there's a level of excellence that can be repeated on a weekly basis. Okay, managers can win cups, right? Yeah. One day Ramos wouldn't be in our top 10 managers. Come on, Chris, he wouldn't be, right? If you had said to me, we can get one day Ramos back tomorrow, would you want one day Ramos back?
No. But what we're saying is, what moments in the football club's history do you remember? We do not remember finishing top four and get all excited and giddy about finishing top four and have trophy parades. We get excited, and these are memorable nights and moments. You know, in Bilbao, that is a memorable moment. And of course, you know, going down the high road of having that bus parade, everyone remembers that. No one's going to be remembering us finishing fourth to get a Champions League spot.
I guess the question is, ultimately, it's about stuff that we don't quite see, which is behind the club, behind the scenes, okay? And I think what Daniel Levy would be thinking, I don't know what Daniel Levy thinks, who knows, but I suspect what's in his mind is going, right, next season, what is the very best that we can achieve with Ange in charge, okay? We're not going, let's be honest, guys, we're not going to win the Champions League next season, no matter who is our manager, okay? Right? So the very best, I suspect, that we can aim for next season is probably going to be 8th, 9th, okay? When we played the top 5 last season, it seems if we were qualified in the Champions League, we played 10 games, we won 1 and lost 9. We are miles off it. We are miles off competing. You watch the Europe, watch that Champions League final with PSG, right? They are light years ahead of us. I mean, Ipswich beat us last season. Leicester beat us last season. You know, we are miles off it.
So, Steve, out of the names that BBC Sport have just stated, Pochettino, Thomas Frank, Iriola, and Marco Silva, who would you like? Who would you like to see in the dugout against PSG in Italy on the 13th of August?
Yeah, I think like Thomas Frank has probably earned the right to manage a club of our size. I do agree, though, he will have to start quick, and I do agree with the previous caller that he'll kind of like, there'll be a pressure on him to start quickly and to calm things down a little bit. Okay. Obviously, I'm a big Maurizio fan. If he came back, I would welcome that. But Thomas Frank, I think, would be a decent appointment. I really do. I think where I'd agree with what you guys have said earlier is the fact that the chairman has made some outrageous managerial decisions over the years. Okay. But I put hand on the heart, right? I don't think this is one of them.
No worries. That's Steve. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and that's why we have these fan shows going on, because we always like to hear difference of opinions. So thanks so much for coming on.
And thanks for the show, guys, and all your support for Tottenham. We love the club. Yeah,
we do.
We'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Cheers, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Bye.
Right, we're now going to go to Paul. Paul, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Chris. Obviously, it's a tragedy what's happened today, but I have to say I'm in a minority, so it seems that I think it was the right decision. Because, okay, yes, the euphoria of finally winning a trophy is so overpowering that we don't see the bigger picture, and we talk about the bigger picture. Where would we be in 6 months' time under Ange? Personally, I think we'd be mid-table. Well, we'll never know. No, you're right. But I don't think we will. I think we'll be in a similar position because his tactically, he was forced into the final into playing a defensive back foot game because we didn't have Maddison and Kulusevski. And that helped us win. The fact that that final was such a poor game, and the competition, if we look at it, the opposition was very weak. It was a very weak competition. Great that we won it. Love the fact that we won it. I was very emotional on that night, but I just think Ange isn't the right guy to take us forward. So I think it's the right decision. We need to go forward from here. And whoever it is, I wish him all the best. But I'm not too disappointed.
Paul, just before I ask a question, Richarlison's come out and said, Mr. Massive thanks for helping me out and believing in me during one of the trickiest periods in my career and my life. Everyone who loves the Spurs will remember that Big Ange always bags trophies in his second season. We've made history. Cheers and good luck on your journey. I'll always be rooting for you. Some really nice messages coming out from the players. Paul,
the players loved him.
And that speaks volumes, surely.
It does.
Actually, let's come back to that. So you're saying you're not gutted that he's gone and you think it was the right decision. Do you not think that it's more important that the actual players that he's coaching, the players have got to be on side with the manager, and now we're going to have to go for a whole new rebuild, players getting to know the coach and the coaching staff and everything else? Do you not? How do you think the dressing room's going to feel?
It's going to be bad. I get that. However, we took a punt. We gambled on Postecoglou when we appointed him 2 years ago. It hasn't worked out, has it? Let's be honest. Okay, we won a trophy, fantastic, but we're not. The likelihood of winning another one is quite remote.
I'd say it's worked out, Paul. To be honest with what you just said there, we won a trophy.
We won a trophy, but that's not the be all and end all. Under Poch,
Paul, I'm staggered. I'm staggered though. In this last, week or so, it's like everyone's just forgotten about this trophy. The trophy is still there. We did win it.
Yeah.
It's like we haven't dreamt it. Where's the excitement gone? Where's the the happiness of us winning the trophy? Like this last week, it's like everyone's forgotten about it.
Can't say I'm optimistic going forward that Ange is going to win us another one. Honestly, I can't see it because we are so poor tactically. We don't lose 22 league games by being tactically sound. We were rubbish, let's be honest. And we weren't great. If you go on YouTube and look at our cup run to the final, it wasn't great. Overall, we wasn't great. I'm not saying we were lucky to win it. We deserved to win it because the opposition we faced and the competition was so poor. If it wasn't so poor, if we'd have played someone decent, we wouldn't have won it. Let's be honest. We've got to look at that. I'm delighted we won it. Of course I am. I'm a Spurs fan. I want us to win everything. But we were lucky to win that. And going forward, if you look at the back end of last season, teams had sussed us out and Ange didn't have an answer for that. The Arsenal game is, a good one to look at. They kept us out wide because they knew we wasn't going to do anything with our crossing. Our crossing was poor. They stopped us going down the middle. That's where we were dangerous. Ange didn't have an answer for that. But Pochettino would have.
I didn't think this stream would be people banging on about Pochettino. So would you like to see him come back then, Paul?
Oh, he would be my first choice. I love the guy. Best manager in my lifetime. I'm 61. I remember Birkinshaw, even a little bit of Bill Nick, Venables when we won the cup with Venables. Best manager in my lifetime, without a doubt, is Pochettino. He did it with, he was lucky that Kane come along. He was lucky that Dele Alli was playing the best form of his life. But Pochettino, he could change a game mid-game. If things weren't working, he could change it because he was tactically better than any manager we've had since. I know, and we've had Mourinho and we've had Conte that have won so much but failed to do so with Tottenham. Pochettino, tactically, was such a great manager. That's just my opinion. And I've been watching the game for since 1972. So, you know, I may think I know a little bit about it.
Do you think, how would you feel about if it's Thomas Frank is looking that way at the moment from everything we know?
He is very much looking that way, according to all the press. I don't know. I honestly don't know. He's obviously done a good job where he is. Would he do it at Spurs? I don't know. I mean, will the board back him and give him the players he wants? That's another big question. I don't know. But I think he's a better option than Postecoglou, and that's going to upset a few people. But I honestly think he's a better option than Postecoglou.
Paul, thanks so much for joining us this evening, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for having me on.
Cheers, Paul. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Paul.
Bye.
Do you know what, Craig? I'm absolutely staggered by how many people disagreed with me when I turned around and said that Postecoglou has been a more successful manager than Pochettino at our football club, being that he's won one trophy, and Pochettino. And you know I'm a big fan of Pochettino. You know, the type of football that we played, superb, great league finishes, as was mentioned. But in terms of trophies, you know, 1-0 to Postecoglou.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what you judged on. You know, your players aren't going to look back on their career and you know, saying Harry Kane hadn't won a trophy ever again. You're not going to look back and say, "Oh, my trophies are finishing second and third and nearly winning the league against Leicester." It doesn't count. Doesn't count. Don't mean anything. Who came full 3 years ago? Couldn't tell me. You know.
Yeah. Well, if only we did have a trophy parade every time we finished in the top four, I'd be buzzing.
No, that's right. Yeah. yeah.
And that is me being sarcastic, by the way. You know, just for some that don't understand.
I think you'd get thrown out of that flower pot, though. We can't stand in that front garden again.
I'd have to rent it. Right, we're now going to go to Dustin in Singapore. Dustin, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
No, Dustin.
I'm gutted. It's one of those things where I can understand everyone's point of view about where we finished in the league. We all know how badly we did in the league. And I know that we've everyone's mentioned injuries and everyone's glossed over how, but you should, no injury justifies getting 17th in the league. But I think it's not just any kind of injury. We had at one point in November, we had 8 injuries, 8 first-team players out. 8 first-team players is unheard of for any other club. Newcastle last year had an inkling of it. It's nowhere near that depth. We had the number of first-team players we had out for basically a 3-month period from November until January is one part. The other part of it is that we had multiple players in the same position out at the same time. So it's not even like I've got, my second string left winger in. At the start of the season, we had Son, Odebear, and Richarlison out. So we had basically no left wing. And then when we had our centre-backs out, we had Romero, Van der Ven, Dragusin, and Davies out. We were playing at one game Spence and Gray at centre-back. So we had first choice goalkeeper out. We had Foster out. At one point, we played Brandon Austin. In the end of the season, when we got to the final, we had 3 attacking midfielders out. We had Madders, Bergvall, and Kulu out at the same time. Any of these happened to one team, you're like, that's desperately unlucky. This has all happened in one season. So you can say that there's no excuse for the injuries having that. But even after we have the team back and the results are still bad, they've just been injured and they've just come back. So it's not like they're going to hit the ground running. So that amount of disruption is pretty much unprecedented. Now, I don't want to say injuries. You could say that his style has actually caused injuries because we did the most running on and off the ball in the league. And that's probably part of the issue. But we also had fired our entire medical team. So it's also a combination of possibly playing style, possibly medical team, and the fact that we only signed teenagers and Solanke was the only senior signing we had. So at the end of the day, we've got the 7th highest wage bill in the league. Wage bill correlates the best to your league position. Anytime we do better than 7th, we're overperforming. So I understand why everyone harks back to the Poch years, because that's when we consistently overperformed the fact that at that point we were maybe 5th or 6th wage bill in the league. but we were constantly second, constantly third, and we were always in the Champions League. And I understand why everyone romanticizes that, because that was when, to the eye test, we were dominant. Even the teams that won the league knew that we were a force and we were genuinely feared by rival fans. But going back to what Chris said, didn't win the trophy. And we've been beaten over the head over and over again by the fact we never won a trophy. This has gotten the monkey off our back. Now, I understand that the league position is inexcusable, but at the same time, what changes the psychology of the club? The reason last season, Postecoglou talked about how, there were things I didn't realize about the Arsenal game. As a professional manager, he can't imagine wanting to lose a game. As fans, I can understand it and I sympathize with that. But it was also people within the club that wanted us to lose the game to Arsenal. And as a professional outfit, that was the thing that he found unacceptable. Actually winning a trophy changes the psychology of the club to become a winning club, not being in a position where we'd rather Arsenal lose so that we feel better about ourselves. But that's a ridiculous position to be in, and we should never seek to be in a position like that again, where our rival losing makes us happier than the club doing better. And getting the monkey off our back, winning a trophy, puts us in a position where we can start aspiring to more things. The other part is that we have signings like Bergwijn, who turned down Barcelona, turned down other clubs to come join us. So these are the other aspects. The players are still playing for him as well. Those are the things that are intangibles that you can't replace. And it would be fine if you're telling me that we have a slam dunk of a coach that's coming, but Glasner, Iriola, they're good coaches. But if you told me that whoever we get now gets fifth in the first season and wins the trophy in next season, be like, that's great. But that's what we have exactly now, right? We have a coach that finished fifth in the first season, so proved to a certain extent that he can do it in the league, and then won a trophy in the second season. Any new manager that comes in now into this position, and you say first season finishes fifth, gets close to Champions League, second season wins a trophy, we'd be happy with that, but we're not happy with that now. So that doesn't really make sense to me, that the coach that has finally ended 17 years of hurt, 41 years of hurt in Europe, is not getting the chance to actually get the backing.
Dustin, in the club's statement, they basically said we haven't taken the easy option. The easy option would have been for them to stick with Postecoglou. So they reckon, or if we believe the statement, that this has been a tough decision for them, not one they've made lightly and not one that they've made quickly. Do you believe that, or do you think the writing was on the wall for weeks?
So I think that what's unspoken is that they are not prepared to make the signings required to actually back him up. Because right now, the squad has been completely worn thin when we have Europe and the Cups and the league. So the signings required to actually make us competitive in all competitions, which is what we want, is not something the club's prepared to do, because ultimately we're still the seventh in terms of wages. To truly compete, no matter what coach you have, the squad cannot be the seventh highest wage bill in the league. So I'm not even talking about signings, I'm just talking about wage levels. We don't want to break our wage structure. So who are you going to attract? Are you going to get Nico Williams? No, because Nico Williams is not going to break our wage structure. And the problem with breaking a wage structure is you can't just do it for one player and then wait for the other players to come to you. Because the fact that you haven't raised their wages to meet the new person that you brought up to the highest wage level will make them unhappy already, and their manager and their agents will be in their ear, getting them to leave to another club. So it is the painful rebuild that Poch talked about, which is you have to change the furniture, which isn't just you have to pay top dollar wages to get new players in, but you have to pay top dollar wages to get new players in, and at the same time pay the same wages to everyone else who's already in the club, otherwise they will leave. That's what the club is not prepared to do. So it doesn't really matter what manager you get in, as long as we're going to go and be cucks in our wage structure. If we don't take the wage structure seriously and start spending top 3 wages in the league, we're not going to be competitive. We've been at about 6th and we've overperformed. If we're not being in at least 3rd in wage level, we're not going to compete.
Yeah. It's difficult, Dustin, isn't it, to know what to know what to think really at the moment, and how the decision making. I can see the club can't. They weren't going to risk. I think that's the only thing it can be. They weren't going to risk league position. If it had been for 3 very poor teams in that Premier League division this year, we would have been in a relegation battle as well, and we probably wouldn't have won the trophy because you would
have to fight both battles.
Yeah, I just think they've made the wrong decision this time. I think they've made the wrong decision a lot of times. Let me be honest, but I mean, how do you feel if you had to sum it up, Dustin? How are you feeling at the moment? Do you feel let down with the club, or can you sympathise a bit?
I feel let down by the club, but I'm not surprised because the same thing happened with Poch, right? He had made us competitive in the league, and what did we reward him with? We rewarded him with 2 transfer windows of no signings, right? So when he eventually did underperform and we fired him, you're like, oh yes, your league form is inexcusable. And we had fans then that also said Poch should go based on league form. But he made us competitive for the league for 2 seasons, got us to the Champions League final on a shoestring budget, and was the only manager to go through 2 transfer windows without signings. So when we fire the manager after they've been asked to work miracles, I mean, I don't know what we expect. So I think that I understand people are upset with our league form and think the manager should go, but let's not ignore what is the root cause behind all of this, which is above the manager. When it comes down to it, club success, owners play a bigger part than the manager does. The manager lets you get higher or lower in the range, but the owner changes it most. When did Chelsea start winning? When Abramovich came in. When have they stopped winning? After Bowley came in. When did Manchester City start winning? When a new owner came in. Why is Newcastle now competitive? Because of the new owner. When did Leicester win the title? Because they had a new owner. So the owner and the structures they put in place have a bigger effect on how the club does. And the manager does have some effect too. Because sometimes you get a Pep, you get a Klopp, and they really maximize what the team can do. But ultimately, the owner and the structure and the signings, all of those things matter a lot more. So if the owner is not changing, or they're not doing anything different in terms of signings, in terms of structure, in terms of director of football, in terms of how they are handling our youth team, for example, and how we are still a mess when it comes to homegrown signings. If those things aren't in place, there's a limited range to how high the manager can raise us up. And there's a limit to how well we can do if the owner isn't changing the way things are done.
Dustin, who would you like to see as the next Spurs boss?
Of the ones we've been linked to, I don't see any that really are game changers. Like Zidane is available. He's not coming to us. Xavi is available. But if you don't give them signings, you can put Pep here. You can put whoever you think the best manager in the world is here. And if we're still at the 7th wage in the league, and we're not bringing in players, and we're not bringing signings, we're not bringing set-piece coaches, we're not bringing analysts, we don't have a proper director of football structure, I don't know how well the best coach in the world is able to change things, because there's a limit to what the manager can do if the structures in place aren't supporting that. So ideally, someone like Xavi, but I don't really know if there's anything that can actually change without all those other things in place.
Mel, Dustin, thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to talk to you on the podcast again very soon when we've got a new manager.
Yep.
Thanks so Dustin. Much. Cheers.
Cheers.
Right, we're now going to go to our good friend Darren Altman. Darren, how are you?
Let me move. Sorry, I've got a thing here. I'm gutted. I'm really, really upset by this. I just don't understand why he didn't give him at least until January. I mean, you know, I was fully supportive when we got him. I didn't know who he was, but I was fully supportive of when we got him. Then we went through a blip, and tactically, I really didn't know what he was doing. Then it all became apparent that he was focusing on the cup and realizing that he couldn't really do much in the league. So, as you said before, Chris, he was putting all his eggs in a European basket, and he did exactly what he said he would do. I mean, what more could the man have done? We were never going to get top 4 or 5. We were never going to get that, and he's won us a trophy. I mean, I nearly fell off my chair when I heard Paul say, "Oh, big deal, he's won us a trophy." I'm like, well, what more do you want? What more do you want? What's the point of supporting a football team if you can't get excited about winning a trophy? He's given us some of the best footballing years of our lives, footballing highlights. I mean, in tears at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium with my daughter Callie and running onto the pitch, and Levy's binned him. I'm furious. I'm furious. He's proven that he can be pragmatic. He's proven that he can play a different style of football and that he isn't just a one-trick pony. We've seen it with our eyes, and look where it got us. It got us a European trophy. And we were decimated with injuries. Let's not forget, after the Chelsea game, we haven't had a first team. He's been Mickey Mousing a team together for us. I'm furious. He didn't even allow the team to get back together, to have his whole first team squad back and injury free, and say, "Go on, have until get the Christmas period and see where we are after Christmas." I'm furious. I'm furious.
How do you feel about the thought of having Thomas Frank in, Darren?
It doesn't excite me whatsoever, Craig. Doesn't excite me. Thomas Frank, Adiola, Silva. I mean, they've all had good seasons, and they've done it on shoestring budgets. Good luck to them, you know, good managers. It doesn't excite me.
Is this why they're targeting that type of manager like Thomas Frank? Because he seems to do very well in the transfer market, Darren, and not spending the levels of money that some of these top 4 clubs do.
Maybe he wants someone who's just a yes man. I mean, look, he's been chairman of our club since 2001. Like nearly 25 years. We've had 15 managers underneath him. He gets rid of them on an average of 1.5 years. And here we go again. We had an opportunity to have stability, a little bit of continuity, and he's binned him. It's criminal. And I'm sorry, but as long as that fucker is in charge of our club, we go round and round and round, and we do the same old dance. We're not Chelsea. We don't sack people after they won Champions League. Well, apparently we are. We're a laughing stock. Someone earlier said, you know, we've gone from walking down the high street wearing our Tottenham shirts with absolute pride. The day after, I went for a walk. I'm not joking, Chris. Taxi drivers were bibbing me.
I remember.
Yeah, pumping me.
I remember you saying
it was ridiculous. I was on air as we all were. Now, if I put that on and walk down the street, they're going to roll their eyes at me. It's embarrassing. And that I'm sorry, Chris. That fucker doesn't care about our club. He's got no continuity. He's got no stability. He doesn't care about the fans. And I get the league position, and I get that we were languishing, and I get that if it hadn't been for the 3 below us been so abysmal, we'd have been down there too. I get all that, but he did what he said he would do, which is win us our first trophy. He did it.
Well, apparently Sammy Mockbell at the BBC has come out and said he would take a compensation package that sources describe as one of the biggest in football history to have a chance to pry Mauricio Pochettino away from the USA job. We kind of knew that, but would that soften the blow, Darren, if Poch did come back?
Do you know what, Craig? I mean, everyone goes Pochettino, and you know, I get it. You know, he took us to our nearly winning the Champions League, got us to a Champions League final again. One of the, you know, after the game in Ajax, one of the best highlights of our, you know, supporting Spurs in modern times. Because I remember, you know, the FA Cup finals and UEFA Cup in 1984, and you know, Juan de Ramos winning us the Mickey Mouse Cup. But I genuinely think, like every time we get a new appointment, Craig, I think, is this one going to be better? Are they going to get backing? Are they going to get the money? And it's always no, 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 no. We haven't been linked with anyone in this window. I mean, it would make me happy. It would be the marquee signing that all Spurs fans want. Let's give him a second go and let's see what he does. But really, let me ask you, what do you think that Daniel Levy will do different?
I don't know, because just when you think it can't get any worse, they make it worse. Do you know what I mean? And we're up here, and
I know
they've just missed a trick, in my opinion. I just totally agree with everything you've said, Darren. It's a bit heartbreaking, to be honest, after having such a good couple of weeks and all the emotions, and then nothing.
I know.
You're left feeling empty. Do you know what I mean?
I know. It's binned him. And the players were saying, I know that there's the video of that motivational speech, afterwards in the dressing room, but apparently he got all their friends and families to record video messages. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
And played it to the whole squad. Details like that, saying you're doing it for this guy, that guy, your teacher, your blah, blah, real sort of like motivational. And even with, again, a depleted, we didn't have Maddison in there in the final. Who else was missing? Kulusevski, two of our arguably most important, prominent players. And they went and they played their asses off for him and won us a cup. I mean, again, a depleted team in the final. Who knows what? He didn't even give us a bloody chance to at least go get the Christmas period out of the way. He didn't even have the respect for Ange to say, come on, kick on now, because we're going to have a full squad. Everyone's going to be back from their injuries. Everyone's going to be firing. We're all going to be on a high. Let's go and let's take this new season by the balls. We'll have new signings. We'll get all the dead wood out. He never even. And what do? We're back to square one again. It's fucking heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Yeah. Here we go again. It
is, and other club. I mean, I've had messages from friends who support other teams, and you're just going to get bantered again. It just seems ridiculous. It seems ridiculous that you can sack a manager that's done this for us. But who am I? I know. Darren, last question. Who do you think is going to be manager of Spurs?
I mean, they all say Thomas Frank. I don't know. I'm a bit ambivalent towards it, Craig. I just cannot get excited because we're just going round and round and round again. You talk about a rebuild. We've had the rebuild. We've got a manager. He's won us a European trophy. I mean, what more do you want, for God's sake? We're starting from scratch. So now whoever it is, whether it's Thomas Franks or bloody Pep, it doesn't matter. We're starting from scratch. People have got to learn new systems, new roles. At least, whether you agreed with Ange or not and his principles, and you think he was a sort of shit or bus merchant, at least people that know the way they play. They know how they've got a system. They know their roles. They know to look over their shoulder and see player X behind him and what runs he's going to make. And, an ethos, a team ethos. That's all gone now. It's all gone, Craig. We've got to start again from scratch. People don't know where their teammates are going to be because they've got to learn the new system.
Yeah.
New formations.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything, and probably new coaching staff to go on top of it as well. Darren, thanks so much for coming on. And I'm sure you'll be on another job. We're obviously going to be doing a few of these. So
I'm absolutely gutted. Honestly, as long as that fucker is in charge of our club, we do the same old dance, mate. We go round and round and round. That's what we do.
We do. Okay, Darren, thanks for coming on, mate. Have a good evening, and then we'll see you again soon.
Take care, mate.
Cheers. Bye. Okay, we're going to go, I think, to Malta. Is this Melvin's brother, Manuel? I don't think we've ever spoken. I've heard you spoken about a lot. How are you, and what's your feelings on this big news that's come today?
I'm really gutted. I saw my brother very close to tears.
I think he was
said to
crying,
myself,
Manuel. Yeah.
yes. So I said to myself, I had to get on to say my opinion as well. What can you say? You go back in history. We sold Harry Kane. We got Dominic Solanke a year after. We got Harry Kane's replacement a year after. We spent a year with Son and Richarlison up front, with only 2 strikers rotating. And then what happened? Lots of injuries last year. We missed Champions League last year. What happened? Summer came. We expected transfers that would help the team. We bought Solanke and 3 youngsters. The goalkeeper got injured. When did we buy our backup goalkeeper? We bought him in January, not in the summer. We bought Dragusin in January, but Romero and Van de Ven got injured again, and Dragusin as well. So the first year, we spent half the year playing with Davis and Royal as centre backs. This year, we did the same thing. We played with Gray and Davis and Dragusin as centre backs. We bought Danzo. When did we buy Kevin Danzo? In January. A transfer period late. What do you expect? Levy has not backed this manager. And ENIC, the owners, have not backed the club. I just seen a stat that they invested, I don't know, 120 million in 20 years. Which is average 5 million per year. Is that ridiculous? Come on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
How do we expect us to feel, Tottenham fans? Of course. Shit this year, shit next year, shit the year. The problem is the owners, Levy. Okay, Ange Postecoglou was a bigger manager in Tottenham's history than Pochettino. Heung-min Son, our captain, is a bigger legend than Harry Kane because it's about lifting trophies. That's what it's about. That's my opinion. Obviously, football is subjective. I was expecting that Daniel Levy would come out and say, look, we've sold the club to Atari. I will no longer be responsible for Tottenham Hotspur. I have pushed Tottenham Hotspur in these 20 years forward. But now I am getting gold. We've won a cup. Now it's someone else's turn to take responsibility of Tottenham Hotspurs and push us forward. That's what I was expecting, not this clown show. Okay, we sacked Postecoglou. For who? For someone with European experience. For someone who knows how to manage a big club. It's ridiculous. We go one step forward by the miracles of God, because people now are discrediting winning a Europa League. Come on, it's ridiculous. And then we go five steps backwards because Daniel Levy pivots exactly against the majority of fans. That's what he does. I thought Daniel Levy was genius for keeping Postecoglou, because that's what you do. You back the manager and players have to perform. If you don't back the managers, players won't perform because they know someone else is coming. But now he went, Ange Postecoglou saved Daniel Levy this year because otherwise there would have been protests instead of parade. Mm-hmm. What does he do to return the favor? Sack him.
Yeah. So would you not be pleased with Thomas Frank then? Safe to say,
no European experience, no experience managing a big club. Are we a big club? Are we in the Champions League now? We need an experienced manager. I preferred Postecoglou. Give him third season. Why not? And give him quality signings with experience. Man City are buying players. Liverpool are buying 100 million players. Arsenal buying a striker, fixing their problem. And what are we doing? We're rebuilding again. It's a joke. Yeah. It's a joke. We had Son and Davis, who are the oldest in the club. And then it's like the Paratrici era. We have Romero, Kulusevski, and Bentancur, who are the spine of the squad. I hope Romero is not leaving this summer. The captain of Argentina is playing for Tottenham. Come on, you have to be crazy. I know these past 2 seasons, he played maybe half a season and half a season because of his injuries. But you have to be crazy not to build around the captain of Argentina who won a World Cup. And obviously keep Son, and maybe Son rotates. And you have lots of games in the Champions League.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so who do you blame for this? Do you think Daniel Levy alone?
For me, I wish that the club gets sold to new owners. Daniel Levy, he accomplished winning the League Cup in 2008 and winning the Europa League in 2025. Thank you for pushing the club forward, building up a new stadium. But now you're getting gold. You've done a lot for this club. Give the reins to another person to take responsibility of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. If we lost the Europa League, there would have been, instead of parade, Levy out protests. And there's a misbalance because the club, I am from Malta. I associate myself with Tottenham Hotspurs. But managing the club as an owner, it's not your club. It's the fans' club. You have to listen to the fans, what the fans want. The fans are paying the most ticket prices in England, and we're paying wages competing with who? With Everton. With who are we competing? There's a misbalance between what the fans want and what the owners want. And unless that gap bridges, I encourage people to continue protest, leave it out, and hopefully we get new owners. I understand
people want that.
I understand Levy has taken us forward since 2008 to today, and obviously to be responsible of such a club, he did a lots of hard work, and obviously he bleeds Tottenham. But now it's time to sell the club and get a new owner and get someone who's maybe younger, get someone who's more excited, who wants to pay more wages, who wants to take more risks. Fans want, it's like playing poker. Fans want the Tottenham club to be all in. That's what we want. We want to pay the highest wages. We want to buy the best players. Sorry, that's my son. We want to compete with Arsenal. We want to compete with Manchester City. If not today, when? When, Levy? 10 years from now? 5 years from now? Just tell us when. That's all. That's all.
Manuel, we've got a load of people waiting for us. So last question for you. You made some really good points. Do you think that the club are going to back, say it's Thomas Frank, do you think it's going to be any different? Do you think Frank would get backed any more than Postecoglou?
We didn't back Pochettino because of the stadium. We didn't back Mourinho. We didn't back Conte. We didn't back Postecoglou. I was waiting for season 3. Maybe we back him now in the summer. I hope Thomas Frank does better or maybe wins us something. But unless the owners change, I feel that nothing is going to change. Dustin did a perfect summary and analytics of what a manager can do, but there's a gap, and that's the ownership. And I hope people will continue to protest, leave it out, and in it out. Not because we hate them, but we want the club to be all in. That's what we want. Is that something bad to be all in? We want owners who want the same as the fans want.
Absolutely.
But there's a bridge right now.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Craig, for listening to me.
No, Melvin. I nearly called you Melvin. You sound so much like your brother. Manuel, thanks so much for coming on, and we'll definitely get you back on the show later, perhaps with your brother, so you can both go at it. I'm sure you disagree on certain things, so that'd be great. Thanks a lot, Manuel. See you again soon.
Thank you. Good day.
Bye. Okay, George, are you there? If you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on, we'll come to you next, or we will go to... yes, there we go. Right.
Here we go.
George, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Still buzzing from the win. So, yeah, I was trying to get on a couple times, and unfortunately, it got a bit crowded, and I had to kind of jump off. But again, you know, still excited about the Europa League win. And the main thing I will say is, no one will ever be able to take that away from us. They'll never be able to take it away from Ange. We are forever indebted to Ange as a football club for him having bought us that trophy, and it'll be etched forever in history. So it's a disappointing day that they've got rid of Ange. However, that being said, I'm 100% Tottenham, and I'm Tottenham through and through. I backed Ange, I backed Conte, I backed Mourinho, I backed Nuno. You know, I'm always 100% behind whatever manager we get in. So I know it's a very disappointing day. I don't particularly agree with the board's decision to do it. That being said, I just want to shout out to the Spurs fans. We need to get behind whoever they decide to bring in. We cannot have that remnants of, well, you know, and be divided, because that's the basics of power and rule. If you keep the people divided, you maintain power, you know. So we need to unite as a fan base and get behind whoever they bring in. Now, moving on to who do I think they should bring in? If you were to ask me if they're planning on bringing in Klopp or someone like that, great. You know, I mean, then
I'd
that
take
would be
Klopp. I would take
yeah,
Klopp.
exactly. So,
Yeah.
however, you know, Areola, Frank and these guys and Marco Silva, to me, they are mid-table managers. Now, if they come to Tottenham, are they capable of doing a job? 100%, of course they are. You know, now, the last caller mentioned not backing managers. Now, if we haven't backed a manager, we would still be playing with the same team we had like 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it is, right? I do believe personally that the board has backed managers in a certain way. If you look at the figures, I mean, going back to Poch, people need to remember he spent 250 million to build that team. He had prime Harry Kane, prime Harry Winks, and then he spent another 30 million on Gazaniga and Ndombele. So this kind of idea that he never had money to build a squad is a myth. And the fact that managers are not necessarily backed is a little bit of a myth to me. The board could do better. Could we pay more wages? Yes and yes. However, that being said, I do feel there has been enough turnover of the squad to be able to say we should be able to go out and compete. And coming back to, I think it was Steve who was saying, you know, the argument about Pochettino being a more successful manager. The problem that we have as a fan base is there's so many Pochettino die hard. People still have a love affair with Poch. Poch had one of the best teams we've ever seen at this football club, and we didn't win a trophy. Ange has won us a trophy with a plethora of injuries, you know, a half-baked squad, and he managed to get us a Europa League title. You know, so you could never ever in a million years turn around and say Poch is a better manager. And I think there's a meme going around right now. Poch managed Tottenham, Chelsea, and PSG, 3 European champions, and whilst he was there, he was unable to bring them success. So I think we need to let that go. The one thing I am worried about is I hope we're not looking back in a year, 2, 3, 4 years' time begging, you know, for Ange to come back, or hanging on to this memory that, you know, if only Ange could come back, or if we still had Ange. I'm hoping that whoever comes in can be successful and take the club on to the next level.
Yeah, I do take a little bit issue what you said about a prime Harry Winks. I'm personally not.
Real Madrid were after him at the time, right?
Yeah,
I do recall.
He did. I mean,
he was as good. He was as good as he was ever going to be when he was at Tottenham that season. You know, so
true,
so
true.
He was worth a coin. You know, and he was an academy graduate as well. So, you know.
George, do you think it was harsh though of the club to do what they've done today and sack Postecoglou? Or
100%. I mean, I was 100% behind Ange. I think I've mentioned this on a podcast before. I spent 12 years in Australia. My oldest son was born in Australia, and we were both at the game. He's actually over there, by the way. We were both at the game. We were both at the game when Australia beat South Korea, and Ange delivered, you know, Australia a title, like a world title. So, you know, we are very familiar with Ange and his philosophies, and I think he did a fantastic job as a manager. He finished 5th. He got us into the Europa League, and then he won us the Europa League. I don't think you can fairly judge Ange on last season based on the injuries. That, the injuries, 17th is not a fair reflection of where our team would have finished if we'd have had the full squad at his disposal. And I think this season would have been the perfect opportunity to allow him to kick on with a full squad and see where it took us. And I personally think, we're forgetting that we got to the semi-finals of the League Cup and we beat Liverpool. If that had been a one-leg tie, we would have been in the final, right? So I believe he would have potentially got us a Carabao or an FA Cup this season as well. So whoever's coming in has got pretty big shoes to fill.
Who do you want to see come through the door, George?
So at this, I mentioned the Klopp and the dreams. I would love to see a dream manager come in, right? We'd love to see a dream manager come in, but let's be practical about this. I would say that I would like to see, if a Frank's coming in, if he's bringing, Wissa and Mboma with him, then great. So I would like to see that whoever's coming in is going to bring in a philosophy, and do they have access to, certain players at their existing clubs? So that would be my kicker. So Frank, he could bring into, let's not forget, Frank has got 2 20-goal-a-season strikers at Brentford, which he won't have at Tottenham. So let's, we're going to have to see how he goes there. But again, any manager coming in, if they have the ability to bring in players with them, then great. They're not like box office draws by any mean, but I do believe that whoever comes in, it's going to be quite challenging for them if they should drop out of the top 4. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So, the second we lose or get knocked out of a cup, there's going to be the direct comparisons. If we start to drop out of the top 4, there's going to be pressure. But again, I come back to this. The Spurs fans have got to give them time, and we've got to 100% back whoever comes in, until we do that, we won't be successful. I mean, I was in Bilbao, right? And it's funny. I was in Bilbao. I was actually behind Chris. He was doing a podcast, and I was like in the background trying to get his attention.
Really?
But I didn't want to interrupt the cast. I thought, oh, you know what? I'll see him again. And it's so funny because I'm in so many of his videos, but I never actually crossed paths with him again when we were out there. But I mean, the one thing I would say from Bilbao is the fan base were exceptional. From the start to the end of the game, as soon as we arrived, getting on the plane, there was a vibe and there was a buzz and there was a confidence that I've not seen at Tottenham for a long time. And I've been in the stadium, and that negativity, that air of negativity that washes over the second something goes wrong. You've got fans telling you to sit down, when it's the 89th minute, we've got a free kick. I'm like, really? Do you know what I mean? But in Bilbao, the 12th man is what brought us over the line. From start to finish, we were behind the team, and that vibe and that confidence and that kind of success is what we need to create next season in the stadium to keep us moving forward. Because it was an unbelievable feeling, and I mean, I know, for those of us who have children, that's how you can equate it. That feeling of euphoria when you first hold your child for the first time. You hear that, Blake? Yeah. Right. Yep. So that was the same euphoria you get when your club, wins that trophy. I mean, I don't know if you're Man City and you're having kids every year, then maybe it wears off a little bit. But for us, that's the equivalent feeling when it comes to obviously winning that trophy. So it will forever be with us. I know it's disappointing that he's gone, but we still should be vibing off of the fact that we won that trophy, and Ange will be fine. Don't get me wrong. He will get a fat payout. He will move on, and he will win another trophy in his second season wherever he goes.
Yeah, thanks, George. That's you made some really good points there, George. Thanks for coming on all the way from Los Angeles.
No worries at all. And
we'll speak to you soon and get you back on a show, no doubt, when perhaps the manager is announced, or there's going to be a lot of these during the summer. So
there'll be a lot of action going on. So yeah, you too. Come on, you Spurs.
Cheers, George. See you later. Bye.
Cheers. Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, we're going to go to the Czech Republic. We're going to go to Steve. Hello, Steve. How are you? How are you doing?
Hi, Craig.
What's your feelings?
Well, I've been better. I just went out and had a couple of pints, and then I saw the program was on, so I was listening to it on my phone, and then I came back and wanted to come onto the program because it's such a shock. It is a shock. It's just really such bad news after everything that's happened. You know, I totally concur, and I thought Melvin's speech at the beginning of the program was summed it up for me and probably a lot of other people. You know, the disappointment and the disrespect that Ange has had with getting fired. You know, I've followed Spurs. I'm one of the old school. I've followed Spurs since the 66, 67 side. And the only reason I'm saying that, I don't want to impress or whatever. We've always been a cup side. We played attractive football. We were known as a cup side at one stage. When I was a Spurs fan, we won the most FA Cups back in the 60s or the 70s. We were, you know, and we never were a league side. I know it's necessary, like in that. So in the past, it wasn't so necessary. In the future, because of these European competitions, Champions League and so forth, in the era that people have been talking about with Postecoglou, then it became more of a necessity to do well. But even in those stages, only when we came second and third, we sort of had half a chance. We could have won, we should have won, blah blah blah. But what I'm trying to say is we've never been a league side, and I'm totally amazed at people who keep, you know, banding things about that we should be winning the league or going for the league. I mean, like we've all said, he did the right thing. Ange, you know, he realised we couldn't get top four, and he did the next best thing, which was deliver a trophy and get us into the Champions League. And people, you know, like what was this guy Steve? What's his name? I'm not to slag other people off, but everyone's got their own opinion, and he was pointing out that Postecoglou.
His name's Steve as well. How can you ever go to somebody who's got the same name as you?
It's quite easy, actually. When he says things, I mean, and obviously Chris pointed out, you know, he's so happy with. He's saying that Postecoglou's success, positioning second, third, fourth, etc., blah blah blah, got us to a Champions League final. But as Chris pointed out, and there's so many people who, so many fans, when people were going on about Postecoglou, were saying, "Yeah, and what did he win? What did he win? They've beaten him with that stick, which is what the lot down the road are now beating Arteta with." You know, he's nearly got us. No, it's time to go. He hasn't won anything. Well, that's the point. If you don't win anything, who's going to remember being second, third, or fourth?
Yeah.
It's honestly, I'm totally gutted. I hardly drink nowadays, but I went out and had a couple of pints. I was so shocked when I saw that. I thought, oh no,
Steve, who's going to get you? Who's going to get you excited then for the new manager coming in? Who's going to soften the blow for you?
Well, to be honest, I haven't. I've looked. I watched it at some other guys' podcast who should be nameless about 2 or 3 hours ago, and I saw the names that were, you know, bandied about. And to be honest, none of them excite me. And this Thomas Frank looks like, according to some poll or something, he looks like he's odds on. He was 11-4 on to get the job. I mean, I'm sorry, but I just, you know, if you look at his experience, he was managing 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds for a good old time, 18 years. Then he did a spell at Bromby. Oh, very great. And then obviously we know he's been at Brentford for about, 2018 till now. And
it's a long time he's been at the same club, and he's had
he's not really done anything with it. No. This thing about a budget, but, you know, he's not won a cup or had a good cup run. He's got no European experience.
And that's what worries me, Steve. Yeah, and the thing is that the expectation at a club like Brentford, with all due respect, is probably to stay in the Premier League and sustainable
of course it is. Yeah.
membership of the Premier League, and perhaps go far in a cup competition.
I appreciate that with the squad and the amenities that he's had, and he's got the 2 players he's got. He lost his big striker who went to Saudi Arabia. He's got the 2 now that are scoring plenty of goals. But where this guy, Steve, gets from, Thomas Frank has earned the right to manage our club. Based on what? Based on what has Thomas Frank got the right to be manager of our club? Sorry. Like you said yourself, if somebody like Klopp comes in, you know, a top manager, then they've not got a right, but they've got some experience behind them, and you can evaluate that, okay, yeah. but I'm sorry, I would not be happy with Thomas Frank. At the moment, I'm so kind of disappointed and shocked. I don't have a choice who I would have to come in to replace Ange.
Hi, Steve,
Chris.
Dominic Solanke has just written the following on Instagram. Thank you for bringing me to this wonderful club. Thank you for bringing us a wonderful trophy. Won't ever forget the conversation we had before I signed, and we actually achieved a dream. All the best in your next adventure.
Brilliant.
And Fabrizio, sorry to jump in, Steve. Fabrizio Romano's just tweeted that Fenerbahce have sent an official bid to Leroy Sané to join them as a free agent. So, if anybody wanted Sané, that might not be happening.
I mean, there's initial worry. I don't know how serious it is with players, not deserting a sinking ship, as it were. But I can imagine that the likes of Romero, perhaps even Son, maybe one or two others, with Ange going, they might think, well, we went all the way with him, and that's how he's got treated. Well, I was thinking of going anyway. I'm definitely going now. If I put myself in his shoes, as a player, and we did that, and they sort of got rid of him, I was thinking of going anyway. It's only confirmed my sort of initial feelings. It's time to move on. Well, I'm going to bloody move on. So who else is going to go? So it's not only they might go, but it's going to rock the boat. And like everyone said, or some people have said, it's going to put a huge pressure on someone to take over our club. And so if it's someone inexperienced, which he is, I don't care what anyone says, Frank, is going to come in and try and win over the fans. And those first half a dozen games, maybe 10 games, yes, the fan base is going to be a yardstick. They're going to compare him to Ange, and they're going to, if he starts to lose games and stuff, it's I don't know. And there's all the other implications of different formations, him getting to know the players getting to know him. As I forget his name now, the guy who's a bit of a comedian, very funny guy. He was saying earlier on that it's the same old merry-go-round, it's the same old dance with Tottenham, isn't it? Chris, you're on mute.
Darren, it was, Steve. Yeah.
That's it, Darren. Yeah, Darren.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot your name, Darren, if you're still listening. Yeah. So,
Steve, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, mate. All the best. Great program.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
All the best. Cheers.
We're now going to go to our good friend, Richard Whitehead, MBE. Richard, how are you?
Good, mate. Good. The bubble's been burst a little bit, right?
Absolutely.
It's not a shock, obviously, that the manager has been relieved of his duties. I think it's a real shock on how it's done. I think I wanted, like yourself, realise how important it is to win a trophy. We've been talking about it for years, obviously, on the podcast, and for me, it's about momentum. It's about leadership. It's about really getting to know what the club really needs. The fans need to understand that it's one or the other. We can have a good league run and be like 4th, 5th, or 6th, or win a trophy. You look at the history of the club; we don't have both. Not recently, maybe in the 60s, but not recently. And I feel that there was, especially even in that game against Man United, there was a real kind of feeling around, you told us we could do it, and together we can deliver. And it's about that real kind of feeling of winning. And Ange's obviously got that in the past clubs that he's had. And yes, there's obviously criticism about the standard of clubs that he's been at and what he's actually won. But winning is something that you need to have a winning mentality. You need to have the feeling of winning and what that means to a club, what that means to the fans, what that means to the players, and get the players to really be behind you as a winner. Thomas Frank, you look at his record, has he had any winning opportunities apart from winning, obviously, the playoff final in the Championship? No. I'm really struggling to understand how it would be a move forward. And I think the style of football will be totally different under him, because he'll have the same kind of budget that he had at Brentford. He won't have the millions of pounds to spend coming to a club like Spurs because the board clearly didn't want to back Ange. Ange obviously said in the interviews post and before obviously the final that it's now to get those experienced players around the young players that we've got and have a great season in the league. And I don't think he was given the respect that he deserves for winning us that trophy. It's a starting point. I understand that the fans don't want a 17th in the league. Neither do I. Obviously, me and you standing at that Forest game and like chatting how terrible the team was and like coming away from the game deflated. But the bigger picture, he's delivered. He's delivered he's brought a trophy to the club. And you can catapult yourself forward from that success. Success breeds success. How many times have you had teams that have not just won one trophy, but 2 and 3 back to back, and then had successes in other parts of the club? I think there was obviously other signs with maybe some people in the club maybe stepping down. I think maybe there was inklings about what was actually to come, and it's really had I spoke to some of my Spurs fans before I've come on here and Spurs mates, and they've said I feel really deflated after the cup win, and don't know where the club's going to go. And I think the club statement that came out was very much, it was taken out of our hands. It just yes, we understand that we've had injuries, but it's not good enough. And I think the manager knew that obviously the league position wasn't good enough. It's like obviously that was shown in obviously the league position. But he never said that it was good enough. He never said that that's where we're going to be next season. He said that we're going to be a lot better. And the players that we've had out, you look at the amount of minutes that some of these players have had on the pitch, Van der Ven, Romero, Maddison, some of these players that are stalwarts in our starting 11, they've not had the minutes on the pitch. They've not had the continuity of game in, game out. And how is that going to be improve next season if we're playing on a Wednesday in the Champions League? Now we've got a different manager that's got to build that team around him with maybe a different philosophy. And I'm just a little bit confused, really. And that statement from the club even confused me more. Yeah.
Rich, do you worry that we're going to lose some big name players now? I worry that obviously those relationships have been really built with the players, and I think obviously being and a lot of the viewers know about obviously that I'm a professional athlete, and you have to really buy into a philosophy when you're having a manager or a performance director or leader within your group. And I think when you look at a lot of players, even the ones that weren't actually in the starting 11, had the faith in the manager that he was making decisions on behalf of the club, the best decision on behalf of the club. And I'm just not sure what will happen next, and whether obviously the people at the top of the tree are going to come out and put another statement out to say, actually, this is the direction of the club. What they'll do is they'll put somebody in the position and let them be the vocal point of the club, and give him a shoestring budget, and then get him to get a couple of players in, and then we'll be off again into the new season. And I just don't think that's good enough. I think and the Pochettino thing, that's gone. And I think for me, we can go back to it, but it was when that Champions League final, we didn't win it. And then that was an opportunity to build off that, get some players in, get some world-class players in, push on next season. Now it was an opportunity to kind of get Ange into the boardroom and say, obviously 17 is not good enough. How are we going to improve that? What's that going to look like? What kind of infrastructure do you need in the team? How are we going to build not only a successful cup run, but how are we going to then climb that table to have the confidence going into those midweek games? Because I'm like a lot of Spurs fans, like going to those games and then getting beat at home and away and getting turned over by teams that are a lot, I don't know, I think the expectation's not as high as ours, week in, week out, and getting even the last game of the season 4-1, it's like deflating. I understand that's not good enough, but I think also Ange Postecoglou knew that. He knew that wasn't good enough. And I don't think the board's actually kind of gone, we've won a trophy. Yes, this isn't good enough, but we've got something to build off. Where now, it's a flip of a coin, isn't it?
if we're going to get a good manager. I think Thomas Frank isn't the right person. I think we need to have somebody with experience in Europe. I think we need to have an experienced manager that's able to develop young players and bring more experienced players into the fold, integrate them both together, and then obviously win a trophy.
Rich, who would you like to see as the next manager?
See, I don't know. I actually don't know. It's not me sitting on the fence at all. You look at people out there.
I agree with you. I can't name someone either. Oliver
Definitely not
Glasner.
Scott Parker. Definitely not somebody like that. I just think even the whole media circus that's around Spurs at the moment, it would eat a young person like Scott Parker alive, I believe. And obviously Mason jumped Ryan Mason jumped to West Bromwich Albion. I think he knew that was coming for Postecoglou. I think obviously that was clear. Obviously some of the people within the management structure have obviously gone because they clearly don't agree with what's gone on. Again, it's not that they've sacked Postecoglou, but I think it's how they've done it. It's like how they've done it. If they thought Postecoglou wasn't the right person, then it's like, again, they've just deflated a lot of the fans that were so like up after the Bilbao game, and then continued that, like you say, on the high road after for the celebrations, and then going into work even this week. But it's really deflated a lot of fans that now don't have the real clear direction to where the club's going or what direction the club thinks they should be in. Win the Champions League and then win this mess. It's like you go one step forward, 3 steps backwards. What are your thoughts, anyway, guys? What are your thoughts on kind of the future?
I don't know now. I don't know. I'm kind of like the same as you, Rich, to be honest with you.
Obviously, we talk a lot, obviously, on the podcast and off the podcast about kind of the team and the team structure. And obviously, I think Levy's and the team around him, it's like you hear things that come out of his mouth and you go, but are you not happy with winning a trophy? Can you not give him like a month or 2 months to at least show what the setup's going to be next season?
I said this earlier, Rich. It's like, most of the fan base just seem to have forgotten that we've won a trophy, or just sort of swept it under the carpet as though it's nothing. Like this is a regular occurrence, which it isn't. And I know people are saying about Pochettino, it was better football, etc., about top 4 finishes. But of course, we don't have trophy parades, or I certainly didn't feel like I did 16 days ago. Finishing 4th and getting a Champions League spot. But in answer to your question, what next? A plan. A plan is needed, and I hope that there is a plan in place. And I feel like I've said this time and time again, and it just feels like I've been here before. I've recorded this podcast before. I've spoke to you guys before about all of this, and we've been here before. And I don't like that feeling. I don't like the feeling of, just going round in circles. I just want to feel a plan. But if Spurs suddenly pull something out of their sleeve and say, this is the manager that we've got, and we're all going to sit here and go, bloody hell, that is amazing, right? If that is the case, fair enough. But if it's the case that we're going to point, someone like Marco, and no disrespect to these managers, by the way, they've done decent jobs in where they've been, but Marco Silva, Thomas Frank, etc., is that really a step forward? Can a lot of the viewers and listeners at the moment answer me that question? Is that an improvement? And are you confident that someone like that, if it is a Thomas Frank, can take this club forward, especially in the Champions League? I know people keep going on about the league position. Would people have, been happier if Spurs finished, say, 8th or 9th with a respectful league position, having only lost, say, 8 or 9 games? Would that have been a lot better for people to have thought, like, let's back Ange for the 3rd season? Because in essence, those 22 league defeats were tough, but to get over the line and deliver something that Mourinho, Conte, Maurizio Pochettino, who people love and adore, although he didn't win a trophy for us, Postecoglou's been more successful.
Yeah, I know. And you just look at some of the, like you see on the chat, some people like going, "Oh, he's lost 22 games. Get over yourself. Get the emotion out of what your thought process is." He's won a trophy. He's won, like you say, Chris. If he would have come 7th or 8th this season, he'd have kept his job. Do you know what I mean? Without any trophy. And you go, how ridiculous is that for a club of our size? Are we a club that aspires to winners, which I've always thought we have been? And yes, we are set up to be more of a cup team, I believe. And that's, I think, why myself and you and Craig were really pissed when Mourinho kind of didn't actually put a strong team out for those European nights or some of those cup competitions. And it just really frustrates me that the fans kind of go, it's like 100% against or 100% for. Like we win the trophy, all of a sudden, like everybody's in for Ange, and then the second is like, oh yeah, well he was crap in the league anyway. And you just go, you've got to think that there's lots of kind of ifs and buts there, but there's some of these teams have got a massive budget, and I know that obviously Ange has had some money, then spent some money, but we're talking to be in that top four. You look at some of those teams how they're bankrolled their managers, even the likes of Forest, and in the past they've had a massive influx of players that have had a transformative approach to actually the team, and we haven't had that. You look at the players that we've got now, the younger players, yes, for the future, but if we want to be successful, we need to have that continuity across the season. And I think it's another thing where you kind of you have that success, and why don't we build on that now? Have like go to Ange. We'll give you a marquee signing. We'll give you a marquee signing this summer. Who do you want? Who do you want to come in? We'll give you that, and then expectations is that the football improves, and people forget about some of those games. That 4-0 against Man City away. Do you know what I mean? Some of those like moments in the league where when he first came into the club and had all those wins, and I'm going, that's what we can get back to. You look back at that, that's where we can get back to, playing that attractive football. And yes, it went sour. I understand that, and that's below par for Spurs. But we need to have something moving forward. We can't this rebuild and all that. It's so bad. It's just wasting time as Spurs fan. And then you're wasting careers of people like Son. Like, for instance, now I'm thinking like a player like him would go, Saudi come in, I'm definitely going, or I'm definitely going because I've won that trophy that I always said I wanted. Legend at the team, but also now I'm not gonna be here for another season where literally I'm just kind of making up the numbers, because yes, he wasn't great this season, but that's because again he's been injured. He's been injured. You look behind a lot of his performances. He was carrying an injury most of the season. The information from the club says he was doing as much as he could in every game because he was carrying an injury.
Rich, the Daily Telegraph have just literally reported in the last couple of minutes, stating that Ange Postecoglou's departure has angered a number of Tottenham Hotspur players, with sources claiming that some now want to leave the football club. A source close to the club has said the players are so angry about what has happened and how it has been handled, the next manager is going to inherit a difficult situation.
Yeah, I bet, and that's really tough. That's really, I know what that's like. It's within a team environment. Somebody needs to come in with that energy, and you need to have those leaders. Like you look at Ange Postecoglou when he obviously made Sonny his captain and his assistant captains, and the kind of the camaraderie around that, and how he really built some fresh energy in the team. And yes, some of those players didn't perform this season, but I think leadership's about having those leaders in the dressing room. And we talked a lot about like the seasons with Mourinho, about where were those leaders on the pitch.
Yeah,
we had them because we want to win a trophy. Even the players that came on in Bilbao, they came on and they did a job. They were told to do a job, and they were under the cosh. They had to fight for the badge, fight for the shirt, fight for that trophy. And the next manager come in, it's going to have to start fresh. And those players that were so close to Ange now, are they going to give the same respect to the new manager? Well, it's not going to be there straight away for sure, especially how the club's handled this. It's terrible. I was really disappointed how this has been handled, and the club statement has like Darren has said earlier, it's really pissed me off. They need to get the house in order, and I think for me, a change of leadership from the top is something that I was expecting, not actually the manager getting sacked.
The Telegraph have also just stated that Heung-min Son has left the impression with some teammates and club staff that he could leave Spurs this summer. Rich, before you go, let me just ask you and Craig the same question here. Now, I just sat here and said, if we've got a manager lined up and we're all going to sit here and go, wow, unbelievable. I feel like, you know, if it was Mauricio Pochettino, would you guys be happy?
I would with Poch, and they're probably one of the only other ones. If they said Klopp was coming in, I'd be happy with Klopp. But Klopp's already said he's never managed in the Premier League unless he's Liverpool. So that ain't going to happen. They're not going to spend all that money to buy Poch out of his USA contract. They've just given $4 million to Ange and $2 million for winning, which is part of his contract, by the way. We're actually winning the competition. So they've spent £4 million worth of money getting rid of him.
The amount of money over the years that we have given in compensation is just unreal. Yeah.
I'd love somebody to work that out. You know, since Levy's took over, I'd love to know how much he's paid managers off. But somebody made a really good point in the comments. Actually, you could actually, what I could see happening: Sane goes off from Bayern, and Sonny goes out and plays one more season with Harry Kane at Bayern Munich.
Yeah,
I could see that happening.
So could I.
I could.
Yeah, I
Rich
think
Pochettino, would you be happy?
Well, I kind of said earlier, didn't I, that you'd want an upgrade in the manager that we got. He's not won anything recently, and also his energy levels. I've watched quite a few, even the USA kind of games, and obviously since PSG, I think his heart's not been in some of the roles that he's had. So whether we want to get somebody like that in, that's obviously his heart's in the club. I think it's obviously it'd be better. I think it's better than Thomas Frank, to be honest. I think that would be, it would be an upgrade on him. But whether I'd want to kind of go back and revisit that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd want to. I'd want somebody that would kind of really go, actually, this is like a world-class manager. It's either out of work or we're pinching from another club that's actually won big trophies recently, that could bring not only experienced players to the team, but also bring that winning mentality to the club that we've now got. We've got winners within the team, and that winning mentality isn't easy to have. You talk to obviously the Arsenal squad at the moment, and those guys are the best seconds, aren't they? They're like, obviously they've not won anything for so long, and again, like, the Arsenal fans are not happy that we won that trophy. They're not happy that obviously we celebrated, and unfortunately now they're lapping it all up because I think we're shambles again. And I feel that next season's, I just don't know what's going to happen next season. I think we're going to have a high turnover. Some of the players that are loyal to Ange and that Ange ball, and I think that's some of the players, even the likes of Maddison, might actually say, well, actually the project I don't believe in, and I'm going to look for another club.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of changes actually in all departments.
What's the kind of feeling, do you think, around those stalwarts that have kind of always been kind of pro Ange, and what do you think their kind of reaction's been? Because there has been some stalwarts that have actually gone, yes, we know we're really struggling in the league, but we're actually going to stick behind him in the cups because we believe it's the way that we're going to win a trophy. What have those guys been saying?
There's a lot of disappointed people today, Rich. There are, but like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how long we have to wait now, given that we are it's on the 6th of June now, so we're 6 days into the first 10 days of this part of the transfer window, and then the transfer window then opens on the 16th of June. So
and teams have already strengthened. Do you know what I mean? It's like Man United spending all the money, and you go in. Their manager could have gone, and instead they lost in the final, and we lose our manager. It's ridiculous.
The teams around us and our rivals are building their squads for next season already. So, they need to get a manager in as soon as possible for them to sit down with the powers that be to then drive the club forward and start signing these players. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot to do in.
And do you think that management's got actually an idea of of where the club's going to move then, management-wise? Do you think it's the Thomas Frank kind of situation, or?
That's what a lot of the very reliable journalists are saying, Rich. Yeah.
And I tell you what, as well, journalists as well. Some of the journalists that I know and I've had contact with it in the past with obviously my sport, they need to take a little bit of a like. They need to, and they're always searching for a story, and I think Ange definitely bought into some of that. But they need to take a little bit of responsibility how this has gone, because it's like every time, win, lose or draw, they've been like at him all the time. And I think it's been disgraceful. Some of the comments pre-game and after the game have been disgraceful.
Yeah.
And I think also this is a criticism directly at the club. I think they definitely need to manage that. I know people within that comms department, but they definitely need to manage the questions that go to the manager, because it's out of order that every press conference he was having to justify his position with the club, justify his comments. I think the managers are there not as a PR stunt, they're to manage the team and to get the most out of the players. And it definitely affects the relationship between the manager and the players when continually the media are on them all the time. And we need to cut all that out, because I don't know any other club that has as much like negative. Yeah.
Totally.
Even Man United don't have that much. Amarin like skirted across a lot of the criticism.
Yeah. I think in about 10 years' time, Rich, I reckon the likes of YouTube channels and podcasters will probably be in the press conferences and not these journalists.
For sure. And also have a more measured point of view as well. I think sometimes it's nice actually to listen to a press conference where some of the media or whoever's in there actually congratulating the manager for the performance, or actually just asking the manager how they actually are after having a bad performance, and not just actually slating them. And I understand, yes, they've got a job, but also they need to be a little bit more measured with their approach and not just looking to like slate the manager every time. And it really pisses you off when you kind of see that, because they're just looking for these kind of moments where I think as a club we had that fantastic like opportunity in Bilbao to like kind of catapult the club forward, and the journalists were on it straight away. Like when you're getting sacked, like that's 22 defeats straight after obviously the win in Bilbao, and I think it's scandalous, and some of those journalists need to look at themselves.
Yeah, let me just say, Jono here says, I was enjoying Ange at Spurs. I'll be leaving with Ange. Have enjoyed your coverage, Chris. So, yeah, we're going to actually lose a lot of subscribers and viewers, I think, from Australia when Ange Postecoglou has gone. So thanks so much for watching us over the last couple of years. Rich, before you go, let's get your reaction to this. Mickey van der Ven has literally just put this on Instagram, a message to Postecoglou. He said, Gaffer, thank you for everything. Believed in me from day one. I arrived at this club. Many ups and downs in the last 2 years, but you kept believing in us and kept pushing us. A big part of the success from the club this year, and forever grateful that you made me a part of it. All the best, Mickey.
For sure. And players like Mickey van der Ven have had his opportunity. And I think even some of the decisions that Ange Postecoglou's made with obviously bringing him back maybe a bit too early, and some of the injuries that some of the players have had, maybe it's due to some of the inexperienced moments that he's had in the top league. But then you forget all that when you win a trophy. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're not going to remember people like Pochettino because he's not won the trophy. That's it. It's like it's all what it's about. Like whatever fans say, whatever they say. Oh, I'm not happy with obviously the 22 losses. We won a trophy, and that's what we'll always all remember, that night of picking up that trophy. And would you take a mid-table finish for another trophy? You take it in a heartbeat every season. And if any Spurs fans say they wouldn't, it's ridiculous. I'm a professional athlete myself. It's all about winning, guys. It's all about winning.
It's all about the trophies.
It is, mate. Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, just take it easy, guys. See you later, Craig. See you, mate.
Cheers, Richard.
Right, we're now going to go to Ali, of course, our friend, the Celtic fan, who has constantly told us that Postecoglou will win a trophy at Spurs and be successful. Ali, before we do bring you in, there is another message from another player, Lucas Bergvall this time. Ange, thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you for bringing me to this club and a European trophy and memories to last a lifetime for us and every Spurs fan around the world. Wishing you all the best. Ali, let's get your reaction first of all. Ange Postecoglou sacked 2 years to the day when he was appointed at Spurs, just won the Europa League. What are your thoughts?
I kind of get it. His league form wasn't good enough, but what did they bring him in for? They brought him in for a rebuild, and they brought him in to change the direction of the club, and I think he's done that. I think, mate, I've been listening to this show, and I wrote down some words here, and some of the Spurs fans just need to get a grip. You know, unsuccessful. The competition was poor. Poch was more successful. Lucky to win. Ange didn't have an answer. You know, Poch's been the best manager they've seen. You know, Poch had Kane and Son at the top of their game and a great Dele Alli at the time, and probably spent more money and stuff like that. You know, how many managers would have been successful without Harry Kane? And what would they have done? You know, a club needs a building block. When you lose a player of that stature, what did they bring in to replace it? You know, they certainly didn't bring in anyone that was scoring loads of goals. Solanke's done great, I think, we're coming in. And I said right at the start that the biggest thing that it's not just about the injuries. It was the two centre halves. You know, his whole style of football is built on having a great partnership at the back, and they weren't there. You know, and I just, you know, Spurs fans need to respect themselves and the fact that they are a big club. You just see the amount of fans that turned up, the enjoyment they had. Nobody remembers coming fourth, as you say, and third and not winning stuff. You've won a trophy. He's given you the best. I mean, most of the world now are probably thinking, do you know what? Ange will be all right. You know, he'll get a job now. Somebody else will give him a project to do. Come in and sort this out for us. And he'll just go and do it like he does everywhere else he goes. It's not about the league or what did they expect him to do in 2 years? You know, I don't get that. I think they talk about Thomas Frank coming in. Okay, he plays a similar style of football, so at least that's one thing. That a lot of the players, it's all about the pressing and stuff like that. He likes all that kind of stuff, so he might not do too badly. But would he sacrifice himself for the club like Ange did? Because I think Ange put himself out there to be targeted, to be honest with you, by saying that he'd won a trophy and prioritising that trophy. He wouldn't have come 17th if he wasn't in the Europa, like Brentford or some other teams that weren't playing in Europe. You know, so I'm disappointed, but I understand it as well. If they're doing it to move forward, fair enough. You've got to take that. You know, and you talk about Poch, you know, he had Messi, Mbappe and Neymar and never won the Champions League. I think Ange would take that and have a go. You know, and I just don't get this whole Poch is fucking superb. He's a decent manager, but what's he done since he left? You know, he had a great season, and you got to remember, what was that, his fourth season he was at the club before he got you there? You know, he had more money to spend, more seasons to do it in. Ange hasn't got that opportunity, so you can't really compare the two, in my opinion. I think Poch was a good manager. I don't think he changed the culture of the club, though. And I don't think he put himself on the line like Ange did. And I think everyone should just be saying, you know what, thanks very much, Ange. You've done a great job for us. You've won us a trophy. Give us the best night of our lives. We wish you all the best. And we now need to move on with who. And, you know, I've seen someone actually put on Mancini's apparently free. I think he'd be a good shout. He's got European experience, big manager. But would he come in then and want to have a different total style of play? Different players? Does he want that lower level player as, you know, your 30 million type band players, or is he wanting your top players? You know, because that's what he's going to ask for, isn't it? He's going to say, I want this, this and this. And Levy's not going to want that because that's a headache. So,
Craig, let me come to you a second before we ask Ali another question, because I feel like Ange Postecoglou looked at Spurs really, you know, in a lot of detail and thought, this club hasn't won a trophy in a very long time. And the managers, and I think we've discussed this before as well, the managers have always focused on the league position. The league position to the club has been extremely important. But he has also, been very well aware and knows that the club hasn't won a trophy in such a long time. And you will go down as a legend for lifting a trophy at the football club. No trophy in 17 years, no European trophy in 41 years. He saw that opportunity and grabbed it with both hands to then go full strength in the Europa League and realise that he could not compete on all fronts. And I use that phrase because that's exactly what's in the club statement. We want to compete on all fronts. If you want to compete on all fronts, you need to be having a much bigger, better squad with full depth. So if you were Postecoglou looking in and thought, do you know what, there's a real opportunity here, go strong in one of the cup competitions. And we very nearly done it in the League Cup. It was just so unfortunate that we played, a top-class Liverpool side at Anfield in that second leg. You never know what could have happened there. But for me, I just feel like he's been quite clever in that way of targeting that competition. And not only has he put a trophy on, he's actually got football. So I know a lot of people are saying about the 22 defeats. And I've also said about the, if he had the chance to bring in experienced players for next season. But I'm going to use that phrase again. He's fast-tracked us to the Champions League. So instead of finishing in the top 4, and I'll go back to that phrase again, we've had a better season than Arsenal. But, Arteta's not, his job's not in jeopardy, is it?
No, absolutely agree with everything you've said. And the thing is, you're right, what the club put out saying, we want to compete on all fronts, or words to that effect. Well, support the manager then. If you want a manager to really, really compete, and I mean really compete on every single level, you've got to give the manager the tools needed. And we never do it. We never, ever, ever do it under Enoch and Levy. I've never once come out of a transfer window and thought, do you know what? That's good. That's good. We don't need anything else. I always think we got 1 or 2 players short of actually competing. And Ange has been unlucky with injuries, fine. And you can read into, you'll see reports online. I've read a few already that say there was arguments between the medical staff and Ange's staff about how they're pushing the players too hard, blah, 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 blah. But if we had a bigger squad in the first place, it wouldn't have been as much of an issue, these injuries this season. So he's targeted, like you say, he's targeted the one competition he thought we could win, and we won it. And you're right, that Liverpool side, they won the league, really, really good Premiership winning side, and we'd have done very well to hold that 1-0 at Anfield with the team we had out that night. So that was just a bit of bad luck, but we won the trophy, and Ange won us the trophy. He did what he said he'd do, and I'll come back to it. His remit was Champions League football. He got us Europa League football, and then he got us Champions League football in his next season. I don't see how that is an issue, and I don't see how these two. I don't see how this should lead to his sacking. He deserved the 3rd season. It'll be very interesting to see what players' reactions are now and how we go forward.
Ali, in terms of the next move for Spurs, of course, you've seen over the years that we've gone from Pochettino to then win-now managers in Jose and in Conte. Nuno Espirito Santo for a short time didn't work out. Ange then came in, a completely different approach, new project, reset button, etc. Where do Spurs go next, in your opinion? What avenue do we go down? Is it like a Thomas Frank, someone proven in the Premier League but hasn't had that opportunity at a big club, hasn't had big money to spend, so to speak? Someone who has done very well with, in the market, good players, performed okay in the Premier League, decent finishes with a team like Brentford. Or perhaps, I don't know, there's a lot of comments in here at the moment. People are talking about someone like Robbie Keane. Do we go down the avenue of an ex-player, someone who is known to the fan base?
Look, I think Thomas Frank's probably earned the right to go to a bigger club. He's done an amazing job for Brentford with the finances and the size of the club that he's got. But I look at Ange and say, look, the guy getting that winning mentality, they need to build that winning mentality and being a big club. I mean, some of the comments, as I say, that a lot of that comes from yourselves. I mean, stop reading the newspapers and listening to journalists and coming up with all this tripe about it being a, you know, anyone that can say they were lucky to win that final. I watched the game and I was heading, kicking, punching every ball that was coming into that box. I didn't see any player not give 110, well, 100%, because you can't get 110, but 100% on the night. You know, I think they more than deserve to win that trophy. Going away to Frankfurt, what a performance that was. You know, I just don't get the narrative that your own fans have got with the guy. And it's the same with the new manager coming in. The guy's going to come in and be under pressure straight away because you've won a trophy now. And quite rightly, I mean, Spurs are the size of a club that should be winning trophies on a regular basis, whether it be FA Cups, European Cups. I mean, I'll tell you now, winning a European trophy is the best experience, I would imagine, in football. I wasn't there when Celtic won the European Cup, the first British team to do that. But I did go to the final in Seville. And to this day, people still talk about the final in Seville. It was such a great experience because it's abroad. You know, Rangers had to do it in Manchester. You know, and then they wrecked the place, which is just like them. But I just don't understand your mentality. I mean, look, you've got the opportunity here to build. I don't think he's brought in that many bad players. I think he's got a good base of players there. I think he needed a bigger squad anyway. He wasn't given that opportunity. He certainly needed extra defensive help in the centre-half positions. They were clearly very low there, and I know they had injuries, but, you know, Archie Gray having to come in and play there did a good job. Everyone admits that, but he only did a good job because people knew he was just a young lad getting stuck in a position that he's not used to. So, to me, you know, where would you have been in the league if your two centre-halves, because you scored enough goals, if your two centre-halves were still available all season, where would you have been then? I don't believe you wouldn't have been in the top 10 then. So that was a massive loss, and I don't think I can understate how much of a loss that was, losing those two.
Yeah.
So just
definitely
be grateful that you have had the experience of winning a European trophy. Not every team gets it. Don't be giving me this, we were lucky, it's a poor competition, all that crap. Nobody in Bilbao was thinking that.
No.
They're just thinking, what an experience. Crying, cheers, joy. That's what football's about. And to be coming on here and saying, oh, well, we were 22nd in the league and Poch was a better. Shut up. You know, that's not what it's about. It's about winning trophies. It's about having those nights, those moments that you'll talk to your grandkids about. And that's what you guys will do now. And I'm glad you've won it, 100%. So I think, I made loads of notes, like listening to people, and it just dumbfounded me, the amount of negativity about Ange winning the trophy. And half it's come from the media. I heard your man say there. And people are just listening to that and then repeating it on your show. Stop listening to the media. They had probably a big thing against him because he was an Aussie anyway. And they just kept going for him.
That's true. Yeah. There was a lot of doubt from day one, actually, Ali. And
100%. And there'll be doubt with Frank now, if it's him.
Yeah.
I just don't. I can't see how he's going to get round. Nobody's going to trust him because, well, he's never won anything. He's a mid-table manager. Are we a mid-table team now? Going from winning the Europa League to a mid-table team. Well, you're not going to get a manager coming in that'll come and manage Spurs unless they get guarantees that they're getting a big budget. And they're not going to get that off Levy. So your managers are going to be who they are. It's like your players will be the level you can afford. So you're not going to get Jurgen Klopp coming to Tottenham, because he's just not going to come. Well, he's not going to go anywhere. He's happy where he is. But there's loads of people you could talk about. Maybe Frank will come in and be a roaring success. Think of that. And you can all say, well, Ange started that process because he built the base for somebody to build on. Somebody coming in now is in a better position than what Ange was because they're not coming into losing Harry Kane.
Oh, I don't think that will happen. I don't think that will happen where Ange will get any kind of credit if Spurs are successful next year or the year after.
Well, 100%, mate. But I think he deserves it. He's always left the teams better off, in my view. I mean, look, do I think Brendan Rodgers is better? I think he's more of an astute manager. But he's played in the Premiership or managed in the Premiership for so long that I think he had that experience that helped him more than it's helped Ange. So Ange was quite a young manager at that level, and he still won your trophy. And nobody's saying, oh, well, you know what, this guy, how did he dare come into here with no experience at this level of football, playing at all these diddy clubs that you're all talking about, or diddy leagues? You know, how did he come in here and possibly win a European trophy? Nobody's saying, what an achievement. They're saying, he was lucky. It was a crap competition anyway. Anyone could have done it.
The front of the Times Sports Supplement tomorrow, there's a picture of Ange Postecoglou with the Europa League trophy and medal, and it says, it used to be about glory. Tottenham brutally sacked Postecoglou despite ending 17-year trophy drought. Thomas Frank leading candidate to take over, but Spurs must pay Brentford £10 million. Ali, Dave F says here, Ali is class, but sad his YouTube career is now over.
Yeah, I know.
It's not, Ali. We will always have you back on. Pete, you're a regular now, so don't worry about
You
that.
know I'll have an opinion, Craig, that's for sure.
When we get all these ex-Celtic managers, you're very welcome.
We'll have Brendan
You're not
Rodgers
getting
walk through the door.
You better not be. But yeah, I was actually going to have a quiet night with the wife because I've been pretty busy this week. And I said to Craig, I'm not going to get on. And then her sister came and said, I'll just go on. I went, oh, okay. And I said, it's probably the end of my mic career. And she just laughed. There you go. You know, so.
I think we all.
Look, guys, I've loved this. And I love the show. I think you guys are great. I think, you know, you look at all the different people from all over the world coming on to it. You know, what Ange has done for your club is he's shown the world, and you guys have shown the world, how big a club Spurs are. Because nobody knows how big Celtic are till they get there. You know, and Tottenham have showed this season, I think, that they should be a top club in the top division, and that they should aspire for more. It shouldn't just be. It shouldn't just be about. I don't know. You just should aspire to be better all the time, and it's Tottenham are big enough to be that. And all this about you're set up for cups, you're not really. Your managers have all just went for the cups because they've never had the squad to compete in 4 competitions. And until you get that type of squad with a backup team, that another thing I would say that for your club and for the future, then the players that are Ange never had the opportunity to take his players off at 60 minutes, whereas at Celtic he did that regular. So when you talk about injuries, it's because the squad size wasn't big enough for the cups and games you were in, and at the level of performance you needed to compete in these top competitions. So to me, I just think that he's been harshly treated, and people don't understand the game enough if they're saying there's just simple things. So, well, it's not just about the injuries. We lost 22 games. Look, that's not what I'm trying to say. Is he wasn't given the tools to do any of a better job, and that's why I say it's such an achievement for him, because nobody's turned around and saying, do you know what? You know, there's a manager in England that managed a club, came 4th bottom of their league, and won a European trophy. What an achievement that is. Nobody's saying that. But the narrative just gets changed for whoever's talking about it.
Yeah.
And I think that it's a massive achievement that he's done for your club. He's made you better known around the world. He's made all the jokes go. There's none of the Spursy stuff come on. What he's done, it should just be a case, do you know what? Why look at anything negative that Ange has done? Because to me, when he leaves, he's only left you guys with positives.
Yeah.
You know, and that's it.
And he can feel very proud of that and leave the football
100%, and I think he does.
Oh, yeah.
I think the fans should show that more for him.
Yeah.
You know, because imagine if Ange is sitting watching this and reading the comments, and he's thinking, "Why did I bother?"
Yeah, I know.
You know, and that's what annoys me is that, you know, the guy put his heart and soul into it. He didn't try to lose all those games in the Premiership. You know, he just didn't have the tools to compete, so he chose, and that's how it ended up.
Yeah. Ali, thanks so much for joining us yet again. When we spoke to you the other day, we didn't think that we'd be talking to you so soon, but thanks so much.
No, I'm glad. I'm always happy to come on, guys.
Cheers, Ali.
Enjoy.
Thanks, buddy.
Craig, how you doing?
I've got to go. I've got to go, so I'm going to have to leave it. Perhaps Gary can sub on Mr. Maloney. He can co-host for the rest of the show if Gary's happy to do that. He's a worthwhile.
Gary, welcome to the show. Do you want to co-host with me?
I can co-host. We've done it before, but remember when we did it last time? It went on for 6 hours.
Well, we're
That's
3
all
hours
right.
in already.
We've done
so,
3 already, Gary. Thanks for everybody who's been on tonight. It's been absolutely mad. The green room. As soon as somebody leaves,
let me get me charger.
Yeah, you go. You do. As soon as somebody leaves, somebody else comes in. There's so many of you wanting to talk about it, and there's 4,500. I think this is a record, possibly 4,500 watching across all platforms. So it's absolutely mental. But people making Craig's kebabs arrived. No,
yes.
I wish it was. But yeah, thanks for everybody that's joined tonight, and I'll be watching if I can the rest of the show. So thanks for having me on, Chris, as normal, and I'll see you all again soon.
Thank you, Craig. See you soon.
See you later.
I'm there, Chris. Give me 1 minute.
No worries. Right, we're now going to go to Jay. Jay, you've been waiting patiently for a long time. How are you? Jay, I think you're on mute. Jay, can you hear me now? No, we can't hear you. I tell you what, we'll sub you out for a second, and then we'll bring you back in. If you can just sort your microphone out. We're going to go to Luke. Luke, how are you?
Hey, Chris. I'm good, thanks. You all right?
Yeah, all good. Luke, how are you feeling about it?
I actually thought about it a lot today, and I feel because I felt like it was coming before. I was sitting there at work thinking, this has got to happen today. And as the day drew on, I thought, it's not going to happen. We're not going to find anything out. And we're going to go into next week. It's going to drag on. And I think the overriding feeling actually is embarrassment, actually. I feel really embarrassed. I feel embarrassed with the length of time it's taken to deal with it. I feel embarrassed with the way they've handled it.
Yeah.
I'm so embarrassed by the club statement that talks about competing on multiple fronts. And I just think, do they really think that's what they've got in that squad? I mean, some people are talking about having the wrong tools. And actually, we do have one of the largest squads in the Premier League, but it's full of 18-year-olds. It's full of players without Premier League experience because that's all we've put our money into. So yeah, it's just a sense of embarrassment, really. I think that this is going to sound really bizarre, but I think it's the right decision for the wrong reason. And what I mean by that is that if Levy really thinks that Postecoglou isn't the man to take them all the way through the season, then it's right to move on. Because what he should be starting the next season with is someone who's going to do the whole season he thinks is going to get through, not give him a chance till Christmas. I personally think that chopping and changing is bad for the club. If he's going to keep him, it should be because he believes in him going forward. But why doesn't he believe him? And that's what I mean about the wrong reason. He doesn't believe in him because I think at the end of the season, he spoke about the need for more experienced players. And is he going to get those? Is he fuck, right? He's not going to get them, right? So I think that he basically looked at it and said, look, I could keep going. I could do what we've done before. I could push for top 4 and completely deprioritize all the cups if you want. But if we get injuries again, we're going to be in the same position because we don't have the right squad to handle that. And just going back to what some of the other guests have said earlier, I think the thing that people are not taking into consideration is you have to think about the fact that Postecoglou was managing the club with the context of the managers that came before him already there, like Pochettino, for example. And you've said it. I think you hit the nail on the head, Chris. He knew full well how it feels to finish 3rd or 4th. It doesn't feel amazing. You don't remember it. You don't talk about it forever and ever. But he knows what a trophy is, and I think that his approach this year was about what he felt the club needed most and what the fan base needed most. When Pochettino took over, it was what 7 years or 8 years since we'd won a trophy. And Postecoglou's come in with it, that gap widening to 17.
7, yeah.
You know, insane. That's insane. It's getting ridiculous. You know, and you know, Newcastle fans won't thank me for saying that. Neither will Palace fans. But for us, it feels ridiculous. So I think what he did this season was what I think the club needed. I'd just like to ask you both the question though. Like, I really wonder if there's finishing 17th has this psychology to it that I think has affected the decision. Do you think if we'd have won, let's say not just that last game, but maybe one or two more and finished sort of 14th or 13th, do you think he would still be in the job?
Do you want to go, Chris, or me?
I don't think it makes a difference, to be honest, Luke. I just think that when you've got us over that line and, you know, lifting that trophy after such a long time, and, you know, people have disagreed with what I've said already this evening about, you know, people have told me that Mauricio Pochettino's you know, a more successful Spurs manager at the club than Postecoglou, you know, without winning a trophy. I can't accept that because, you know, when you're talking about trophies, it's 1-0. Yes, I really loved the style under Poch. You know, some of the best football I've ever seen as a Spurs fan under Pochettino, but, you know, didn't get us over that line. And he had a much better squad as well. But I just think the squad that Ange has had this season, and I said it last summer, and I know I keep banging on about it, but we didn't do enough in the transfer window, in my opinion, with experience and in depth. And when the club are saying about fighting on all fronts, how can you be fighting on all fronts when you've got a very limited squad? You take Van de Ven and Romero out of that team, we are a very, very different team. And the stats do back that up. So this is exactly what I've been saying the past week or so, and all these Tottenham news videos that I keep putting out when I give my thoughts. It's like the squad for next season for the Champions League, we virtually need two very, very good 11s. You know, it's very different playing the Champions League. No disrespect to the Europa League, but it's a very, very different competition in terms of quality and in terms of teams. You know, you look at that final the other day, PSG, Inter Milan. You look at both of those teams, what they've done to get to that final, and PSG are just on another level. So to face teams like that, you know, Spurs need to up their game and go big in transfer windows. And I'll say again, it's not in terms of saying, you know, me saying go and spend hundreds of millions of pounds. It's about the right recruitment, but we need to be bang on that. And of course, we're not, because we just sacked the manager today, 6 days into the transfer window. And this is why I just feel like we're going around in circles. And this is why I said and joked with the other guys earlier about, like, I feel like I've recorded this podcast and show before.
Yeah, no, I'm about to say something I've actually said on here before, which is that recruitment, it does not mean buying the flashiest, most expensive player. There are a lot of clubs in the Premier League that are very, very good at buying the players to fit what the manager needs, and using data to do that as well. And we've got a data analytics team working at the club who are supposed to be doing that. So where are those players? Why are they coming in so slowly? You know, I think it was Dustin earlier made a really good point about the right players sometimes, but at the wrong time, or the wrong players at the time when we need them. So yeah, the recruitment's the biggest issue, and that's the thing, is it's Levy's parameters that Ange has, I think, failed within, according to Levy, and that is, I think, why this is no disrespect to him, because a few people have not been happy with the idea. I think Thomas Frank's a fantastic manager, but that's why Levy wants him, because he fits in with the ability to deal with what Levy's going to do in the way that he manages and runs the club.
Let me also say as well, whoever does come in, whatever manager comes in, I will fully back them, and you know, of course, support the club as much as I do, and go to every game and support that manager. But I'm a little bit concerned now about the direction, and I always go on about that, the direction and the ambition. I just want to see the football club show as much ambition as possible to get that very, very strong squad for the Champions League next season, because it's very, very hard to get in a competition like the Champions League. You work so hard to get in it. Now, you don't just want to be a number. You want to be competing, you know, at the highest level. So, you know, fully back the new who does come in, but I just hope that the ambition and the direction is there. Gary, do you want to answer Luke's question? And plus, we brought you in so quickly, we haven't even got your thoughts on how you're feeling about it.
Yeah, do you know, I left it for a few hours because I was just so angry, so annoyed. But again, not really surprised. But let me just touch on Luke's question very quickly, because I think where Levy would have stood, let's say for argument's sake, if we'd have won the Europa League, which we did obviously, but we finished 8th or 9th, I think Ange would still be in a job. I think, you know, the fans are not bothered that we finished 17th, but I think the board are bothered, Levy's bothered and stuff. And I think the fact we finished so close to relegation, I mean, we were never going to get relegated anyway, let's be honest about it. We had plenty of points. You know, we knew we were safe. They then focused on the Europa League. It was a blessing we went out of the FA Cup when we did, because like Chris touched on and what I said many times, we can't be in all competitions, not with the team that we had, not with the injuries that we had, right? So if we'd finished 8th or 9th and won Europa League, it'd still been a job, but we didn't. We finished 17th, although the majority of the fan base were still okay with that. A lot wasn't. I get that. I know fans have been frustrated. I know they're annoyed, but again, I mean, I feel disappointed, but not just disappointed with, you know, Levy, the board, and everything else, but I feel quite disappointed with a lot of Tottenham fans, because I think they've got very short memories, because from what I could see at Bilbao and on that Tottenham Stadium on the final and on the parade, and even on the last game of the season, we got spanked 4-1. I saw a lot of Tottenham fans there singing Ange's name, happy. And you fast forward a week or so, and they're like, Ange out, yeah, you know, 22 league defeats is not acceptable. I think put some respect on his name. You know, the first season he got us 5th, you know, with no Harry Kane. Second season he comes in and he does what he says he'd do. No manager has done that for Tottenham, not since 1984. Let's be real about it. You talk about Poch, you know, Mourinho, Conte, all these big men. He was never given the respect from day one, right? From no one. The journalists, the media were always on his back. And even as a fan base, the amount of Tottenham fans that I saw and listened to on the day of the final who wanted us to lose it so they could be right and get Ange sacked. And the amount of Tottenham fans now that are celebrating that he's been sacked, I just find it just almost comical, disrespectful, and an absolute joke. And I said something earlier, and when they sacked Ange, I said, we've got our Tottenham back, because we have. From when they sacked Ange earlier is when we've got our Tottenham back, because we are a joke of a club. You know, you don't see the Man United manager getting sacked. He's finished 16th and won nothing. We've got Daniel Levy in Tottenham, 150 million. We're in the Champions League, and we've won a trophy only the third time in our history, 1972, 84, and 2025. And you've got Tottenham fans celebrating that Ange has been sacked. You know, TalkSport, Sky, they've all got what they wanted, because from the day we won that trophy, and Chris, you'll back me up on this, the day we won that trophy, all the media have been focusing on is the 22 league defeats. Where is the fact that we won a European trophy? I don't give a monkeys if the teams from the Champions League didn't drop out and go into it. We won a European trophy. I don't see Man United getting anywhere near as much abuse as stick as what Ange got. So for that alone, I think some Tottenham fans need to take a hard look at themselves, you know, and think, do they really want to be and call themselves Tottenham fans? Because some of them, I don't think they are. I get everyone has an opinion, and I accept that 22 league defeats isn't acceptable and isn't great. But do not diminish what Ange has achieved and what we've done by winning a European trophy. Because if you do, you're not a true Tottenham fan in my favour. Simple as that.
Luke, who would you like to see as the next Spurs boss?
Well, I think that there's been some really valid points made about European experience and pedigree. And I think that is an issue with looking at Thomas Frank, who I like very much. I think that he would be right in the sense that he does really well with players. He's like developed a lot of players. He's good at putting his arm around them. That might be something they need. He's also very different to Ange, so that might appeal to certain sections of the fan base that Gary was mentioning earlier. But I don't know. I actually don't think this is the problem with the sacking. Is I don't think the right person is just sitting out there. I don't think they are. People have talked about Xavi, who I think is obviously, but he got that European pedigree, but as a coach is also really inexperienced. He's actually way less experienced than Thomas Frank, particularly with the Premier League. So I really don't think there's a good fit. I actually think Levy's put himself in a position where anything he does now is a gamble. Absolutely anything he does.
Silly.
He goes with, whether he gets in Mancini, who's very well known, has got Premier League experience, or he goes for Thomas Frank, or he goes for Xavi. Doesn't matter. It's all a gamble now, because if it doesn't work out really quickly, everyone's going to be on his back straight away.
Luke, and you've hit the nail on the head. It was easier and safer for Daniel Levy to let Ange start the season, give him until Christmas or January and see how it goes. But again, he's had to make it about himself. That's why he's done this decision. The same way when Poch said, back me after Champions League final, he didn't. The same way he sat Mourinho waiting for a final. He's got to make it about himself. You know, we're not allowed to be happy, Chris. We're not allowed to celebrate and get the Spurs off our backs, the tag. You know, this has to be about Levy and him being in control and being a narcissist. Joe, don't be under no doubts, mate. You know, the media were praying for this. The rival fans like Arsenal and everyone else, they were praying for this day, you know, and he's giving them what they want. I just think it's just, honestly, it's an absolute joke. I don't know how you feel, Chris, with it, but I don't know if you're angry or you're shocked or you're upset, but I'm just pissed off with the whole thing, man. It's just disrespectful on Ange. It really is. And I don't care about 22 league defeats. It doesn't matter.
I said earlier, Gary, I feel like I've recorded this podcast before. A few times.
Only Tottenham can do this, though, Chris. On a serious note, lads, just, you know, it's 3 weeks ago we won a European trophy. We haven't won it in 41 years. And, you know, listen, Chris, you know, you told Luke and all the watching stuff. I have watched every single bit of footage there is to watch. I've watched all Chris's uploads. I've watched everything TNT done. I've watched all the Sky stuff. I'm not bored of it. I've watched, like, the whole parade from start to finish. I watched 4 hours of the live video footage inside the Tottenham Stadium with not even anything going on. Just zooming in.
Gary, I could do you one better, Gary.
Go on.
I actually sat and watched a Lego recreation of the final today on YouTube.
Oh, listen, I'll go one better than that. I didn't only watch it, I reshared it. It was brilliant, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, but like, I get it. I'm not naive and stupid enough to not understand 22 league defeats isn't acceptable, right? But like Chris mentioned, I mentioned, nothing for God knows how many years and God knows how many years in the future is going to make us feel like we felt the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen anytime soon. And I put my life on the line when I said we'd win the Europa League this season, and I knew we would. And I put my life on the line saying next season we would finish 9th and win the FA Cup. And I even had a good feeling we'd win the Super Cup. But that's all out the window now. Ange has gone. And I don't care who we get in. I mean, who can we get in? If you bring in Thomas Frank, I don't see how it's an upgrade. It's just a joke. I don't know. I'm just so disappointed, man.
Luke, we could talk to you all night, but we've got so many people to talk to. And the green room has been constantly full for over 3 hours. I don't know what time this stream is going to end. So, Luke, thanks so much, and we'll talk to you again.
Can I make one quick weird prediction? I think of something that's going to happen in the next week. This is going to make me sound completely mad as I sign off here, but I think Levy's going next week.
Luke,
and the reason I put it up.
Luke, I put it up on the WhatsApp group earlier.
I think there's a few signs. One of them being that he commented on Donna Cullen leaving. He commented on Ryan Mason leaving. He didn't say anything about Ange. He's not made a statement, which is very unusual. He always makes a statement about a manager
He's stepping
leaving.
down, isn't he, Luke?
Why haven't they? And how many times have we seen a manager go and another one come in the same day? They don't usually dilly-dally about, right? They do. With players, they muck about. With managers, they seem to be pretty quick. They have done.
No.
That's rubbish, isn't it?
We waited 72 days for Nuno.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
but then I'm thinking about
Daniel Levy thing.
Poch and Mourinho. But like Mourinho was in before Poch had even packed up his bags.
Yeah, that was like the following day.
So I'm thinking to myself, why is that? Either he hasn't decided, or there's going to be an announcement next week that we've been hearing about a shake-up, and it's not just Cullen. It could be more than that. That would be something to see next week, but who knows? Anyway, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Luke.
Speak to you soon. Right, Gary. We're now going to go to Sam, who has been waiting very patiently. Sam, thanks so much for waiting. How are you, and how are you feeling about things?
I'm very well, guys. Sorry, let me just close my door quickly, just because I live by a train, so it'll be loud.
It can't be louder than Gary.
So yeah, thank you for having me on. When I saw the ad the other day, I was like, yeah, actually, this seems like a good opportunity to get in and because I feel like I'm maybe on the more maybe what the fan base would describe as negative side towards Ange rather than the other way around. But at the same time, I feel like I'm quite balanced. Like, you know, I can see both sides. I'm not here. I think a big problem that we have in the Spurs fan base is it's kind of gotten to a point over the last 5 years where it's like, you're either on my point of view or you're against me. You're not a Tottenham fan. And sometimes that I feel like it can get so toxic. Like I get it sometimes when you're seeing just like constant negativity, like what you were saying, or one of the panelist was saying before about wanting Ange to lose the final just so that he
that was
would
me
leave.
saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, those sort of things, obviously they're ridiculous, but I feel like there's a lot of, disharmony within the fan group. And I feel like you guys are very positive. So I was looking forward to coming on.
Good stuff. How you feeling then? So are you like gutted he's gone, or you're sort of feeling not too bad about it? I mean,
I feel a bit dirty. I don't know if that makes sense. I've been waiting kind of patiently for Ange to go. Because, you know, I will admit, I was one of those people leading up to pretty much every game that we lost towards the final. Like this guy, and to be fair, I have maintained that I felt like we were going to win the Europa League all season, literally from day one. But every day I felt like I was being tested. Like, oh god,
it weren't easy. It was tough. The Premier League, man, it was tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. But I feel dirty because of the way that it's all gone around.
Yeah.
Like, you know, yes, on one hand I'm happy, but at the same time, especially because it's his 2-year anniversary today, I'm like, oh god, like the club has sticked around for so long that we've marred like what should be a proud day for him with, you know, one of his worst days in recent history.
Yeah.
Sam, man. You mentioned there about you think that we're positive fans, but it's very important as well to just be realistic in your expectations. Now, what is your expectation? I know obviously we don't know who the new manager is going to be, but even if it was Ange or, you know, obviously not someone new is coming in now, what is the expectation for someone new coming in for next season? You know, in terms of league position, in terms of going far in the Champions League. I know it's going to be a lot to do with what we do in the transfer window in the next 85 days or whatever it is left of it. But what is your expectation now that we have won the Europa League?
Look, I think that a lot of fans are being potentially a bit naive to think that even if Ange had stayed, that we would win a trophy next season and finish like in the top 5-6. Look, as much as there's no reason that can't happen, I think that we've seen with the squad that we've got and the history of the way that our club operates, only emphasized by this fiasco that's kind of gone on. I think that it's difficult to imagine a scenario where, look, we're not going to win the Champions League, as much as, you know, you never know what's going to happen. We've seen strange.
Very unlikely.
Yeah. So that's not going to be better than, you know, winning a Europa League. I think that the Europa League carries more weight than the League Cup. Maybe it's arguable with the FA Cup being given the tradition of the FA Cup. But it would, I think, in order for people to be happy on both sides, he would need to win a trophy and also get in that top 6, even if it's not Champions League, but to have a trophy and be, you know, proud of watching your team week in, week out, even if you fall short of the final hurdle. Now, that's not what I think will happen, or I believe like has to happen, because I mean, let's take Frank, for example. He's the one that's really being pushed, right? And I'm, you know, I'm no Frank lover, but I'm also no Frank hater. I think that, you know, I was on a panel show recently where someone said it would be a massive risk to hire Frank. And I think that risk is actually the wrong word with Frank, because I feel like what Frank offers potentially is stability. You know, he's going to I imagine him stopping the league rot. Whether he pushes on from what Ange has done in terms of winning trophies, that's another story. But to say it's a risk, I think that he's going to come in, he's going to shore us up defensively. And Brentford were still quite high scorers in the league last season. You know, they had 2 players that got 20-odd goals or whatever. I know Wisser and Mbeumo are on a lot of people's wish lists. But with Frank, you know, I'm not overwhelmed with it. I think that's what I'll say. But if it was to happen, I wouldn't cry. And I think that sort of on a final point of Frank is, I find it strange that like we're going to pay Ange, what is it, 7 million, including the Europa League bonus. We're paying Ange 7 million to leave effectively. And then we're going to go and spend 10 million. Like, that is not how I have ever seen the club operate before. You know, we're always kind of looking for the best deal. So,
but Levy loves paying out a bit of compensation on managers. He loves it.
But I can't remember the last time that we paid compensation to get a manager in. I mean, I'm only 26, so I've not seen so many.
No, not in so much, but out loads.
Yeah, exactly. He loves a little comp package, but I think on top, like the 7 million plus 10 million to bring Frank in, I almost can't see Levy doing that, even though that's what's being reported as like the top odds.
Yeah.
Gary, can I ask you? Sam says there about him discussing, saying about Thomas Frank could possibly be a risk. I see Thomas Frank, if he was to come in, as a pretty safe move. But is it a boring move? Because does he excite you?
No, not in the slightest. No, and he's not a good manager or as good as Ange. He's not. And I'm not being funny. As awful as we were in the Premier League, we done a number on him home and away. So if we're so bad and so poor, we're sacking a manager to get a manager in that we done home and away, and a manager who's won a trophy to another manager that's won nothing, who's got no European experience whatsoever, who the manager we just sacked got a Champions League. So make that make sense.
Yeah, it's quite ironic, that, Sam.
It is ironic, but that is Spursy.
But none are against Brentford.
Yeah, and that's why we've got our Tottenham back, because we've done exactly what Sky, TalkSport, the media, and Arsenal fans and all other rival fans want us to do. They were absolutely bricking themselves on the 3rd season, because I generally think we would have finished probably 9th or 10th and won an FA Cup. And for me, that still would have been a really good season. You bet your life we're winning nothing with Frank. Let me tell you that now, if he even makes the season.
Sam, let me ask you, how have you felt since 2019 of Mauricio Pochettino heading out the door? And I know this is one of my favourite lines. I always say this: 518 days, didn't spend money in multiple transfer windows. Then in the November, lost the Champions League final, obviously. Then in the November, was sacked. Then we've gone through all of these different managers. So you've gone from Pochettino, who come out publicly and said, you need the furniture to put in the mansion. And then you've gone through win now managers. We've had Nuno there as well. Now we've had Ange. How would you describe this period of time? And if you were a potential manager of Daniel Levy and the board wanting you to join Spurs, how would you be feeling about that? Because surely some of these managers will be thinking, blimey, Ange has just delivered a European trophy there, first European trophy in 41 years, first trophy in 17 years. If he can get the sack, and Conte got the sack for talking out, in a presser, Ange got Jose got the sack 6 days before a final, didn't even get the chance to manage in the final. And then Pochettino for what he did, where you think that there was more than enough credit in the bank for what he achieved at the football club. What would you be thinking?
Look, I mean, I think in answer to your first question, how have I felt since 2019? I think I've been really unproud of the club. And that pains me to say it, right? I've had to watch so much dross, and as much as I wanted Ange to go, Conte was some of the, my least favorite football experiences in terms of what we had to watch, and I wanted Conte originally because I thought, okay, we're going to get a win now manager and we might actually win something. And obviously it's ironic that Ange was the one after Mourinho and Conte, although, he says himself, I'm also a winner. I've won everywhere I've been. And he's the only one of those managers now that's true with, right? But I just feel maybe it's the partly the rift of the fans, partly, well, probably mostly to do with how bad the club has been operated. And you know, as you say, Chris, the 500 odd days where we signed no one and got to a Champions League final, and we were told this is all going to be worth it, you know, once we get into the new stadium. And don't get me wrong, the new stadium is lovely. I had a Gooner today say that his daughter is a Tottenham fan, and he begged him to take her to the parade. He was like, definitely not. So he settled on taking her on a stadium tour. And and he was like, I hate you lot, but I've got to admit it, you know, beautiful stadium. And look, you know, we're proud of the stadium, that's sure.
Yeah,
like, that's for sure. But
can I ask quickly, because Chris, sorry, just 1 second, I just want to know this: is the trophy in the stadium tour at the moment, Chris, or it's not there yet?
Not yet, but it will be very, very soon.
Okay, let me know, yeah, because we've got to keep this positive vibe going. I'm not letting Levy and you know and everyone drag me down. I'm still on a high, mate, with us winning that trophy, and I'm not going to forget it anytime soon. I'm not going to let you forget it either.
Yeah, look, 100%. I mean, I turned the camera so you could see my Bilbao winner's scarf on my headboard. But look, I 100% agree with you. Like, as much as I wanted Ange gone, I'm still a Tottenham fan first and foremost, and I want what's best for the club, which informs my decision over why I wanted Ange gone. I know that maybe that's counterintuitive because he won the trophy, but there's 3 things for me with Ange that I felt contributed to my feelings. The first was obviously the 22 losses, which just killed me. You know, watching football this year, it's supposed to be an escape, and it just added to everything, you know. In fact, probably was the worst part about my life this year. I don't like his system in terms of the defensive side. The attacking side, I think if we had better attackers, I could understand. I'm happy for the system, but I felt like you can't play with 2 defenders in 85% of the games and concede the same goal from, you know, losing the ball in a promising position, which is on the players, don't get me wrong, and then conceding from, you know, 2 passes, 1 70-yard ping across the pitch, and then, you know, 1 pass in and they score. And the final thing for me, and I feel like a lot of people have kind of forgot it, because he, in the lead up to the final, he made some really, really important statements for me, and I think for Spurs fans, when he started coming out at the media, not for their treatment of him, but for the treatment of the club.
Yeah,
you know, you guys all want Spurs to lose. You can't fathom the idea of Tottenham winning a trophy, and you know that was really pulling me back in. You know, I was like,
that's why the media. Sorry, just quick, Sam. That's why the media now, you know, and Sky and everyone else are absolutely loving this, because they were hoping and praying that Ange would get sacked, and unfortunately, that's what Tottenham have given them now by sacking Ange. You know, the media, the TV, the radio, and rival supporters have got what they want. And that's why I'm so disappointed, you know. It's a shame. But let me ask you, what would be your best memory as a Spurs fan right now? What is your best memory being a Spurs fan from day one till now?
Yeah.
What is it?
I mean, I don't even have to really think about it, do I? I mean, I was at the final with my dad and my 2 brothers. It was, you know, maybe the best experience of my life.
Yeah,
you know?
And that's it. And if I ask you, Chris, I mean, mine up until, you know, 21st of May, beating Man United was probably the FA Cup final in '91, you know, because as great as it was getting to the Champions League final, we lost. So, you know, yes, the semi-final was great. It was amazing. But ultimately, as good as that was, we didn't win anything, right? It was just a game, you know. So I just find it really, really disrespectful and out of order. And I don't really think he was given a good chance from day one as a manager. But, you know, our greatest memory is going to be, you know, Bilbao. And then you've got to look at that now and always remember that the manager got sacked 3 weeks afterwards. It's just, it's so sloppy. Honestly, it's really bad, but it is what it is.
Sam, you've been a great guest. We'd
Brilliant.
love to have you back on again, and perhaps join us for an edition of the Spurs Chat podcast in the near future.
Oh, definitely. I really appreciated coming on. It's been a pleasure meeting you both.
Definitely, Sam. Nice one, buddy.
We'll speak to you soon.
Have a good one, lads.
Cheers.
Take care, mate.
Right, we're now going to go to Terry Kim in New York. Terry, how are you? How are you feeling?
Oh, hang on. Hang on a sec. Did you hear that? My wife just goes, "Oh, I love Terry."
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Maloney. Thank you.
And she's a Chelsea fan as well, Terry.
Oh, is she? Oh my gosh.
We do. We all love you. We do. We all love you when you're on.
Gary, I was telling Chris, the pod that you guys did after the final, when you started tearing up, I was tearing up. Oh my gosh, I started tearing up. And to go from that was 2 weeks ago.
I know.
To this now, like what a way to destroy
all
the goodwill just in 2 weeks. It's
what camp are you in then? How are you feeling, Tel? Are you kind of relieved and glad he's been sacked, or you think it's a really bad decision?
Not either. I'm absolutely gutted that he's gone. I think we all need to say thank you, Ange, even if you didn't like him. I think we need to all thank him for the best moment of our Tottenham lives thus far, right?
That's it, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just I feel bad for him. I feel bad for the way that he's been treated, the disrespect, not just over the past 2 weeks, but really the disrespect over
since day one, Terry, isn't it?
Yeah. And then I feel bad for whoever's coming in as well, because it's what a situation to come into where.
But this is what I mean, Terry. What I don't understand is, Daniel Levy has to make it all about himself. I mean, the easier option for him and for the fan base and that is just let Ange start the third season. Let him start. Give him until Christmas or January. See how he goes. And if the results ain't great, you make a decision. You leave on mutual terms. It's job done. Everyone leaves happy. And if he does really well, back him and let him carry on the third season and see if we can win another trophy or finish a lot further up in the league. Because I don't think every Tottenham fan would be expecting to win a trophy the season after. And I'm pretty sure when I say this, if we would have finished, say next season we finish in the top 7th, 8th, but don't win a trophy, I think Spurs fans will take that. We have a good cup run. We're not looking for a trophy every year. As much as Chris wants one and I want one, we have to be realistic, right?
Right. Terry, where were you, and how did you get the notification about Ange's sacking, and are you surprised by it?
It's so I was actually playing tennis, got a notification, just dripping wet because it's about 90 degrees here. I don't know what that translates to Celsius, but it's very hot. And it was a strange feeling because I wasn't surprised, but still stunned at the same time that happened. I don't know if you guys know that it just didn't feel right. It feels icky. I feel for Ange. I feel for all those fans who looked forward to kind of continuing on. It creates so many more questions going into next season, going into the transfer season. And again, the next coach that comes in, I can't imagine much of a worse situation to come into, where the team is not great, which is why we finished 17th, but we won a trophy. So there's just tremendous love for the previous coach. There's tremendous love from the players as well. So the expectations are just going to be sky high. What could this next coach do to top what Ange did this year? There is no Europa League, right? It's
That's a good point, Terry, because any manager coming in now knows that whatever squad that they have to go into the season with, playing, at the elite level, Champions League, we know that Daniel Levy and the board obviously want a much better, higher finish in the Premier League, and the club statement says compete on all levels. So, that's a big statement, isn't it, for the next manager coming in?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem. This competing on all levels. I think we're already behind on doing that. And that's why I worry. Just this past week of silence and seeing what Liverpool's already drastically improved. And they were the best team in the Premier League by far. Man City has improved. But seeing the players who have come and gone, what's frustrating is not only would they be good fits for Spurs, but they were also attainable. So like a Ryan Shirky or Tijani Reinders, both of them would fit perfectly with us. They didn't go for way too much. We could have at least put an effort in for them. Liam Delap going for 30 million. I mean, top teams like big clubs reinforce, especially going into the Champions League, because they know they need 2 starting 11s. And I mean, they have Nicholas Jackson, and they went for Liam Delap, who I think is absolutely fantastic and would fit really well into our system as well. You even see a team like Barcelona, they have Rafinha on the left wing, and they're going in for Luis Diaz from Liverpool. I mean, that is, and Rafinha is a Ballon d'Or contender. I mean, just that's the way that we should be acting, and we aren't doing any. I mean, even for Man U to get Cunha, and it looks like they're going to get Mbeumo as well. I mean, they're even worse than us.
But Terry,
and
this is what I was saying
Yeah.
right earlier. I don't understand how, like, I mean, all right, so they were 1 spot above us, but we've won the Europa League. Our manager gets sacked, and yet there was no negative talk about the Man United manager or anything. Like, in fact, even before Ange went, all the talk was about, you know, how mediocre the Europa League competition was, the fact the teams didn't drop out the Champions League, the 22 league defeats, you know, how poor Man United were, and not anything to do with how good Tottenham were and how Ange got us there and won it. And it was just all focusing on Ange. But yet, the Man United manager got nothing. It's so bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah. So I you know, this afternoon, just over the past few years, I've been trying to channel my inner Ricky and look for silver linings in this.
Yeah.
I mean, as much of a fan of the Ange as I am, I mean, one of the damning stats that I heard was that since that infamous 9-man Chelsea game, that all the games since then, which I think is about 66 games or so, if we play all of that out, Spurs would have been 15th since then. So that is a large sample size to go by. I mean, I was looking at, I mean, I work in AI and data, and I was looking at one of those supercomputer predictions for next year. And they are predicting, like, given the current squad and Ange, they are predicting a 13th place finish for next year. So, I'm just trying to look for positives in someone like a Thomas Frank or so. So
Terry, were they predicting a Champions League final win as well?
Yeah, or a trophy.
How many trophies?
I would have to do some major manipulation of data to make that happen. Oh my gosh, it's a.
But you know the thing I can't get my head around, right, is all the, like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, I was a fan of Poch, I get it, but I don't understand. Like, I've seen loads in the comments and stuff, Chris, and that, how everyone is so, like, pro Poch and everything else, and how amazing and wonderful he was, and they're constantly slagging off Ange. I don't understand that.
I've always said, Gary, you know, be careful what you wish for, because I think that a lot of fans just expect Mauricio Pochettino to walk through that door, literally go bang, 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 and it all be fantastic again. We're going to be playing that style. We're going to be scoring goals. It's going to be attractive football. We're going to lift the trophies. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's not going to be as simple as that for any man.
Chris, and Chris, you'll remember more than anyone. Our league form under Poch wasn't great. You know, we had a lot of defeats. There were some really awful sort of periods of games and that. Yes, we got to a Champions League final, but ultimately we lost it. And, you know, whether that decision was laid with him or not, he dropped a player that scored a hat-trick in the semi-final and played an unfit Kane. And now I'm not saying Kane shouldn't play a part in that game, but that wasn't the right decision. I don't understand where he's on a pedestal up here and Ange has just won us the Europa League, you know, a massive European trophy, and they're saying he's got nothing on Poch. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Terry, last question for you. Romero, do you think he'll be a Spurs player next season?
Not now. Yeah, I mean that's part of the issue. So we have the transfer issue on one side, and then we have the players who are going to be disillusioned. I mean, you see some of the messages that have been coming out from it. So I don't think we've heard from Romero yet, but from Porro, from Van de Ven. The goodwill is going to be lost on that side as well. And one great thing about Ange was his ability to convince people, not just to buy into his system, but to convince them to actually come to the club as well. Like, we're hearing so much about, because there's turmoil, because everything's been put on pause. Even Angel Gomez said he didn't want to come to Spurs. Come on, come on. Like even that, it's. I will say, part of me is excited about Thomas Frank. I know I'm probably in the minority there. I do think he's a really good coach. I do think I think
I
our
agree though,
floor
Terry.
will be
I think
lifted.
he is as well. I just don't think
Yeah.
he's an upgrade on Ange. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know if he's an upgrade either. I do think he would lift the floor. I mean, Brentford's been in the Premier League for 4 seasons now, and 2 of those seasons they ended in the top half. I mean, you have to give him the credit for punching way above his weight for the players that he has, for the resources that he has. I mean, he's really pragmatic. He's not married to one formation in one style. He adjusts to the players that he has. I mean, he has a really strong focus on set pieces and even the dark arts. Just, it seems like he does whatever he can to just get that 1%, 2% edge. So if he were to be our coach, I do feel like I don't think we would ever be in danger of finishing 15th, 16th, 17th or so. I just wonder if his ceiling is as high as Ange's is. I don't think so. It makes you wonder when we're gonna taste what we see behind Chris now. It's like that feeling again. And it's just what bums me out is just like even seeing Chris's background right now. It's kind of bittersweet looking at that just because of the past 2 weeks.
But Terry, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned you work in AI because Chris will tell you. For about a week afterwards, I said to him, "It doesn't seem real. Everything seems like AI to me because I'm so used to those AI images of Son lifting the trophy and stuff like that. It genuinely didn't feel or seem real, and that's why I'm still watching stuff every day. I mean, I'm not going to let Levy second Ange take me off cloud 9 because I'm still up there, and I don't care what people say about this trophy. They can try and diminish it all they want. For me, it's a massive European trophy, so I'm going to stay on cloud 9. But it felt like AI to me. It just because." This doesn't happen to Tottenham. What happened today is what happens to Tottenham.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about AI, like I think AI can hallucinate and it makes mistakes. Sometimes you can see. Sometimes you could see little glitches in it. Today feels like AI. It's almost like Tottenham's being run by AI. Like you're like, what is this? Is he really doing this? It's
Well, Terry, I hope we're not requesting AI videos or AI pictures from you for the next 17 years for the next trophy. That's what
There's never a dull moment with this club, though, is there? Eh? Never.
No. All right. Thanks, gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Cheers,
Terry.
Kel. Always good to speak to you, mate. Nice one, buddy.
Right, we're now going to go to Jay. We're going to try Jay again. Jay, can we hear you this time? How are you?
Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Any good?
Jay, how are you feeling?
Okay. Tired, emotional. I've got Melvin's emotion. I've got Altman's swearing. I need a bit of Gary's enthusiasm or a bit of Ricky enthusiasm. I feel done, fellas. Done.
Yeah. Well, how was you feeling when you got the news? Was you shocked? Not surprised? How was you?
I guess probably like everyone, I felt it was coming.
Yeah.
But weren't happy. My youngest son told me, and I was just like, for God's sake, this is ridiculous.
Your youngest got the news before you?
Yeah, I just got home from work, just got out of the car, and he opened the door. Dad, Postecoglou's gone. It's just like, what?
Mate.
So yeah, disappointing.
That's kids for you. Always give you good news, kids, don't they?
Well, listening to the show tonight, 2 weeks ago, took the boy down there, and I was trying to find you lot. I could kind of broadly see where you were, but
yeah, what the parade is
there, right? It's carnage, but
mental.
What a moment!
Amazing.
I just said to him, take all of this in. It's been a long time since I've seen anything like this, and you've talked about it on many podcasts, Chris. So yeah, it was that was incredible. And you get through to today. I mean, bless you, Gary. You're trying to still stay on the cloud, but I'm done with this.
This is Tottenham, though. This is what they do to you, Jay. I knew it wasn't going to be long, and then we'll get hit with something like this. But for me, I mean, I got the news earlier. I can't even remember where I think I came out of the gym and I had about 30 odd messages, and I put on TalkSport. That's what it was. and then bang. And not long after that, I was watching Chris on Sky.
But yeah.
I won't let it drag me down. And I think there is a lot of Tottenham fans that are happy and celebrating, and they've kind of got what they wanted. But I try and distance myself from those Tottenham fans. And I feel, you know, it's only been 3 weeks since we won that European trophy. Yes, our manager's been sacked, the guy that runs it. But I think you have to just keep watching it, enjoying it, you know. And like Chris said, and we said, look, Chris was lucky enough to be out in Bilbao. I was at the Tottenham Stadium, you know, and when we all ran on the pitch at the end, I said to my wife and kids, I said, this may never happen again. So I was making her record, I was recording, the kids recording, and, you know, and I've watched since then the amount of footage and stuff I've watched, because days like this, I knew we were only around the corner with Tottenham, you know. It's a shame, but yeah, I don't know. I really
Jay,
don't.
Can I ask, Jay, did you expect this decision? Did you expect this to happen? Because let's face it, and be honest and frank about it, you know, when we've seen some of the decisions from the football club, from Pochettino leaving right through to, you know, I'm not going to
How
keep
many days was it again, Chris, that he didn't do the transfer thing? Just
you know, it's same old lines, you know, Jose, you know, 6 days before a final, Conte, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen all of these decisions. So were you surprised by this today?
Not surprised. I think this club's such a crazy town. You know, you never know what's going to happen. I just, a bit of like what you said tonight and on other podcasts that you've put out, I just thought, I know it's a poor season, terrible season. In any other season, that's you're relegated. But we won a trophy.
Yes.
And so many, you've had a couple of people on tonight who overlooked that, and I just thought,
yeah,
jog on, like, this is mad, crazy. Like you and people that are my age, right? I'm no youngster, and it's just like, it's a long time since we've won something.
What do you make of them fans? There's loads in the comments. There's been loads on social media that say, yeah, but, you know, we only just beat a really bad Man United team.
Whatever.
And it was a Mickey Mouse Cup, and it wasn't really a proper competition. What do you make of them? These are Tottenham fans saying this.
They ain't fans to me, mate.
They can't be, can they? Why would you try and diminish and demeanour a European trophy? I get it if Arsenal fans are saying it, oh, you know, it's not the trophy it was, and everything else, because obviously they've never won it, right? It's jealousy. They wanted to win it, you know, back in 2019 when they got battered by Chelsea. Of course they wanted to win it. And all this argument, you've got to be in it to win it. Well,
the thing is, Gary, I'd never ever sit here and criticise how someone else feels. We all feel what we feel. And I think that all of us Spurs fans, you know, we all want us to do well. We all want us to win every single game. There are some fans that are more positive than others, which we have seen on this show tonight. And of course, we know you, Gary, you speak positively all the time. You know,
Ricky Mark too.
Well, exactly. Ricky speaks extremely positive about everything, which is great. You know, to have people like Ricky in your life, you know, you need people like that in your life every day. You wake up thinking like you've been winning the lottery every single day. It's like,
that was a big trophy and a difficult competition. It wasn't easy.
No. But of course, Jay, you've got to be realistic as well. So realistic aims for next season, whoever comes in, what are your expectations for next year? Because I said earlier, I feel like the board have probably put themselves under a bit more pressure by making this change. Yeah.
Hugely. Yeah, it's run like a circus, isn't it? They've massively put themselves under pressure. Yeah. Chris, really, does it matter who comes in? Is it Frank? Is he good enough? Is he not? He's not had European experience? It doesn't matter. It's the same regime. It's going to be the same outcome again. Don't you think?
Probably.
Just that's where I've got to with this. You've said it a million times, you boys, right, on the cast you've been on. Pochettino, how many days that he didn't have a transfer and didn't buy anything?
How many was it, Chris?
Come on, you must know that, Jay.
518. So I do what? And see how far he got us. And a few of the guys that were on here earlier were saying he's a better manager than Postecoglou. And you sort of challenged it a bit and said, well, no, he didn't win anything, did he? I loved him like everyone else did, but he didn't win us anything. And he got binned. And then we've had the win nows. You've had Mourinho get binned 6 days before a cup final.
Yeah.
Who would come now? This guy won us a cup and they binned him.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Mad.
Yeah.
We're done. We're done. It's a circus. It's
Yeah.
to be the same thing. I know you boys don't like the phrase, but we're Spursy. This is what's going to happen again and again and again.
No, I
Till
agree.
they
We are
change.
Spursy. Yeah,
Till
this
they
is
change and get
Spurs.
out. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. As I said, Jay, I feel like I've recorded this podcast a couple of times over the last couple of years.
But the only difference is, Chris, like all the other podcasts, when this finishes, at least you can go back and watch us win the trophy.
We need stability as a football club, and that is why I quite often wanted to see the bigger picture of this project, because
2
we were
years
only
you got,
2
2
years.
years.
2 years, yeah.
The joke.
Yeah. Jay, last question. Who would you actually like to see come in? Do you think it will be Thomas Frank? Because I know, perhaps there's been a little bit of disrespect about Thomas Frank's name on this podcast tonight, but he has done a good job in, at Brentford. He's done a very good job, in fact. Many people expected Brentford to go back down to the Championship when they came up, and they've been a regular in the Premier League.
But he's a good Premiership manager. I think, because we've won something, we're now, you guys mentioned it earlier, he's not got the European pedigree or experience, but he's a solid manager. Does it excite me? No. Is there someone out there that would excite me? I think when Craig was on earlier, if you got Klopp, maybe, but that ain't going to happen. That's not realistic. No. Poch, yeah, it'd be a lovely love affair to have him back, but that ain't happening either, is it? So you're left with the also-rans. So Thomas Frank I respect, and all the other names that have been mentioned are good Premiership managers, but that isn't moving us on. So it's the circus again, fellas, for me.
A report from the Daily Telegraph are stating that they do expect that Scott Munn will be sacked as well, with an announcement to follow. And Tottenham said, "We are extremely grateful to Ange for his commitment and contribution during the 2 years at the club. Ange will always be remembered as only the third manager in our history to deliver a European trophy. Thank you, Ange," with a white love heart at the end. Jay, thanks so much for joining us. And hopefully we can talk to you again soon on another fan show.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, fellas. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Take care. See ya.
Right, we're now going to go to Charlie. Charlie, how are you? How are you feeling about this news?
Hello, Chris. Hello, Gary.
Charlie, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Listen, I subscribed to you the other day, the last
yeah,
time.
Yeah, I
know.
I watched my clip back and I said on the comments, and I saw a lot of your comments, Gary. So thank you so much. I really appreciate
you're welcome,
that.
man.
But yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I got home from school earlier, and I had my dinner, and then I look at my phone. I got a text from my friend, and it says they've just sacked Ange, and I'm thinking, no, they haven't sacked him. They can't sack him.
It's
He's
a
just won
wind-up.
European Cup. I said it on Sunday. They can't sack him. It's a bad decision if they do. We got Sky Sports News on in the living room. I go there, and he's sacked. I'm like, what? No. And I go, Dad, they've just sacked Ange. And he goes, what? Comes running in, and we sat there for about 30 minutes just looking at the telly in disbelief. I couldn't believe it. How can you sack a manager after winning a European Cup, the first in 17 years? I've never seen this club win a trophy, never in my life. And I saw Ange Postecoglou do it. I saw him do it. Never have I seen it before. He filled me with hope. He filled me. There's a future for this football club. Something I will never forget. Has this put a stain on it? Absolutely. But Gary, as you keep saying, we cannot forget that we are the European champions.
Yeah. Charlie, I love your energy and your enthusiasm. I absolutely love it. And do you know what? I'm so glad for you at such a young age. You've seen us win a European trophy, and I'm glad, and I love the fact that as a Tottenham fan, you know how much that means and you appreciate it. And that's why when I was watching you on the show the other day, I said to my wife, this kid gets it. He gets the whole thing around Tottenham and everything else. He knows what it means. And now Andrew's been sacked today, you get it as well. And I just think it's almost quite ironic. How old are you, Charlie?
Oh, I'm 14.
So you got a 14-year-old Tottenham fan who's talking more sense than some fans that are in their 50s, 60s and 70s. I love it. Brilliant.
Charlie, Charlie, before we go any further, I just want to read this message because there's another message from another player. Vicario has just written the following on social media. Boss, I just want to say a massive thank you for everything you have done for me and all of us. From that very first call, right from the beginning, you always showed so much belief in me, giving me the opportunity to be a part of the leadership group. These moments and many others will stay with me forever. You're not only a top manager, you are an incredible person to work for, a real leader, a mentor, and someone I will always look up to. That we achieved together will stay in the history books. Wishing you nothing but success, as I know that you will go on to achieve much, much more. Thank you, boss. Forever grateful, Vic. So again, Charlie, another player coming out in full support of Ange Postecoglou. He obviously didn't lose the dressing room as a lot of people first thought. What do you think the players will make of this?
Look, I think it's not difficult, right? Romero said, I think it was on Monday, if Ange goes, I go. And to be honest, he's not a Tottenham fan. He didn't grow up going, I want to play for Spurs. He grew up thinking, I want to be a professional footballer. He's achieved what he wants. And now he's at a club that are winning trophies. Tottenham Hotspur winning trophies. And, you know, he's, you know, like, I want to win more trophies. If this manager has proven that we can win trophies, why don't we keep him? So if he goes, I go. And if I weren't a Tottenham fan, so if I grew up and became a professional footballer and I was at Tottenham, I would not leave. I would love to be at Tottenham because I'm a Tottenham fan. I will forever be a Tottenham fan. But I completely understand where he's coming from. You know, it's not right. And all these players should be backing him because we won a European trophy. And Chris, the email I sent to you, I sent it earlier today, I said that as fans, we need to take some responsibility. So as I said last time, I have a YouTube channel. And, you know, on it, I speak every week. But after that Wolves game, I consistently said, we need to sack Ange. We need to sack Ange. We need to sack Ange. Many other fans doing the exact same thing. We need to sack Ange. We need to sack Ange. We need to sack Ange. Now he's gone. Now I'm complaining. Now many other fans are complaining. Yet we are the ones who are going, let's sack him. He's not good enough. Why is he our coach? He was at Celtic. You know, we got to take some responsibility. And yes, I've said, I do not want Ange to go. He's now gone. I take responsibility. And I'm so sorry because people like me are the ones who have pushed this to happen. Has people like me not been going, Ange out, Ange out, Ange out? This would not have happened if fans in that stadium, like me, we all started standing up when we were losing to Liverpool 6-3 and lost to Leicester, and we all just started singing, oh, Ange Postecoglou. That would have given Levy belief, given Ange belief, given the players belief. So, look, we got to take it on as ourselves. But, you know, I take small responsibility. Levy.
But, Charlie, let me just come in very quickly because what I would say back to that, you know, is at least you're old enough and mature enough to turn around and say, do you know what? I hold my hands up. I was wrong. You know, I wanted Ange out, but then, you know, he won us a European trophy. So I hold my hands up. But that's the difference, Charlie. There's a lot of fans and supporters that haven't done what you've done. You know, they're so like self-centered and pig ignorant that they won't even put their hands up and say, do you know what? I was wrong. He's won us a trophy. And I said I wanted him sacked, you know, X, Y, and Z. And actually, he did get us over the line. What they're doing is they're focusing on the 22 league defeats, how poor Man United were, and not the fact that they were wrong. And that is part of the problem with the fan base. At least this is what I'm saying to you, because I think you need to give yourself a pat on the back, mate, because you're mature enough and big enough to say, do you know what? I wanted him out, but guess what? I got it wrong. And he proved me wrong, and we won a trophy. Happy days.
Absolutely. But
the fair play you.
But we gave him so much stick. I mean, yeah. Chris, did you want Ange out or in? I can never really tell. You always seem very neutral. Did you want him in or out?
I didn't want Ange to go, no. I wanted Ange to have the third season. I've said this many times.
So people like you and people like my granddad who always said he has to stay, you know, I really wish I weren't so rushed to my decision. You know, when I think I was in the game at the Wolves game and I was at halftime, we were 2-1 up, but I felt a little thing and this isn't going to go right. And I heard about Terzic, and it was then I really thought I want this guy. And I'm really disappointed in myself that I thought that, because so many times in my videos I said, I want Ange to stay if he wins the Europa League. But so many times I said I wanted him gone, and I feel so bad. But
I wouldn't feel bad though. I wouldn't.
The thing is, Charlie, a lot of people doubted Ange Postecoglou, and
I did. I did. When he joined Chris, I said to my dad, he'll be sacked after 3 months. And then 3 months, oh my word, we're so good. And I consistently now keep saying,
he got manager of the month 3 months in a row.
Exactly. No one's ever done that. And now I keep saying, that was a glimpse. That was a sight. That was a vision from us Tottenham fans. That could have been 5-6 seasons every single game. And now we've got rid of him. We won something. A question I keep asking, did Ange complete his rebuild? And I'd answer that no. Because yes, we were successful this season. Yes, we had a much better season than Arsenal. But Levy, I'm sorry. Levy, if you're watching this, Levy, if you can hear me right now, you have really, really messed up. Whoever's made this decision, I like to be positive. I really like to be positive. This is not positive. I do not feel positive right now.
No.
I was so upset when Ange left. I was there, I was looking at it, and I was so upset. I said, right, I'm going to play golf because I cannot. I had to calm myself down because I was so upset.
Yeah.
This is not acceptable, you know.
But this is Spurs. This is what they do, Charlie. They pick you up and set you up so high, and then bang, they do this and bring you down to earth, don't they? And then you're sitting there thinking, we got our Tottenham back.
I was at the parade and
brilliant,
all the
wasn't
fans singing, "We're not Spursy anymore," and I'm thinking, yeah, we're not Spursy anymore. But I heard so many people saying for years, if we win a trophy, whoever the manager is, build a statue.
Yeah.
We haven't. Not only have we not built a statue, we've
sacked
sacked him 16 days later.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's honestly, I'm appalled. I'm not happy. Levy, this comes heavily onto you. I saw that banner. 20. I think it'll now be 25 years, 18 managers, and 2 trophies. You know, sorry, you cannot have 18 managers in 25 years. Look at clubs like City and Liverpool and Arsenal. They don't have these short-term coaches. They give them time. They're Arsenal fans. My uncle's an Arsenal fan, and he, for months and years, he was saying, I hate Arteta. I want him gone. Now look at him. They love Arteta. And yes, he hasn't won anything like Ange Postecoglou, but they trusted him. And in all fairness, as much as I hate to say it, they could well and truly be on their way to success. But look, we've made a bad decision here, but we still need to get behind the team next season.
Yeah,
At the Man
definitely.
United game, I went to the Levy Out protest. And I really enjoyed it. But I think if I go back now in time and just go to that protest again, I would sing louder, more passionate, because I'm just so angry because we won a trophy.
I love
we
it.
won a trophy, guys, and we sacked him. It's a disaster, isn't it? It's an absolute disaster.
Charlie is literally talking how I'm feeling. I love it.
Charlie, thanks so much for coming on, and we'll talk to you again.
What a legend.
When we've appointed Thomas Frank.
Can't we appoint Charlie?
No, not.
Can't we get Charlie in?
I respect what he's done at Brentford, but he is not ready for Tottenham. He is not. I'm sorry. But look, I've got to let the next person get on. Chris, thanks so much. Gary, thanks so much.
Legend.
Goodbye.
Cheers, Charlie. Speak to you
See you,
soon.
mate. Oh, he's brilliant, isn't he?
Right, we're now going to go to G, all the way in Brazil. G, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. How are you?
Don't be sorry, mate. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can hear you loud and clear. How are you, buddy?
Well, I've been sitting here in the dark for most of the afternoon.
Are you in mourning?
Mate, it's absolutely unbelievable, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
You know,
How you feeling?
I've listened
What's
to all
your
your
feelings
comments.
like?
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to all the comments, and I think you've all been absolutely brilliant. Can I just say one thing, though? This is mad, actually. Last time I was on here, I was going to ask you, can you get Ali back on? And I forgot to ask, and he was the next one on after me. I was a bit, what's going on here? It's a bit weird. And he's come on today. I hope we don't lose Ali. That's what I will say, because he's been absolutely phenomenal. And like you say, the other Aussie guys, you know, who've joined us, who wouldn't have normally been here, it would be a shame to lose all those as well. So they're the good supporters and whatever, you know. But I think it's, I'm not surprised. in a way, but I am also really surprised because
Yeah.
I thought, and I got to hold my hand up to this, because I always wanted Levy out, not of the club, but of the footballing side, because he's got nothing to do with the foot. He's never played the game. He doesn't know anything about the game. I love it that he's a supporter. I've always had that, and I've always lauded that over other fans, other teams. But he's mad. He's absolutely mental. I believe he is. I think there's something not quite right there.
It just didn't need to be done at this precise moment, did it? He could have just waited a while. Let's start the season with Ange, don't you think? And see how it went, isn't it?
Of course. And no, that any logical thought process would say the same. You know, and just, what has he done? He's done so much. He's brought the dressing room together. He's got a trophy from not even having a creative midfielder in the team.
Yeah.
And all the rest of it, you know, winging it all the way through, playing kids as centre backs and all the rest of it. The bloke was Harry Houdini's Harry Potter. He's done it all, you know, he really has. And this is typical like of Levy. And I was never really like, I was always like, Levy, please just leave the club alone. Like, concentrate on doing what you do the stadium. It's brilliant, blah, blah, blah. But now like the conspiracy theories are floating through my head all over the place. Like, is this guy really out to do us or something? You know, I mean, what is this? Don't you think
he's sort of, by doing this, he's made it all about himself?
Absolutely, he has. This is what I'm saying. This is what I mean, Gary. This is exactly what this is like right at the top of my, I'm very emotional, like, because like, I hate what's happened. You know, we're all riding on a high because of, obviously we've won this trophy and 41 years and all the rest of it, you know, but oh, by the way, here's a stat for you. Let's just go into this. Let's have a look and see. Let's go on to Levy right now, right? 67.5 million he's paid out since Poch.
Jesus.
Since Poch. What would that have bought us? And I firmly believe now I'm trying to think about it, the conspiracy kind of things coming in. I'm wondering if Ange saying that he needs some experienced players totted up in the board's head, he means we've got to start paying for some big money. He didn't want to do that. Maybe that's why I can't understand. I'm racking my brain to think, why did they get rid of him? Because that statement's bullshit. It's got to be bullshit, you know. I mean, he's got us 2 years running into a European spot in his first 2 seasons.
Yeah. And
there's so much there. There's so much there. Let's have a look at what else is there. What else do we know about this guy so far? He's had, I have to write it down because you know, my head's a buzz. He's had 14 permanent, but a total of 22 managers in his tenure. Out of what is it? It's
crazy, isn't it?
Let that sink in. Do you know what I mean? This
Crazy.
guy cannot have a manager. Who the hell is going to want to come to this club?
Yeah.
Who has wanted to come to this club? No one wanted to touch this club before Ange.
No.
Nobody. Remember, I mean, it was a long time, wasn't it? It seemed like forever. It went, you know, he got rid of Kane. He got rid of the squad still play. It's unbelievable, mate. It really is unbelievable. I can't even.
Do you know what, G? You know, to sum up Ange Postecoglou's time at Spurs, people slag him off, people say what they like.
Yeah.
He came to the football club, we'd finished 8th in the Premier League and we had no European football at all. And then we sold Harry Kane. And he's leaving the football club. Yeah, fair enough, we're 17th, but we've just won a trophy and now we're in the Champions League. That's quite a turnaround, in my opinion.
Massive.
It's massive. It's 2 years. Only 2 years he's done at the club. What only two other managers have only managed to achieve in our whole history. And yet you go and get rid of him. And why? Where in that statement is the real reason why? Are you just that you want to go on all fronts, but you don't want to give them the resources or the players to do it. Do you know what I mean? Manchester United just lost against us.
Yeah.
All right.
And their manager's not even been spoke about, has he?
They've just kind of got Cunha. Wemmo's not thinking of coming to Tottenham, is he? He's up there. Manchester. He's not even in London. Most players want to be in London because they love London as well. You know, there's always a thing about that as well, isn't there? But no, these players, you know, like that. Maybe we're not even asking for them or something. I just don't get it, mate. There's a boom. there's this going on in my head, like question mark after question mark after question mark right now, thinking, what is happening? What are they doing? You know what I mean? As for the Ange out lot, they're having their day. They've got what they wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they're always going to shout louder, Gary. Don't worry about all that. You know, they're going to be there. You know, what can you do about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and they're going to love it because this is what they wanted. And they're the same people, by the way, that have got pictures of us winning a trophy. And it was Ange who did it. Now they're going to have to sit forever.
Yeah.
Looking at that trophy with Ange's face next to it. That's what I like about it. Ange's going to do fantastic wherever he goes. I was gutted that Poch went. I always back every manager. I don't care. Even the Chelsea managers that we've had. I was like, but okay, yeah, you got to get behind them. They're yours, but I can't get behind. And I always want to get behind the board and behind the whole club, but I can't. I've switched back again now. I'm not even. The
thing I don't understand, right?
Gary, I'm not even leave the team alone and stuff. I'm leaving. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And the board. Fuck off. Go on.
I just think though, if you just forget about Ange being at Tottenham and Thomas Frank, and you just said, right, we need a manager. This is what this manager's done, and this is what this manager's done this season. And you look at what Thomas Frank has achieved and what Big Ange has achieved. You would take Big Ange every time. He's got you a European trophy and Champions League. What's Thomas Frank got you? Nothing.
No. If I was Brentford and he came over here, I'd sign up Ange and see them pole boat over us, mate. They would, because like Frank, I've got to respect the guy. You know what I mean? He's done really well, but he's not that sort of manager. He's a manager to keep you up and keep you sustained.
I think he's going to have a hard deal when he comes as well.
Gary, he's had some good players in there as well, isn't he? You know,
yeah.
And yet they still lost twice, like you say. You know,
to us, yeah.
I will be behind. I'll always be behind the managers, I say. You know what I mean? You've got to be. They're our managers, and that's why I can't understand people. Since even when Ange arrived, they were slagging him off. You know, saying things like, "Oh, he's never had any Premier League experience, or he's never won anything, or whatever." Well, he's won a lot actually, but you know. And I suppose the same could be said for Frank. You know, well, I suppose he's got Premier League experience, but he's not won bugger all. You know, and he's had the capability to do it. And this is another thing as well. Isn't it weird that he's a stats man? He's a Met man. Okay, he's one of the first clubs to use that system. Okay, of using science to work out how a player's doing, what players they need, where it's going to be. Levy was one of the last to get anybody in to do that. He actually, one of the only statements I've ever seen about it was saying, "I don't believe in all that."
Yeah.
So and if this happens, so he's not, is he? I can't work the guy out. I think I did wonder if he might be an evil genius. I think he's just an evil idiot.
What do you make of these rumours, though, G? There's been a lot of rumours saying that Daniel Levy's going to step doing. There's been a lot said this week.
That's all they are, rumours.
Yeah, he's not going nowhere, is he?
Absolutely, yeah. If that's the case, maybe he would. No, he can't do. He couldn't do.
Did you imagine though?
I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder if that could be the problem. Maybe he wanted for once Ange to stay, and they're up against it or whatever. But it can't be the thing now.
There's a lot of people leaving now, isn't it? You know, in the last week already, there's a lot of people gone, and there's more going.
There is, yeah. It's weird, yeah. It is a weird thing that's happening. But as far as what this particular thing to go. Is if it is Levy again up to his old tricks, which I suppose he would. I feel like Charlie Brown kicking the ball, and Levy's done it to me again. Do you know what I mean? I really do.
Oh, this club may be the death of us, wouldn't it?
G,
absolutely.
Thanks so much for coming on. We've still got a number of people to talk to.
Yeah, sorry, Chris.
4 hours 15 in. I knew it would be a long one. I hope you come back on when we've appointed the new boss.
Absolutely. Cheers.
All right, nice one,
Cheers,
G.
Gary. Take guys.
Cheers,
take
G.
guys. Bye, guys.
Right, we're now going to go all the way to Australia to talk to Blake. Blake, thanks so much for coming on. How are you? And when did you hear about the news?
About 20 minutes ago.
Wow.
It's just gone morning here in Australia. All the news is coming out now. So, Yeah, not feeling particularly great about it, to be honest. I can't make sense of it myself. You guys know I've been an avid Ange supporter, of course. It just doesn't make sense that you get rid of somebody after European success, and
Blake, I mean,
yes,
we talk on Instagram ever since we were on the show last time. We've been talking non-stop since we won that trophy, and I mean, I just can't. I'm still in shock, mate. I mean, we spoke a lot about winning that trophy, what it meant to us. How?
Yeah.
Why do you think he's done this and done it now? Why do you think he's done it now? It's weird.
I think he sat on it for too long. First of all, that decision needed to be made a week ago. When I came on the last show, Chris, the last fan show, it was all about, this is a decision that is taking far too long for the football club to make. There's clubs out there making moves and making decisions already. If you're going the other way, bloody well do it now. Like that's basically what you got to do. And I think what I'm more disappointed about, more than getting rid of Ange, is how long it's taken. And I think that's a sentiment that a lot of fans sort of may hold as well, is that we've just taken so long. And and everyone's going, WTF is going on. Can we just get on with it? But yeah, obviously the news that he's not here anymore is a tough pill to swallow for me personally as a fan. I think I agree with 70% of fans in your poll currently. So it's I'm a bit lost for words today, gents, to be honest. And maybe it's because I've just woken up, but all in all, it's a real tough one, because I don't know what the KPIs were. Did he change the goalpost last minute? Did he? Was it delivering European success, or was it 17th in the league isn't good enough? We appreciate that you've delivered a trophy and got us a Champions League, which were the KPIs, but we can't accept the league form. It just for me it doesn't add up.
I mean, we'll probably never know the answer to this, but let me just get your opinion on it. What position in the league do you think, if Ange had finished, his job would have been safe with Levy, if any? What position do you think we could have, finished in, as in the worst case scenario, but he would have still kept his job? What would that have been, do you think?
I always thought a mid-table finish would have been acceptable, somewhere between 8th and 12th, 13th, something like that. I think they probably would have looked at that and gone, well, you've pushed hard in all 4 competitions. FA Cup probably not, but certainly the AFL Cup, where we did make a semi-final, we won a Europa League, and obviously the league form was pretty poor, 22 losses. I would say somewhere between that 8th to 12th, 13th, somewhere in there.
I'm glad you said that, right? Because I just want to come back at that now, because that's what I think, somewhere around there. Now, do you not also think, and I'm not saying some of these injuries weren't his fault, or the training team, whatever else, but do you not think if we had a full team the whole way through, that is probably where we would have finished in the league? Yeah, absolutely. And you take out that 2 week where we were just completely riddled with sickness. We had a completely depleted squad, guys. Right? We were all over this, and we were all crying out for support. So the third question now then is what I'm going to ask you, which leads me on to this. So don't you think, because of that, because I think, Chris, you're probably thinking roughly the same as well, do you not think because of that then he should be given the 3rd season?
Yeah, absolutely he should have been.
I just don't get it.
No, it's completely mind-boggling to me that this has happened. And he's done what no other manager has been able to do in recent history. We've had the big names. We've gone after big names. We've had Poch, we've had Conte, we've had Mourinho. We've had these 3 serial winner managers that couldn't get it done under the constraints that ENIC put on us as a football club. The wages are not there. We're not competing with the big boys in terms of wages.
No.
We don't have a enormous budget for whatever reason, even though we're the 7th richest club in Europe. It just you can't succeed under this framework.
It's so frustrating, because all you ever hear is, we've got to get in that Champions League to get the money to strengthen, to get the bigger players. Okay, so we've not only done that, we've won a trophy, a European trophy, so we've got the money there. And rather than me going out trying to get players in like Eze and, talking terms of Grealish or whatever it may be, we just sack the manager.
Yeah, it's a complete hold up. It's a complete. It just lacks ambition to me. It lacks ambition, and I'm sorry, but I'm probably going to upset a few fans here by saying this. Thomas Frank, if he is the man that he come in, he does not excite me. In the last 2 seasons, he's lost 1 less league game than Ange Postecoglou.
Yeah.
What difference does that make over the last 2 seasons? And it feels to me like it's a sideways move. And I'm super positive, as you guys know. I'll always get behind the team. It just feels like there's something wrong. As the previous guest has just said as well, his name escapes me, but it feels like something's not quite right with the champion.
Yeah, G was, yeah.
G's absolutely spot on. It just does not feel like it feels like something is not quite right there. And I'm devastated, boys, to be honest, and I don't mind publicly saying that.
Yeah. As Blake mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we did actually put another poll out, and I've put here: Ange sacked, correct decision. We're at 29%. Terrible decision. We're at 71%. And in the last hour, Lucas Bergvall is the latest player to give a message to Ange Postecoglou on social media. He said, "Thank you for everything you have done for me. Thank you for bringing this club a European trophy and memories to last a lifetime for us and every fan around the world. Wishing you all the best." So, Blake, are you surprised by the amount of support or supportive messages, thank you messages by this squad?
No, because you could see, despite certain media outlets saying that he didn't have the dressing room, he absolutely did. You could see in every video that was posted at the end, once we'd won the Europa League, you could see exactly where the players stood, and it was right behind him the whole time. I would be very surprised if Cuti Romero does not depart the club now. He seemed to be an avid person behind Ange. All the reports saying that James Maddison was annoyed with Ange and he wasn't behind him. It's bollocks. It's absolute bollocks. It's been a witch hunt for quite some time now. And the players were always behind him. Because they invested in the Europa League, the players are going to be pissed off by finishing 17th.
But you know what, Blake?
He's going to remember that.
It's like what you said, the media and the journalists and Sky and TalkSport, and it goes for everyone. They were just waiting for him to fail. And the fact, he came out and he said it and he delivered. They absolutely hated it. And that's why, ever since we won that trophy, it's just been all about the 22 league defeats and whether Ange should stay or go and nothing else.
Yeah, and the narrative changed from time to time. It was always 22 defeats isn't good enough.
Yeah.
Oh, heck, we're in a final. Does that matter? And that obviously, when the media is painting that narrative, you're going to get that from fans too.
Fans
are then going to flip
sort of like read into it, didn't they? It's weird.
Yeah, 100%. So
not all fans, but some fans, I think they are manipulated by the TV, the media, and stuff, and they start thinking, no, they're right, but they're the same fans that were at the parade that were singing his name.
Yeah, correct. And unfortunately, this is in all facets of life. The media control the narrative, whether it's sport, whether it's politics, all those kinds of things. And if you're hearing from the media that, the league isn't good enough and Daniel Levy's getting frustrated with the league form and, even if he wins the Europa League, he's probably going to be departed. Of course fans are going to start going, oh, right, okay, well, maybe that is the right decision to make, and the noise happens and all those kinds of things. And this is not going at anybody personally, by the way. I just think that's the general consensus of what you see in comments, what you see on pods. It's crazy. So there you go.
Blake, we'll let you get on for the rest of your day. Thanks so much for joining us.
Have a good day, Blake.
We'll talk.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Bye. Cheers. See you soon, all right?
Right, we're now going to go to Des. Des, I know you've been in that waiting room for a long, long time, so apologies. How are you? How are you feeling?
You right, Des?
Yeah, no worries, Chris. No problem with that, and it's worth the wait. Hi, Gary, as well. Yeah, feeling a bit shit, to be honest. Feeling ashamed as well. Because I was one of those people who, for 6 or 7 months of the season, wanted Ange out, and then all of a sudden, towards the end, it clicked. It started to work because you could see the way he was speaking out against the media, the way he was calling things out, and he got what Spurs is about, and he got what the fans are about. You know, the whole negative coverage that Spurs always get as a football club, and he got that. And that's, you know, I remember saying to the guys in the group, the season ticket group, I think it was the day before the final, you know, whether we win this final or not, I'm 100% Ange in for next season. So yeah. it's galling, it's gotten, to
But
be honest.
there's you talk about feeling ashamed of that, but I think there's a lot of Spurs fans, I think they're giving themselves a bit of a hard time. I don't think there's anything wrong when we were losing as many Premier. I wasn't one of them, but that doesn't mean I was right and you was wrong or any other fans. I think you was within your right to feel like that about Ange and get frustrated and say, you know, Ange out. And then when he did kind of get through them sort of Europa League stages, and obviously we got into the final stuff, it's okay to then be like, do you know what? I'm with him now. He's got us to a final. We've got a chance to win a trophy here.
Yeah.
Regardless of, you know, the 22 league defeats, or at the time it was 21. I'm back. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's a good thing if you can go from being so much wanting a manager out to then thinking, do you know what? He's got us to a final, which I never thought he'd get us to, but we're here now. So I'm going to get behind the manager. And then, you know, you sing his name. It doesn't matter if, you know, not you in general, but any fans were singing Ange out, and then you get to the final and then you're singing his name, but in a positive way. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that is what football does to you, is passion and stuff like that. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What I have a problem is people trying to diminish the trophy in the competition that we were in and that we won, you know?
Des, who would you like to see as the next Spurs boss?
And that exactly comes back to what Ange said. If I'm honest, I honestly don't know. I don't know what to feel at the minute. I mean, the reality is we have to accept that it's done, and there's no going back on it. It's not going to be changed, whatever we say and do. I would say one of the favourites is probably Pochettino. I've got a feeling that Spurs are going to go for Pochettino. I don't know why that is. I've just got this feeling that that's what they're going to go and do. You know, they'll think, well, the winning mentality is going to stop us within the club now, as at the time. Yeah, you know, in terms of Thomas Frank, you know, I've listened to quite a few different opinions on here tonight, and I think, you know, and it's a lot of maybe the fact that people like me, some of the opinions we had about Ange, there's a kind of sometimes a snobbery around Spurs, you know, when we appoint a manager, thinking, oh well, he's not good enough, he's not up to our standard. But what you have to look at is what Thomas Frank has achieved at Brentford is incredible. When you look at the resources of that club, when you look at the size of that club, when you go to the stadium, you can hardly even find the stadium. You walk through a block of apartments and there it is. Lovely stadium, you know, granted, but you know what he's achieved there is unbelievable, and we shouldn't. And one lesson I've learned from all of this: whoever we appoint as manager, I'm going to get 100% behind him. I mean, as a season ticket holder, I've never ever at a game, you know, I might, you know, make comments in the group that I'm in or to Spurs fans who are friends and stuff, but I've never ever sat and shouted for a manager to be out, and I never would. Because I don't think it's the right. It's divisive, and it's toxic to do that at a football stadium. And you know, fair play to Ange, he came through all of that. You know, even kids who were shouting abuse at him, and he stood up to it. He spoke out about the press conferences, and against all the odds, against everything that went against Spurs and against him, he won that trophy, and absolutely forever indebted to him. Incredible.
Yeah.
Des, thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you again soon when we have appointed a new boss.
No worries, guys. Thanks. Have a good night.
Cheers, Des. Take care, buddy.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to go to channel regular and our good friend Lee, the Dorset Spur.
Oh, yes.
Lee,
hey, here he is.
Lee, you recorded a video for the channel Friday morning.
Yeah.
You spoke about Ange Postecoglou's future. What do you make of this news now?
Mate, I just can't fathom it. I am totally in shock. My grandson came in today, and he didn't know, and I had to tell him that Ange has gone, and he was like, "What?" He just couldn't take it. He was like, "I can't believe it. Why would they do that? Why would they do that?" Like, he was just devastated. I I'm just, for me, I'm just beyond belief. If I'm honest, Gary, I have been watching the show in the background, but Gary, I agree with everything you've been saying, mate. You are absolutely spot on, as always. I did message you actually,
but sorry,
yeah,
mate, I haven't got it. But you know what, Lee? As you know, there's any other podcast. I don't do anything else other than Chris's and yours. And it's the only other person I've got time for on YouTube or podcast because, mate, we're on the same page. We really, really are, mate. Honestly.
I honestly, I cannot believe that I listen. I totally understand it, right? 22 losses in the league.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. Some of the football has not been great, and all that kind of stuff, right? But even like the nonsensical stuff that the board are saying about, it's a position we couldn't accept being so low in the league and blah. When they set out in the beginning of the season or his tenure, surely they set him a set of challenges, right? We want you to achieve this, whatever it might be, right?
Yeah.
And if winning a trophy must have been one of them, playing attractive football must have been one of them, lowering the wage bill was one of them, bringing through youth was one of them, right? Getting into the Champions League was one of them, for sure,
exactly.
Right? So all of those things, right? So if you consider, right, we've reduced the wage bill because we've let go lots of players that we needed to get rid of. They've brought in young players, which is what they wanted. And he's worked with those, and he's tried to bring those through because he's had to, because that's all he's had, right?
Which he's done though.
He's won a trophy. He's got his Champions League football, but now they've gone. But don't forget, you didn't get us, mid-table, did you? So sorry, mate. Sorry, mate. It's just not quite enough. And for me, I'm like flabbergasted that, if you've achieved all of what you were set out to achieve, but you missed one thing, which didn't end up in you getting relegated. And everyone's talking about, but the momentum is taking us that way. And if it carries on into next season, we're likely to get relegated.
Rubbish.
How'd you know that?
Yes.
How'd you know that? The first 10 games of the first season, everyone was lauding how good the football was.
Exactly.
Right? So why can't we get the right players to play that sort of football that we were all loving at the time and move forward? The answer to that is Daniel Levy and the board. They need to step up and do their part.
Yes.
You can't say to a bloke, you've got all these challenges to do, but we're not going to give you any support to get there. The bloke had to face every single one of those press conferences, to be challenged every single time by the media.
He got it so rough as well, didn't he, mate? From day one, it was awful, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And I sent it in our WhatsApp group, right, about Sean Dyche, Sean Dyche said. And he said these pundits and the media can manipulate the fans to get a manager out.
Yeah.
He literally said it. And I was like, mate, that's so spot on. And this is Sean Dyche, a Premier League manager. Yeah. So I'm absolutely beside myself with it. I honestly can't believe it, but what can you do? This is Daniel Levy. He even sucks the joy out of things now.
That's what I mean. 3 weeks, Lee, since we won the trophy, and only Daniel Levy can try and drag you down. Like I said earlier on the show, I don't know if you saw, but I've been watching absolutely everything. I watched. How long was your video afterwards, Chris? An hour and 20 minutes or something, wasn't it? Once we won the trophy.
I think it was about 2 hours 40, actually.
2 hours 40. Lee, I'm not joking. I watched every last second of that. Even watching his camera when he's got Big Ange, his wife on and the kids, and he keeps moving to. And I know what you're doing, Chris. You're trying to find Ange. Where's Ange? And he's gone to the wife, kids. Where's Ange? And after about 30 minutes, boom, Ange comes in the shot, and you get that video. How can
30 seconds or 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. How can you sack a man that in the first season gets you 5th? Right. Let's bear in mind, right, we were getting a lot of stick on that first season because obviously we lost to Man City, so Arsenal didn't win the league when we could have had Champions League, which I said we're not ready for anyway. We then drop into the Europa League. Yeah. So we drop into the Europa League. We then win that competition, and Arsenal, who go into the Champions League, that was singing praises about it, get knocked out and win nothing. We finished 17th in the league, but like I asked earlier, Lee, with Daniel Levy, what position do you think in the league Ange would needed to have finished for him to have kept his job?
You know what? I'll be honest, right? I don't think it would have mattered where Ange finished. I think he would have sacked him anyway. And you know why? Because he would have had to have done the next step. because the next step is to start spending some money on some quality players to build up to go in the Champions League. All he's done now is he's put us into this perpetual rebuild. We've now got a perpetual rebuild. We can't really spend that money because, you know, we've got to let the manager, you know, have a look at the squad, assess everybody, you know, make sure that, you know, we don't let people go who could be really good for us and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
So all the players that have let us down this season, who haven't been up to the standard or not quite good enough, will now get another opportunity through another manager under Thomas Frank, whoever. And so they won't spend no money because they go, well, he's got to assess the squad. Come January's too difficult to buy players. We'll have to wait till the summer. Come the summer, they'll spend a couple of quid on a couple of players here and there, and then in 18 months' time, we'll be sitting here talking about Thomas Frank getting the sack because he's not done anything. So I don't think it would have mattered. I think winning the trophy was probably the signing of the death warrant for Postecoglou, if I'm honest.
You're so right. You're so right. It's just
because it's time to move out now. Now's season 3 was the season when we start to really build something.
Yeah.
Get that momentum, right? You've won a trophy, that monkey's off your back. Now it's time to really, really start doing something, putting some business in there, building up that squad, giving us the players to give us some belief. And if we'd have finished mid-table next season with an FA Cup, mate, I'd have been over.
And that's what I predicted under Ange.
Right.
I said we'd finish 9th and win the FA Cup, you know. But I just find it ironic that the Man United managers had no grief, nothing. You know, finished one position above us, 1-0. We're getting the Champions League. He gets 150 million. He's standing on that stage, Daniel Levy. He's shaking his hand, smiling. Know how much money he's brought him. Bringing a trophy that we haven't won since 84, before that 72, and then sack him like a week later. It's just absolutely bonkers.
It's madness. It's madness, and it's crazy. You've got no media coverage trying to get Amorim out. No one talking about Pep Guardiola winning nothing in this for this season with all the money he's spending. Arteta in his 5th year of nothing. You know, even if you talk about Glasner, you know, he wins the FA Cup. He only come 12th.
Yeah,
right.
I think.
You know?
I think there has been that criticism on these managers.
What about West Ham when they won the Europa Conference? I don't remember anyone saying about where they finished in the league, because all I remember is that everyone's saying, "Wow, they've won, you know, European trophy." There was nothing said about their league position. They didn't finish great, did they?
Well, that's because they're massive.
Lee, last question for you: where do you see Spurs in 12 months' time, and what do we need to do this coming season? What will be the target for the new boss?
5th and win nothing, and you'll be all right. Bring any level of success that means we've got to spend some money, you'll be out. Yeah. They've said it. This is the message they've sent. Right, this is the message of it. Don't win anything. Don't win it. Keep the fans on the edge, because we're addicts, right? Yeah. We might as well be a crack addict on a crack pipe. Because we are addicted to this football team, and it's in our blood, and we will be there forever and a day because we're the only constant, right? So as long as they can keep us coming through the door, buying the merch and all the rest of it, it won't matter an iota to them. They're probably sat in the Beyonce concert now, having a good old knees up about it.
How much their tops were in the shop?
I'll never go in that shop. I've never been in there.
I saw it online today, and they were going for like 145 quid and stuff. The clothing. I was like, what?
Lee, can I just get your opinion on this? Because I've just looked at some of the comments. Like, you know, I did a Sky Sports interview earlier, did a Talk Sport interview earlier. Looked at some of the comments.
Name dropping. Look.
Yeah.
I've just looked through some of these comments, and you know, they dig deep. Some of them of like saying that I am, you know, I was Ange and I was supporting Ange because I'm emotional, apparently, you know, through winning the trophy. So because we won the trophy, I'm an emotional fan, and I'm just thinking about that one game rather than the 22 defeats, which people keep banging on about. You know, as much as I keep banging on about us winning a trophy, which is absolutely delightful, by the way. People can be smiley, and they can be happy, and they can be, you know, feeling good about it. You don't need to be doom and gloom about the 22 defeats. You can be happy about the trophy that we won. But do you believe that some of the fan base, including myself, have not thought about this properly and are emotional about, you know, winning the trophy because it hasn't, you know, because it's been so long? Or do you think that we should be more focused on those 22 defeats, thinking, you know, because I feel like we're all very level-headed. You know, I see things, the bigger picture, not just say 22 defeats, that's it, you've got to go. There's a lot of factors that we...
Champions League, don't forget that.
There's a lot of factors that we look at, you know, when we're making choices, particularly someone like myself who goes to every game, and, you know, I see everything, you know, balanced. I view the pros and the cons.
Listen, football, there is no other sport in the world that brings out emotion in people like football, right? You stand there and you're hugging some bloke you don't know, right? When you score a goal. And I mean, I'm sat in a bar in Paris, surrounded by Man United supporters, crying my eyes out because my team had just beaten them to win a trophy for the first time in 41 years. So of course there's emotion in there. And if you sit and go and watch the parade again, I guarantee you will get goosebumps watching that footage back, right? It was absolutely fantastic coverage, right? Yeah. The time to look at those 22, to consider those 22 defeats is now, moving forward, right? Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily mean you've got to cull the bloke who's just broken the back of something that's the curse of the last 17 years. And longer than that, if you count back to the FA Cup, right?
You know
you have to take it in at times. Sorry,
some people will never be happy.
No, absolutely. There are fun sponges, right?
If we would have won the League Cup, the FA Cup, and the Europa League, people would still be banging on about defeats or league position. That's the way, you know, some people are.
Chris, I said this to you.
Hold on, Gary. Some people get up in the morning and they have a smile on their face. Some people get up in the morning and they are miserable as hell. Now, you know, I think you can work out what ones we are.
Listen, you've got to take the good times when they come off. I had this argument with someone about that, saying it's embarrassing that people are celebrating a win, and I'm like, hold on, what did I come here for then? Like, if I'm not allowed to celebrate a win, why am I even there? Like, what's the point? Like, I've got enough doom and gloom going on in the world to last a lifetime. Why do I go to football to meet up with my friends, my pals, have a few beers, have a good old sing-song, jump about, and hopefully see a win, have a bit of entertainment and see a win, because it makes me feel better. Makes me feel better, right? I don't go there to go, oh, this is drab and boring and miserable and all the rest of it. If I wanted that, I'd go and watch West Ham. Do you know what I mean? If I wanted to be miserable, I'd go to Arsenal.
You know, Lee, I've had some fans on this fan show, not this evening, but in the past, and I've actually said to people, you know, did you celebrate a goal? Were you happy when we lifted the trophy?
I remember.
And I do feel like I have to ask that to some people.
But some fans, Chris, I saw it on social media leading up to the final. So there was a lot of Tottenham fans that wanted us to lose that final because they wanted Ange out, and they were willing to sacrifice not winning that trophy just to see Ange sacked. I mean, ironically, he's still been sacked and we've won it, but they wanted us to lose it so he would go, and I just find that like just bizarre.
Yeah. I just wonder, right? I just wonder, right? What's going to happen? So say they bring in a new manager, and we don't get off to a good start, right? And we don't start winning matches and all the rest of it. What happens come December?
Yeah.
What you know? Are we gonna go again? Are we gonna try again? You know, there's no guarantee that Ange Postecoglou's team and philosophy was going to get us relegated. There's no guarantee that was going to happen. In the same way, there's no guarantee that whoever you bring in is going to get us off flying. Absolutely. Fingers crossed they do, right? You know, if it's going to be Thomas Frank, fine. That's who it's going to be. I'll support him. He'll be my manager, right?
Yeah.
But if he doesn't get off to a flyer, what then?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so all these people that you know, you got to be. For me, you got to be careful what you wish for. You need, like, I felt like we were at a crossroads, an opportunity for the board to really do something special, to go out there and go, right, Ange, you've got all this youth, so we're set for the future. We've got these youngsters coming through, but we know what you're saying. You need some experience. You need some real quality players. So we're going to go out there and we're going to get this one, and this one through the spine of the team, you know, maybe you know, a really top quality number 6 or whatever it might be, or you know, a great, you know, massive name in defence, or whatever it is, right? Just to give him that little bit more depth, because like we're going into the Champions League, with a group of kids. I just wonder where we would have been without Ange Postecoglou managing that team of 18 and 19-year-olds through that injury crisis, where we were doing well in the Europa and we were doing well in the Carabao Cup, as well as trying to keep the league going. Because some of those league games we shouldn't have lost. We you know, momentary lapses, player makes the wrong decision, and the game flips from one side to another. Right? It wasn't all kamikaze football. Where did people get this idea that it was all kamikaze football? I don't know, because it ain't what I was watching.
No.
You know? So I just wonder where we would have been without Ange and without the Ange effect. We probably still ended up 17th without a trophy.
Lee, there's another player that has sent a message to Ange Postecoglou, and this time it's Kevin Danso. He said, "Thank you for everything, Gaffer. We've accomplished something special. Wishing you nothing but the best for your future." Lee, we've got a few more people to talk to, so thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Legend, Lee.
Really appreciate your input, and thanks for doing the weekly videos, by the way. So, yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
Oh, mate, take care. Take care, Gary. Speak to you soon.
Up the Spurs, up the Spurs.
Right, we're now going to go to Trevor, who's been waiting very patiently. Trevor, how are you?
How you doing, Chris? How you doing, Gary?
Good, Trev. How are you, buddy? How you feeling?
Well, we're in a vicious cycle that we've been in for like 25 years now. You know, you remember when this Enoch came in, we're in the semi-final of the FA Cup against Arsenal. They sacked George Graham a week before. Hoddle comes in, which was great. And then they don't back him. They don't bring the players he wanted. They let the coach fail. You know, and like I say, it's a vicious cycle. Went from that to Joel. Came in, he was like a breath of fresh air. Half time during the game I was at in the European Cup, in the UEFA Cup, actually, you're getting text messages on your phone. He's been sacked. You know, Ramos is in the crowd. Ramos goes on to win a League Cup. 4 months later, you're gone. You know, it's a vicious cycle. Then Redknapp comes in, gets them the Champions League football. That's not enough for them, you know, not to go to the next stage, which is what everyone's talking about. You know, it's just stop and start, isn't it? You know, then Poco eventually comes, you know, does miracles. Like you say, the 518 days without a transfer. Well, we're building a stadium.
Everyone knows it.
Champions League, you know, he completely drained the squad from that game at Burnley when Kane came back, and then he got injured like a week later. You're gone as well. You know, we'll bring in Mourinho. You know, you bring in Mourinho, you don't back him. He comes to a League Cup final. Let's sack him a week before the final. You know, and then it just goes on and on. You know, you get Conte in. You know, he's obviously got massive demands. You know, he goes on TV, you know, in a game where if we'd won, we'd have been third in the league, people forget. And, you know, he tells us a lot of home truths, but, you know, it was a disgrace. When you're paying someone £15 million a year, you can't really go on the screen and say that, you know. And he didn't even get sacked, to be fair. He wanted to go. You know, he gave them that reason. And then, like I say, it goes on and on. You get Postecoglou, you know, he's just won something. He's won something. You know, I'm listening to Chris here. He's reading out all these comments from Danzo, you know, Solanke, Vicario. You know, they're with him. You know, they're ready to run through brick walls now. You know, and you don't even give him the chance. You know, listening to Lee just now, you know, he's saying stuff like, when can we get to this next stage? You know, a few experienced players here. You've got a great group of young players. You've got players like Kula and Bentancur, you know, Romero, Van der Ven. You add a bit of experience and quality to that. You know, the sky's the roof, you know. But no one ever really gets given that chance. They don't seem to get.
And
back
you know what?
a
It's
lot.
so frustrating, Trev, because I was really looking forward to season 3 because I really believed in Ange, and the way he came out and said, "Look, listen, I always win in my second season." And then, you know, on that stand when he came out and he said his piece on the mic, it was beautiful. And I thought to myself, do you know what? He's got to be given the start of the season. He's got to be given until Christmas, surely. I just didn't see in any shape or form that he wouldn't get till Christmas. I just can't believe it.
Trevor,
Yeah,
I
think they've gone by what happened to Man United last year, haven't they? They've gone by this emotional nonsense. You know, emotion's a big part of football.
Yeah.
Yeah, emotion and momentum is a big part of football. And, you know, Radcliffe came out in some interview on Sky and said, I've done this on emotion, I made the wrong choice. And Radcliffe is a clone of Levy at the end of the day. They are very similar people, but the only difference is one's very public and one works in the shadows.
Yeah.
You know, and
how do you think Ange Postecoglou right now, right this minute, how do you think that he is feeling?
I don't think anything knocks him, personally. He must be gutted because, you know, he goes on about, say, last season's transfer window where he feels that although, you know, we didn't buy big players, he said, this is the best transfer window this club could have had. This will see us through. You know, you saw players like Bergvall and Gray. I mean, these two players, you know, I'll be shocked in 4 or 5 years' time if Barcelona, Real Madrid, you know, Paris Saint-Germain are not trying to sign them, because you can see their ceiling. You know, these are some of the best youngsters in Europe, you know, and the world. They're going places. If they can stay fit and focused, these are going to be top players. You know, and I'd even say that about Kinski. You know, he seems like a tremendous signing. You know, you got this guy coming in, Vuskovic. You know, like I say, if you're Postecoglou right now and you're seeing the bigger picture, which is what he will see, all he needs is time. He's got the monkey off his back. The players are prepared to run through walls, like I said. You know, just listen to these comments. You know, he's got that unity. He just now that comes in, the rest of the squad's brought into it, and they'll buy into it straight away.
Trev, do you think
they won't let us move forward? The club will not. I mean, I believe this decision was made about 3 months ago. Personally,
yeah.
You know, you've got this fella that's coming from Arsenal. This, you know, was it the CEO? You know,
he worked for Arsenal for years.
Yeah, Parateki. You know, and they must have come in with demands. I mean, yeah, obviously we'll all blame Levy, and I'm happy to do that too. But they must have come in and said, you know, we want to bring our man in.
Yeah.
You know,
there are a lot of people going out the door, though, isn't there?
Not to say that, was it Donna Karen's gone out
the door?
Donna
Cullen, she's gone.
She's gone. You know, she was his Levy's right hand woman for what, 20 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like, you know, it's constant rebuild. It's the constant change. You know, at some point, something has to stick. And yeah, we've had a rough time in the league. We've all seen that. Yeah. But, you know, you grow from it. Like I say, Gray's going to grow from it. Bergville's going to grow from it. You know, they've tasted success. You know, a professional footballer, once he tastes success, he wants more. He'll train harder. He'll listen harder. He'll work harder.
I just think a big character like Ange and what he's achieved and what he's done in those 2 seasons. If the manager is Thomas Frank, I just can't see the players getting behind Thomas Frank like they did with Ange. I just can't see it. I just don't think he's a big enough manager personality. I don't think he brings what Ange did and brought. I just don't see it. I really don't. But maybe I'll be wrong. But
yeah, hopefully, if he does come, we are wrong. But all I see with this is what we're trying to be like a supersized Brentford here.
Yeah,
you know, we're going through this. What's it called? Data. Yeah, we're buying players on data rather than you know. We had someone like David Fleet there. You know, why would you go over data over someone that's played the game, managed the game? You know, he'll know stuff that, you know, you can't put in data, and emotion's one of it. You know, you look at Man United, they started using data. You know, they typed in Haaland and they got Hoyland. You know, it doesn't work, does it?
No.
Trev, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to talking to you again soon when hopefully Spurs have appointed a manager in the very near future.
I mean, do you believe that it is, Tom? Do you think this could be like a smokescreen where, yeah, they've got him in the front door, but they've got someone round the back?
I don't
I'm
think
hoping
so.
they are.
Probably not, but you never
I think
know.
it's Frank, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we're Tottenham fans. Whoever it is, we've got to get behind them.
Yeah, of course we will.
So it's, you know, we've got, people are forgetting, we've got a Super Cup game against probably the best team I've seen since Pep's Barcelona. On the first,
I think we would have won that under Ange, but I don't think we will now.
You know, it's crazy. Like I say, a final again is our next game, and we've got rid of our manager.
Yeah.
Trev, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you for your time.
Cheers, Trev.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
We're now going to go to Norway to talk to Remy, and then Colin will come to you in Canada. Remy, good evening to you. How are you?
Hi, Chris. First of all, I would like to say congratulations on the Europa League trophy and the Champions League qualifying that we got.
Yes, indeed. Remy, how are you feeling about the news of Ange Postecoglou being sacked by Spurs?
I am sad, I am angry, I am frustrated, but not surprised. It's been supporting Tottenham for 35 years, something like that. And we just seem stuck in this loophole.
Yeah.
Just going round and round and round, not giving managers enough time to. No, I'm shocked, actually. I had a very strange day today because Norway just beat Italy 3-0 in the World Cup qualifying game.
Wow.
So I was really happy about that, but just before the game I found out that Ange was sacked, and I don't know, I just thought, I was sure that he would get sacked if we lost the final, but since we won the final and got the Champions League qualification, and seems like the players are behind him and he didn't lose the dressing room, for me it was like a no-brainer to at least give him until Christmas. But I have to ask you, Chris, have anybody been on that are agreeing with the sacking?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's funny, Remy, because the previous couple of shows we've done, everyone has been with Ange Postecoglou. And this one, we've had quite a few on that have come on and said that they agree with it. And like I've said many times, you know, the 22 defeats in the Premier League, hard to take, but I feel like you have to see the bigger picture. But like I just said about 10 minutes ago, I've looked at a lot of the comments, and you know, the minority, I believe, because we've run a number of polls, you know, they can stick the knife in pretty hard and say that, you know, people like us who want Ange in and want it to work out are emotional because we've won a cup final, etc. So the fan base is always very split, and when you do shows like this, you're always open to criticism, especially when we have different, you know, opinions. But you know, I feel like a lot of the people that have come on this evening, you know, the thing is, Remy, no one can be wrong. And I know Gary was trying to, you know, diss a couple of people that have come on or what people have said today, but I always respect every single person's opinion. No one's right, no one's wrong. It's how we feel about our football club. It's how we feel about the situation. There are some very positive people. There are some very negative people. It's how you look on life and how you look at this situation at Spurs. But the way that I feel about it is that we are and have gone round in circles. But when you have a manager who has delivered us a trophy, when I was asked the direct question, does this guy deserve a season 3? Absolutely. When someone has delivered success, regardless of having Pochettino playing great football, didn't deliver any trophies. And I'm a big fan of Pochettino, always have been. You know, win now managers didn't deliver a success. And Postecoglou has. And I just feel like, you know, regardless of those defeats, I think that if you back a manager, and let's be honest and frank about it, you know, this guy's got 26 years experience. You know, how many times has he said that in a press conference? He's a very, very experienced manager. He knows what he's doing. And also, he has been successful everywhere he has gone. Jose Mourinho was successful everywhere he went. He failed to do it at Spurs. He got sacked 6 days before a final. But I just feel like he deserved the third season. Whether people think I'm emotional, deluded, whatever people want to say in the comments, you know, that's your opinion. I wouldn't be quite so rude by saying that about your opinion and about how you feel, but each their own. But in answer to your question, Remy, yeah, we've had quite a few people that think this is the right decision.
I will watch it back later. I'm so surprised. It's like, and the argument that the emotion is like it's a problem that we are emotional when we have won a trophy for the first time in 17 years, first European trophy in 41 years. Why are we following football? Is it not to have emotions, to be overwhelmed by emotion when we win?
Exactly.
And all, you know,
and that's a good thing. Emotion is a good thing. Exactly. You know, let yourself go, because I tell you what, I haven't stopped singing Johnson again since we've won the final.
Really? I haven't noticed, Chris.
You can ask Gary on WhatsApp. You know, every single day, the likes of me and Gary have been on a reply. You know, people can enjoy it. I feel like some people haven't let themselves go yet. They haven't let themselves enjoy that moment. It's like, come on, enjoy yourself. We just want
because some of them ain't happy that we won it, Chris.
Exactly. Yeah.
So strange. It's so strange. But so Levy gave us 15 days to have a good feeling, and then got us straight down.
So that's 15 more days than we usually get.
Yeah, but it's insane. But it's like, I don't know. Like some gentleman before me said that they will support and fall behind a new manager. I will also do that.
Yeah, same.
But I don't know. It's like I've seen this thing so many times now, even with managers that almost got over the line, with Pochettino that didn't get backing, that we didn't buy a player for like 3 windows, was it?
580 days, yeah.
Yeah. So it's I don't know, but like I said to begin with, I am not surprised. Nothing this club does will ever surprise me. I think it's like, yeah, it would surprise me if they stuck with the manager for more than a couple of years, maybe.
Yeah,
so
that's unheard of.
Yeah, but
Remy,
it is what it is, and I will always support Tottenham. But my guess is that the Levy out group have just got a lot more members, you know.
Remy, who do you think that Spurs will appoint? And if it is Thomas Frank, how would you feel about that one?
I feel like Thomas Frank has like overperformed with Brentford. He has got them really playing nice football. He has developed like unknown players, but Tottenham is a whole other ball game, I think. So. And like we are now going to play Champions League, and we are going to get a manager that hasn't even played in a Europa Cup competition. I don't know. It's the whole thing is just strange, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just looked, actually. It's weird timing because the announcement would have come out when everyone was asleep in Australia. So all of the Australians are literally waking up to this.
Yeah, literally. Blake said that, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how a lot of the Australian fans will feel about this news. Remy,
but can I just before I go, Chris, can I ask? My feeling in all this right now is like all the fans that wanted Ange out. It's like, is it better to like finish in 5th place and not win a trophy? It's like, we got what we set out to do. We got a trophy. We got Champions League. It should be a no-brainer.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, Remy, whatever positive spin you put on it, there is always someone to hammer you down with negativity. So that's what happens.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to podcasting.
Welcome to Tottenham.
I hope you keep your head above water, Chris. You're doing an amazing job. Just keep doing the great work.
Remy, thank you so much for coming on. I know you haven't been on for a while, and we look forward to talking to you again very soon.
Take care, guys.
Cheers, Remy. See you, mate.
Right, we're now going to go to Colin over in Canada. Colin, hello. Is it morning there?
No, it's actually 6:55 at night.
Oh, okay. Well,
good evening. Good evening.
How are you feeling about the news?
I was shocked. I shouldn't have been. That sounds kind of naive, but I was. A friend of mine, I was at work today. A friend of mine texted me and said, Ange is out. And I was like, oh, I think I've seen this movie before, I think was my first feeling,
Yeah.
And I think that's my concern, is that we've got how many days left in the transfer window? 4?
Well,
is that what we have?
It's only the first part, Colin. So it's a weird old window, this one. It's only 10 days, and then it opens on the 16th of June, and then it's open until the 1st of September. So I think there's about 85 days left in total. So
okay, so I wasn't sure when it reopened.
Yeah, 16th.
So it opens for 10 days, and then it's just closed for like a week, and then it opens again?
Exactly right, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so then I'm not as cynical because, well, it's that's what we all think, right? It's I'm sure this has been talked about to death, but it just seems like a delay tactic. That the way that they rolled it out, they could have done it earlier if they wanted to do it. We talked earlier, Chris, and said what I had a strong feeling. Of course, I wasn't the only one that they wanted to do this all along, and it's kind of demoralizing in the sense that we're starting from square one again. And, you guys have done a great job of communicating to North American fans, for me anyway, how important the Europa League trophy is. Massive. And really driven that home to me that this is a massive win.
Yeah.
And, now what? What's the prognosis for next year?
Yeah.
And I think that fear is I think we know what the prognosis is going to be, is a lackluster transfer window, and then a manager who has to you're changing the culture of a squad again. People's roles and assignments on the pitch are going to change, and they're a great group of people, a great group of players for adaptability. We've seen that, but also I just think we're going in the Champions League, and if we don't do massive things in the transfer window, we're going to be the Champions League is not going to be fun. I think we're going to really, really struggle because we won't have the depth to keep up with that schedule.
Colin, who would you like to see as the next Spurs boss?
You know what? My opinion right now is I don't even really care, because I think Thomas Frank will do I think Thomas Frank's a good manager, but it reminds me of Graham Potter moving from Brighton to Chelsea, and how that, it's easier to be, and it's no disparaging on him, but it's easier to be that kind of overachieving person with a small budget market. Now he's going to have to be an overachieving person in a big market with a small budget. So, I think it's a big change for him, and I don't know. I've heard lots of, I have a friend of mine who's a sportscaster in Scandinavia and speaks of him really, really highly. He says he's a great guy and a great manager. So I think he'd be a good fit. I think he would do a good job, but he's not going to, what are we going to win? Are we going to win are we going to win the Champions League? And where are we going to finish in the league? I don't think the prognosis is any better getting rid of Ange and bringing in, if it's Thomas Frank or any one of the other two guys they've talked about, I don't see the prognosis being better. And what makes me kind of frustrated is that I kind of feel like they know that too. The people that are running the club.
Yeah.
They have to.
Gary, let me ask you this. If it is someone like Thomas Frank that does come in, are you confident as a Spurs fan that he's going to get more out of these players in terms of league position, because if league position is ultimately more important, which I can't quite understand, because unless you are in that, I keep saying top 4, of course it is top 5 now in the Champions League. So if you're not in that top 5 and you're in 6th or 7th, of course you're going to get Europa League football. You know, it wouldn't have really made any difference, would it, to us? We're finishing 8th, 9th, 10th. You know,
But,
I know 17th is not a respectful position.
No, it's not. But I genuinely believe this season, like I said to you, Chris, you know, on the podcast the week before last, I genuinely think this season we'd have probably finished 9th or 10th, and I genuinely thought we could kick on and maybe win an FA Cup, and that to me would have been a good season. You know, I mean, you weigh it up and you think, okay, we finished 17th, terrible in the league, but you know, we won the Europa League, we got into the Champions League, so we have a good run in the Champions League. I didn't expect us to win the Champions League, but you know, probably finish 9th or so in the table and probably go all out for the FA Cup. And I think Ange would have done that. I think he would have looked at that and thought, look, you know, we've not got the players, you know, we ain't got the team to really go all the way into the Champions League and win it. It'd have a good go, but I think at best probably the quarterfinals, if that. But I think the FA Cup would have been something that we probably would have gone for. Now, if we do appoint Thomas Frank, which we probably are, do I think we can finish 9th and win the FA Cup? Probably not. And I think for a number of reasons, I just feel you're going from a manager who's been successful for you straight to another manager where I think it kind of puts the pressure on Thomas Frank. He's going to have added pressure from the fans, and also the added pressure as the last manager got a Champions League football and won us the Europa League. It's almost more difficult for Thomas Frank because he's going to a harder competition where I don't think we're going to have an easier run like we did in the Europa League. So that's out the window. And then you're looking at him thinking, well, is he going to win you a trophy? Looking at Thomas Frank in his past history, you would say no. I think we would have had more likelihood and chance of winning an FA Cup with Ange than Thomas Frank. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope when Thomas Frank comes in, he proves me wrong, and I would wish nothing more, but I can't see it.
Colin, how are you actually feeling about the future? Where do you actually see this football club in say, 12 months' time?
I just really like what Gary just said. I think that's a really good observation, and I think that, you know, that even makes me sadder because I think that that's something that could have happened and could have kept us on a trajectory that was getting us opportunities to win more trophies. I mean, I don't know, I think we're all the same in that we hope that it goes great, but yeah, I can see like a best case scenario, maybe a 7th place finish in the league. And, you know, I hope we do compete for the FA Cup. Well, we will compete for it. It depends how long we stay in it, but I just don't see it. I don't think we're going to finish top 4 in the league unless we do something massively spectacular between the 16th of June and the 1st of September.
Yeah. Colin, thank you so much for joining us from Canada, and we look forward
of course.
to Thank you.
Cheers, Colin. Take care,
guys.
buddy.
You put in a hard shift. Go get some sleep.
Chris don't know what sleep is.
Cheers, Colin. Gary, wow. Craig did the first 3 hours. You've done the next 2 hours 15. This is a 5 hour, 5 hours 17.
Is this the longest one ever then?
Incredible. I think it is actually, but you know, when it's news like this, a lot of people want to have their say. Actually, I say that William has just entered the waiting room. William, we're going to come to you now. William, how are you? William, any shovels?
He's not doing the shovel thing here, is he? Oh no.
Oh, we've got Steve. Steve, are you there?
Steve?
We've got Steve with us. Steve, how are you?
Hello, mate. You all right? Good evening. Hi, Gary. Nice to see you.
All right, Steve. Right, buddy?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Good man. How you feeling?
Steve, how you feeling?
Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Gone from the euphoria of winning a trophy to the typical Tottenham, isn't it? Typical Tottenham. So,
Steve, do you think, you know, with bad decisions made by Tottenham and leaving stuff, do you think this is worse than the Mourinho, the Conte, the Poch, or where are you with this? Do you think it's like one of the worst things they've ever done, or not quite? Where are you with it?
I mean, I get the whole like people have said 22 league defeats not good enough, but like you say, the guys just won us the trophy. Mourinho didn't do it. Poch didn't do it. You know, that's like what, like first European trophy since 1984.
Yeah,
it's massive, and we've gone from that to now typical back to Tottenham. Are we going to sack the manager and having to rebuild yet again? So I'm just fed up with it now, to be honest with you. Nothing surprises me with this football club, though, guys. Nothing.
It's so frustrating, isn't it? It's so frustrating, honestly. Like, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, because, I mean, they just give you sleepless nights. Chris will tell you he's not slept in 3 weeks. Most of that was joy, but now it becomes like, you know, it's like, you know, that pleasure and pain scenario. You just can't be allowed to just enjoy things at Tottenham, can you? There's always something.
Well, if we run a poll, Gary, how much percent would be pleasure and pain?
I reckon if we did a poll on pleasure and pain, I think it would be 78% pain.
78.
I think. Yeah, and 22 pleasure. I reckon around that. We should do that poll, but it might be a bit late now because most people are probably asleep. But we should do that poll, Chris, and see.
We've still got nearly 6,000 people watching live.
Have you? Are you kidding me? Do the poll. Do the poll, Chris. Do it. I want to see what it comes up as.
We've still got the one poll running, which Ange sack, correct decision, 29%, terrible decision, 71%. That's not moved a lot.
No. But Sky would have you believe that sort of 90% of fans wanted him out. Nonsense.
Steve, what's next for Tottenham?
Who knows? I don't know. I literally don't know where we go from here, because I thought at the parade, and we was all at the parade and having a great time enjoying it.
Amazing.
You know, and then Postecoglou comes out and says what he says after saying I win a trophy in my second season. I thought this is the pivotal moment for us. Champions League football. Now is the time to kick on and go in the right direction and build and just keep building. But now it's just been, the rug's been just pulled from out from under us again, hasn't it? And it's just like, seriously, where are we going to go from here now? I'll back any manager that comes in, don't get me wrong, but regarding with Frank, I don't think he is the right person at this moment in time.
No,
I don't. I think somebody maybe Glasner, who's had like Europa League experience and been in the Europa League, maybe because he's done Europe before, but Frank, no. So, but I don't know. So, what? I mean, seriously, who do you guys want to come in?
I don't want anyone to come in. I just wanted Ange to stay for a third season.
Yeah.
You know, there's not even a manager that jumps out at me, because I just think when you've got Champions League football and won a European trophy after so many years, you know, 1984, I don't think you can replace him. No. So I generally don't have a manager that I really generally don't. I wasn't even thinking about managers. I was just more thinking about, you know, we're going to get Eze in. Is there somewhere we might get Grealish in? And I was just focusing on the players. And that was it, Steve. I wasn't even giving another manager any consideration. And obviously, Ange got sacked today, as we know. And there's no manager that stands out for me. I mean, it looks like it's going to be Thomas Frank. But I like Thomas Frank. You know, I always said I liked him at Brentford and stuff. I like the football that he played and stuff like that. But when you're comparing him to what Ange has just achieved at Tottenham, I just don't think he's the man, you know? I really don't.
I think the club statement's absolutely shocking. It seems like they lost confidence in him.
Yeah.
So if you've lost confidence in the manager, why not do what you've done previously and get rid of him during the season, or after the last game of the season, just before he goes on holiday, say, look, thank you very much. It's not working. You know, and we've had, 2 weeks now since the end of the season almost, and it's
You're
like
right, Steve. Or when we was getting to all them league defeats, you know, and we was losing to Forest and X, Y, and Z, get rid of him then.
Yeah.
You know, it seemed to me like Levy was like, no, I'm sticking with Ange no matter what, because, you know, I've done what I did with Nuno. He's gone on and done good things. So I'm going to stick with him. I'm going to persevere and just see how things go, which is what he done. And then he got us Champions League, won us the trophy. So stupidly, me thought to myself, do you know what? He'll get the chance of the third season, at least until Christmas, New Year, which I think puts Levy under less pressure. And the fans would have accepted that. You know, if we started the season really bad and it got to Christmas, New Year, I think it would have given the fans, and Ange and everyone a bit of time to accept the fact that he's going. But I think doing it, I think the timing is terrible. But then he's got history for that, hasn't he? I suppose. So
They're saying about this whole decision was unanimous. Do you think Donna Cullen and maybe Scott Munn will say no? You've got to stick with him, and they've said, oh no, we don't like you saying that, so we'll
I don't
shift you
know,
out.
Steve, but it is bizarre how many people are already out the door, and all I'm hearing is more and more are going to go. So there's all rumours flying around. I don't know what to think, but I don't think that's the end of it. And out. I think there's going to be more people out the door. Do I think Thomas Frank is going to be the manager? I do probably think he will be, but maybe he might not be. I don't know.
There's no quote or no comment from Daniel Levy about Ange Postecoglou going.
No.
See, that speaks volumes, Chris, because like you said earlier, he said that he signs it at the end, doesn't he? He signs the statement saying Daniel, and Daniel Levy, but he hasn't this time. So I think this could possibly be bigger than Ange going as well. I don't know.
I think.
But something needs to be sorted quick because, like you say, obviously this transfer window is ending and then it was just going to start. We've got 85 days. Well, that's all very well, but we're going to make an announcement in due course. They haven't even approached Thomas Frank, apparently. It's been on Sky Sport tonight that Brentford are expecting an approach from Tottenham. So they haven't even spoken to him yet.
No, and they might not,
So who's going to come in now? This is what I'm saying. How are we going to have to wait another 72 days for a manager whilst everybody else is signing players like Man United, who finished, like you said, below one place above us, didn't win anything, and they're buying players. Yet we were supposed to be the ones that were supposed to be.
And everyone's job is safe.
Yeah, and that's bizarre. They pretty much came out after the final and said Amron's staying next season.
It's mad, isn't it? It's bonkers.
Yeah. And we've supposedly got all the money and stuff.
Steve, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be on the next one.
All right, mate. Cheers. See you later, guys. Take care.
Right, we've now got our last guest of the evening, and William is with us. William, how are you?
I'm good, yeah, thanks. Sorry about that.
You done that on purpose, William.
Went to me.
You done that on purpose. Every time you come on, you've got to do something now, haven't you?
That was I just like the phone disconnecting. I was like, oh, sugar. Then obviously I tried to join back and it wouldn't connect me in time. So obviously I just went and thought, what, let me just.
There was no shovels. There was no one being buried. You were all good.
No, the shovel I used for leaving, but don't worry.
William, how are you feeling about everything right now?
I'd heat off about it, if I'm honest. I thought, let me just watch it a little bit, try and cool down, but no, I can't cool down. Like, I'm sick and tired of managers changing constantly. Like,
it's annoying, isn't it?
It's frustrating because, like, to me, like, what did the board want? Like, Daniel Levy loves Champions League. What did Ange get? Champions League, and he got the trophy. Fair enough. Like, he sacrificed the league position for Europe, but if he didn't sacrifice it, we would have finished where in the league somewhere, and we would have had no cup.
14th, whatever, innit?
Like, what would have been the point? He probably would have got sacked anyway. Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, like, having that trophy was fabulous, like, fantastic.
Massive, isn't it?
Over the moon. Like, many years we didn't have a trophy, or it's always been that so close, and then we finally get over the line, we do it, and Levy's like, or the board, whoever it is, it's like, see you later. Like, obviously I know people are frustrated around, but it's just like, well, the league was done. We weren't getting relegated. We weren't going anywhere. He concentrated on Europe. He got us that cup and he got Champions League. And if Levy's all, I want Champions League, well, Ange did it. He killed two birds in one stone. He got Champions League and he got a trophy. So
that's it. That's why I just don't understand it, man.
And like, if they want to be good in the league and in cups, build a bloody squad for everything. Stop penny pinching for players and always getting youngsters that they will sell for high for high profit at the end of like, I don't know, a couple of years if they become good. Like, back the managers. All I've seen since Pochettino is no backing. No backing at all.
Do you know what I just thought of, right? Do you think back in 2019, if we'd have won the Champions League, do you think he still would have sacked Poch?
Probably, knowing Levy. Like,
You're on mute,
like,
Chris. You're on
frustrated with
mute.
it.
Sorry, Pochettino actually said that he would come, that he would have left if we had won that game.
Ah, okay, right, yeah. I do remember him saying that. Now you say that. I wonder if he hadn't said that, would Levy still have sacked him anyway? He probably would have.
He probably would have done, yeah.
Yeah,
but
I don't think it matters how successful a manager is at Tottenham and what he achieves. He's still probably going to get the sack within 2 years or so, because I think he needs to then start it again, doesn't he?
Yeah, they say, oh, it's a rebuild. Well, this is a rebuild. Like, what? We have to go through another one again. And who's the manager going to be this time? Obviously, the Brentford, like Thomas Frank.
Yeah.
And not,
how are you
like,
feeling about Thomas Frank if it is him?
If it's him, like, or it could be another manager, and like we're all going to be to me, everyone's going to look at that manager, and then it's going to be massive pressure on that new manager now.
Yeah,
because he's got to follow in the footsteps of someone who's won a trophy after like so long.
And I mean, good luck to a manager trying to win us the Champions League, because that is not going to be easy.
Well, yeah, like we're not like honestly, we ain't going to win the Champions League. Like, it's good that we're in there.
Yeah,
but we ain't going to win.
To win the Champions League. Let's be positive about things.
We could try, but
we can have a go.
We can have a go, but with the squad that we have at the moment,
I know you're used to burying things, William, but don't bury that dream just yet.
Would you not all have felt you had a better chance with Ange in charge of the third season to go further in the Champions League with whoever we bring in? I think I would.
Like, I think it would, like, if he had got the back in and I got some new players in, then it might have been good, or it could have been disastrous. How would we have known?
No.
William, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Nice
Speak
one,
soon.
Will. I am.
See you later.
See you, mate.
Gary, I've just looked. Over 21,000 people have watched this stream this evening, and talking about Ange Postecoglou being sacked by Tottenham Hotspur. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens next in the next couple of days. Let's hope that we aren't waiting 72 days for another manager, and Spurs do have something up their sleeve, and we move pretty quickly before it's too late in the transfer window, and not a lot of the good players or the top players are left. Gary, I hope you've enjoyed talking to a number of the Spurs fans this evening. I know Craig done the first 3 hours. You've done the latter part, the 2.5 hours. How have you found it? And
I love it. Listen, I love talking. I love talking to all Spurs fans. You know, we might not always agree and have the same ideas and opinions, but I absolutely love every single Tottenham fan, and I love doing the show. I'm just reading the comments here, and the amount of people just waking up to the news in Australia and stuff is just mind-blowing. And the first thing they're doing is coming on here and just putting their comments up, and I'm just like, wow. Could you imagine just waking up now, as a massive Tottenham fan, being an Ange, fan as well and stuff, and just hearing the news, it's bonkers, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Gary, thanks so much for joining me.
Anytime, Chris. I thought I was jumping on for 5 minutes, and then Craig just goes, "Oh, by the way, mate."
I know. Thanks to Craig. Thanks to you. Thanks to all of the guests that have come on. I've no doubt that we'll be doing another fan show very, very soon, talking about what's happened, and talking about the new manager, if they should be appointed very, very soon. I'm sure there'll be a lot of club news coming out as well. But try and have a good weekend, everyone, and we will see you on the next one.
And don't forget, we're European champions.
Johnson
don't forget
again. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.